How's it going, everyone? Welcome. Today we have the Michigan Regionals hosted by the True Champion Gaming YouTube channel. Welcome, everyone. We have 7 rounds of amazing gameplay today. I'm joined with Flonne. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It is in the middle of the night for me though, so I had to do a little bit of a power nap to power myself through the rest of the event. But I'm really looking forward. I hope these games really wake me up. I mean, is there anything in particular that you're excited to see for this
I,
event, Joyboy?
I want to see if anyone is playing water. That's what I'm here for. I want to see if anyone's playing water. Anyone have any sort of counter meta picks, anything like that. Anyone to sort of break the Ryle, the Abyss package, anything like that. I think Snow White is like a sick card that like can do really well into the decks that want to like really turbo into level 3. So I want to see some of that stuff. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, water. I definitely know people have been messing around with water allies again
Yeah.
because it does decently well into End Soul because you can stop the big flame sweep turns. And it just kind of has like a bunch of annoying things. I think a lot of people have forgotten what it's like to play against water. It's like, oh, I don't have to worry about negates anymore or any of that stuff. Personally, for me, I would love to see CL. I just really enjoy CL. So whatever flavor of CL people decide to bring, maybe if it's Ryle, it's less interesting. But I'd love to see like water, or I would actually love to see water CL. It's a deck that I was excited to try playing, and then so far no one has really made it work
Yeah.
past like doing kind of well in Swiss.
Yeah, CL was the first deck that I built, or Water CL in particular, obviously, is the first deck that I tried to build, and then there's so many different things you can do with the deck. There's so many different like cards you can play that make it feel really really different. Obviously with Fire CL, there's a lot of the same stuff going on before you get to level 3, but there's a lot of difference once you get to level 3. You can play the value sort of Carter with siphoning fractal kind of game plan, or you can go for the big ablation, deal you 15 with Advent of the Stormcaller as an omen kind of play, uh, as well.
Yeah, of course
But
you
uh,
also just have like, oh, heavy swing lamentations, heavy swing again,
yeah,
kind of
that's
game
true.
plan.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
lots of ways to play the deck. And I think actually I was really expecting Sale to not be very good at the start just because he seemed kind of slow. But
mhm,
luckily he has enough power. I would love to see decks that really try and go for the 5 omens. That's one of the things about CLs. I feel like a lot of times it's like, oh, I just kill you before I even hit 5 omens, or I don't even bother omening because I'm relying on ablation. I'd love to see stuff where
yeah.
it's like I actually want to try and hit 5 omens and keep getting draws every turn. Not a lot of CL decks I've seen that done that. Maybe like the wind ones or some of the water ones that play a bit slower.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anyone. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so far like use the CL level 2 lineage release. Where you
That's
can
true.
where you can release to activate one of the omens, one of the cards that you have as an omen, from your omen pile. So I think that would be really cool to see as well. If anyone is going for the big omen game plans. I think
Of
one
course,
of
we also
the
cannot.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one of the also like sort of dark horses that I've been talking with my friends about is if there's like a Diana, like an Umbra Diana that like is sort of like sneaking in here and there and like taser shotting people who want to get to level 3 really quickly, and then like creeping torments to against all the Ryle uh stuff. I think that could be like a bit of a dark horse as well. We've already seen it a little
Yeah,
bit in like Ascent Boston.
the problem I think with Diana is that because everyone's so worried about this new Vanitas deck that came up during Boston, a lot of people are on these intercept taunts in their decks. You know, people are on fluffies, people are playing like shield mates, some people are even on unyielding Wraith Guard. So a
Yeah.
lot of hate for like attack based strategies. So
Mhm.
these Dianas could definitely be running things like obviously you can just play Carter, but then there's also things like Demon's Aim, ways of getting around taunts intercepts.
Yeah.
A deck I've been seeing a lot jumping up is Seiryu actually. So
Mm.
it's a really scary deck, super fast, and for a lot of decks, it's kind of impossible for them to really get rid of the Seiryu, especially
Yeah.
with things like Innervate Agility, things like Resolute Stand. It's pretty difficult to get rid of, and if it sticks and they're able to get that Reliquary out and just start getting a ton of value. They also get access to Purifying Thurbal, which is why I think a lot of the series started to come up, because it's a deck that levels up really quickly. So a lot of times you do have an off turn where you can just go bring out the Thurbal or bring out the Sensor. So yeah, I definitely expect a couple Seryus to show up today. Maybe not on stream, but you can see the tournament in using the in the description. You can see the Omni decks. No deck lists open at least until the end. So, but we will let you know around like round 2, round 3. We should get some stats for you guys. So hopefully we can see something different. I mean, is there anything we could do with like Polcock or maybe a Razor Gale? You know, things like that. Things we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I think some decks have just like fallen out of favor so much that like people aren't really running the sort of main board regalia or hate against those stuff like fractals, right? Not a lot of people are playing fractals, so like you could just get away with running Razor Gale, right? Because there's not that much Fantasia hate currently in the meta, or something like you said, Shenju's, right? uh Seryu kind of sneaking in, not a lot of people running the sort of Shenju removal as we were in HVN season for like Genbu and Seryu and stuff like that. Suzaku. I want to talk about a card that you mentioned earlier, Purifying Thurbal. How do you feel about that card in general?
I think giving backup charger that also banishes 3 or more cards from your opponent's deck. It's a pretty strong card, and interestingly, it is not actually a card they made to be in Proxy's Vault. It is a card in Phantom Monarchs that they decided to just release early, which is similar to what happened with the Nullifying Mirror during the
Yeah.
Vanitas, Razor Gale Vanitas meta. So
Yeah.
it's a really strong card. The problem is really just that Ryle is fast, and especially if you go first as a Ryle deck, it's like they can't just bring it out unless they have, I guess, a Beseech the wins. So it helps, but it's not enough to like kill a Ryle deck, especially because
Yeah.
coin toss matters a lot in this particular meta. So
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it's not necessarily the nail in the coffin that like initially we thought it was, because like you said, Ryle is fast, so they just do it during your end phase, so you can't pre-rec do Thurible unless they do just have some float lying around. Uh, I think one of the one of the things about Thurible is that it like incidentally also works really well against water decks, because they mill, and like you don't mill at fast speed the majority of the time, right? So a lot of the times you do just have a couple float laying in the graveyard. Something like Water Astra Diana, I've been playing a little bit of, and I set up my turns where I have like a bunch of flow, I mill a bunch of flow because I'm glimpsing with Aqua Mirage Whisper and stuff like that, and then my opponent goes, I'm gonna use this Thurible for 6 during my recollection, and I'm like, ah man, yeah, that is super punishing.
especially when they're hitting things like that Weaving Mana Stream, which is kind
Yeah,
of the best card in the deck.
yeah,
I mean, if that card goes, it's like the whole deck kind of starts to get a little bit rustier. It's definitely Genbu is deck already kind of died with this set, especially with Lost and
yeah,
Thought getting banned. But the release of
yeah.
Thurbal really kind of like it kind of put that deck truly in the grave. I definitely think some people will still try and force it, especially because Jin and Luxom still exist, and it is
Mhm,
like the natural counter to them. But
mhm.
it's not a great time to be a mill player.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it? I'm
Yeah,
catching
for
stray. I've
sure.
been catching strays since DTR released.
Yeah, another deck I think I would love to see maybe a Tenoris, like a level 3 Tenoris.
Yeah,
I mean, we've never really seen level 3 Tenoris in general outside of like OTK,
yeah.
Assembly Ancient decks. I would love to see someone try and play Neos. It's a deck I've been kind of like believing in for set after set, and it just never works.
Do you want to see Creations Rule or Genesis Aegis though?
Oh, I've always preferred Genesis Aegis is always the one I've preferred, because I mean Creations feels like, oh, you just OTK them. I like the I'm gonna sit, make a bunch of domains, and
Yeah, yeah.
eventually do something with them.
Eventually,
Unfortunately,
yeah.
it just doesn't really have a good enough
Yeah.
win con,
Yeah.
and the game is not nowhere near slow enough to
Yeah, no.
accommodate for that. So yeah, I mean, if maybe if they ever release a new Proxius card for Tenoris, maybe a level 2 that actually does something, that'd be great.
Yeah, we are. Xander got proxy as level 2, so maybe Tenoris get some love as well.
I mean, yeah, especially with the Chamber of Reflections, we've been seeing a lot of cool things, not necessarily things that have actually like worked, but giving a domain searcher, even if it can't find the most important domain, which is an Eternal Kingdom, it still does give you a lot of flexibility, especially with playing things that are not your element. So I've seen a lot of people playing like Wind Astra, and then they play Chamber of Reflections and use it to get Gloam Spire or something.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some things you can do with it. It's just that a little bit slow, and I think there's not that many good targets in the end still. So
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some people do, similar things, and they get like Xu Zhang, the one that like makes everything cost more if you don't banish a float, or Dawn of Ashes as well. I've seen some people go grab. One of my locals is a big how do I say it? He's a big chef, I guess. He likes to cook up a bunch of different decks, and he cooked up a Sylvie Chamber of Reflections domain deck where he like went to look for Dawn of Ashes, and like his deck is mainly Norm. It's like just like super interesting deck. I can't speak about whether it's good or not. Probably not, but it was very interesting. And every time he played a card, I'm, what is this card? What does this even do? I just gotta let me read your cards, please. I gotta read these.
yeah, but hopefully we see what the chef has that is new today, because I think people are really looking for that deck, especially with Taiwan coming up next week. People are
Yeah,
really looking for guidance in this like new metagame with Thurbal in it. And
yeah,
I'm,
and
I'm
I
I'm
think
expecting people to look at a big region like this, 70
yeah,
or I think 84 players, to see maybe if there's any ideas that they haven't thought about. I think the Vanitas deck also lit a fire under people. It's like, oh, there's got to be some secret stuff that people haven't found yet,
yeah,
that only like one team or like only one person has found. So I think everyone's kind of hoping to see the new breakout deck maybe today, and maybe we'll see it. Not sure, or maybe people are hiding their stuff. Obviously, that is also very valid strategy. But we are going to be going onto our first game real soon, and it seems like we're starting with a classic from the FTC era. We've got Merlin. What do you think about Merlin? I was initially thinking she would be like the premier deck, but in the end, Ensoul just ended up being better because this meta's a little bit too slow for good old Merlin sitting there getting a lot of draws. But she has been doing pretty well in a lot of these regionals and other store champs that have been happening recently.
yeah. I think Merlin, like when we first see Rile the Abyss and the Spectre package, especially with the water float Spectre, you think like, oh, Merlin is up so huge, right? Because she has Ascension, which when you reveal a water card or a fire card or anything or a wind card, you get different effects, right? And so having a blue card that is Spectre is something that Merlin has already known for doing. And then you add cards like Fluffy Shopkeep and those kind of cards, and you think she's up really, really big. But the meta is really, really fast, and especially with all the aggro decks running around, sometimes you just can't afford to sit there and gain all the levels like Merlin wants to do, right? So I think there's a lot of potential for Merlin to do like really well, but some of the lower to the ground, really fast decks, which Merlin sort of historically struggles against, kind of put a bit of a nail in her coffin. We've seen some people obviously opt for more defensive stuff, right? So more Starwood Shieldmates, more Resolute Stands, more Fluffy Shopkeeps, stuff to stave off a lot of the damage. One of the reasons why in Soul is so good is because they do have that Lorraine level 2 turn where they get to flame sweep your entire board and draw a bunch of cards, right, to stave off a lot of the damage, get a bunch of resources, things like that.
Yeah, and looking at the deck we are playing against, this is an ALC throwback match, it seems, which is Merlin versus Luxom Xander. This is I have good memories of the ALC meta where everyone was just playing Merlin and Luxom the whole set. It's I think before the release of Incapacitate, this was considered kind of a rough matchup. But because Incap exists now, I think over time, like Luxom just kept getting more and more ground against Merlin. So interesting to see how they end up How both players decide to navigate this? There's a very big card in this set that did kind of mess up Luxom, which is of course that Regal Inquisition. Why don't you tell us a little bit about why this card has been seeing so much play in everyone's sideboards?
Yeah, I mean, so Regal Inquisition, really, really good card, right? It's a 2-cost card that says, look at your opponent's hand and memory and discard any cards that you want from both of those. They get to reveal, then they get to draw that many cards, or not draw, but reveal and put into hand, which is really, really important because, against a Luxem player, you cast this card and then you activate this card, and then you look at all of their cards. You say goodbye to every single Luxem card that you have in your hand, and then you get to see every single card that they draw as a result of that, right? So you get to get rid of all of their win conditions. Maybe you stick them with a bunch of dead cards that don't do anything. They don't really win the game. And then you have a tremendous advantage against something like Luxom. This is a card that you really, really want to have MCAP for because it messes up with your game plan so much.
Problem though is, of course, there's a lot of things you want to be incapacitating in Merlin. You want to incapacitate the Majestic Spirit. You want to incapacitate the fireballs. There's a lot of things you need to hit, and notably, this Luxem player is not playing Excalibur, which is a card we've seen a lot of these Luxem players starting to drop because of the amount of deck space that the Rile the Abyss package ends up taking. So a lot less ways to actually get rid of that Majestic Spirit. So let's see how the Luxem player chooses to navigate a world where they don't have like a clean out to the Majestic Spirit.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think one of the interesting things about the sideboard too is that the Luxem player is playing Tabula of Salvage. I would imagine specifically for that Regal Inquisition card, right? If all of your win condition cards get discarded with Regal Inquisition, then you can Tabula of Salvage them back into your deck and maybe draw them to close out the game here.
Very true, but look at the opening hand from the Luxem player. Clunker, absolute clunker. Not there's two raiders in the hand, nothing to discard them. At least there's a turbocharge, so this looks like a pretty classic just do nothing turbocharge, and then activate, bring out turbocharge and activate, or bring out the backup charger, get out the power cell, and then activate the turbocharge because yeah, this hand is not good at all. We've also been seeing a lot of this, a lot of the fragmented, a lot of the serene spirits. People just really digging, trying to find perfect hands so that they can at least get a decent start here. And Hasty Messenger is not a bad one. Seems like a lot of specters without much discard, but we do draw that creative shock here. But instead we're just gonna go for double hasty. I mean, this is a really strong opening, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, this is this is kind of like doing this is a slower version of doing the Rile thing, right? You discarded 2 Spectre cards. One of them is going to level you up. The other one is going to come back ephemeral and draw you a card. We took the slow way to get there, but we did achieve a similar game plan with discarding those 2 Spectres, drawing cards instead of them. We see the Luxem player, exactly what you said, right? The hand kind of dead, a little bit dead, but we do have the turbocharge. So going that backup charger, getting the power cell, and then sacrificing it with turbocharge to draw 2 more cards just to get our influence back up. Maybe we draw a Rile the Abyss to make those Spectre cards way more usable. And maybe we can save ourselves a little bit of thing. The good thing about this matchup is that Merlin also kind of slow, also kind of takes its time. So the Luxem player isn't really threatened as much by Merlin as they would be something like KFC Suzaku, or even something like Pony Toss or horses attacks as Vanitas.
But look at it, the hand doesn't seem to get any better. We're just drawing into more and more Spectre cards, more Luxem cards that we can't really do anything with. And especially this start, we didn't get the Rile off at the beginning, but double hasty against the deck that doesn't really have a lot of good ways of clearing allies is actually probably better. No thieving cuts. We have at least the planted explosive, but you never really feel good to commit a planted into something like a hasty. It's not like a high. I mean, it's a high value ally, but usually you play planted just to kill like the really like tough aggro matchup allies. But yeah, this is. I think this is a pretty terrible. Oh my god, we've discarded 4 Spectre cards. We're gonna have 3 liminal guides when we level up to 2 here as well. That is yeah. I don't know if we can come back from this.
Yeah, this is a little bit. It's a really bad situation to be in as a Luxom player, right? We swing with the hasty messenger. We discard a liminal guide. We draw into another liminal guide. We swing with the hasty messenger. Discard the second one. I mean, this is gonna make the level 2 essentially free, right? It's gonna you're gonna lose 2 cards, but you're gonna replace them right back with the liminal guide triggers. This is almost a perfect start from Merlin, and not a fantastic one from thing. Yeah, using Undying Dreams on your opponent's target, on your opponent's hasty messenger, so that you can at least get that float in the grave to level up. Yeah, not fantastic. Not fantastic from Luxom, but Luxom can come back. They do have those gleaming cuts. If you reveal them, you get to draw a bunch of cards. You are get to sort of stave off a little bit of the unfortunate draws. We do have so many specters in the hand, but no Ryle and no way to discard them. No creative shock, no Ryle, no hasties. Right? Obviously, I don't think uh Luxom has ever played hasty messengers or anything like that. So
Not really. It's actually we saw there the glimpse due off of Xander level 1 was another liminal guide and another light weavers, and we just had to bottom them because the hand is so
yeah,
bad we can't even keep this light weavers. Usually that's something you'd like to keep in your hand because that is in the bottom. So unless you Luxeris map to reshuffle your deck, it's kind of like gone probably for the rest of the game. But yeah, I mean, just drawing completely dead here. Gonna bring out the triple liminal guide. Must feel
yeah.
good to see this.
Yeah, I mean, this is like we've seen, double hasty messenger discard 3 liminal guides, and then also creative shock to discard a float. You can DG here, you can dungeon guide, get to level 3, and your game plan is so quick. On top of you have 5 damage represented on board already just with allies. You have inert sword for another 2. This can be pretty scary.
It's actually interesting too that I was expecting maybe using that incapacitate on the creative shock to slow down the Merlin, but also to put an assassin action in the grave because I don't think we have an assassin action in hand that there's no juggle knife or anything, which means that even if we level up to 2 here to try and keep up, it's not actually gonna matter. We are of course going into Merlin though, so we can't eat it, but at least you force the Merlin to eat your assassin action instead of a float. So now the Merlin can just eat this Evercurrent Raider that was discarded, and we get that oh so classic Merlin level 2, level up to 3, and then we get the even level counter turn even earlier.
hmm
Ooh, seems like actually choosing not to do that. Maybe he wants to swing with something.
Yeah, I think maybe he wants to swing something. Maybe he wants to grab a drawn blade in the next turn, right? Use that float to get a drawn blade, get another draw. We do see Ascension in the hand as well,
Oh,
so we could bring back drawn blade, Ascension out, Prismatic Edge as well.
double
I mean, this is
Pendragon in the hand with a sudden steal. Yeah, this game is not going to go very
yeah, this
long.
is really scary position to be in. We're only 6 damage away. We have 5 damage on board with the blade, with the inner sword and the Ghost of Pendragon, and also sudden steal, right?
That's right. Okay, we're going to use the planted explosive
Ooh,
on the Pendragon.
yeah,
Then we get to add this back at least. That is our assassin action. Are we just gonna sudden steal now?
yeah.
Would we have
Sudden
enough? I don't think
steal.
we have. That would be yeah, we're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna go for it. This is gonna be coming in for 7 damage. That would be lethal, or at least it would force the Serene Spirit at the very least, which
Yeah.
does put
Oh.
the Luxom player in a very awkward spot. No more creative shocks, no more riles for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and also you can't bring back. Yeah, you can bring back planted explosives, right? But you can't actually activate planted explosives anymore. So your Xander level 2 turn, uh, you know, now you don't have a option to bring back, right? Now you don't have a assassin skill to bring back.
Not a
'Cause
playable one at least. Normally you
yeah,
want to be using like juggle knives and use the juggle knives for recollection.
yeah,
Instead, we're
yeah,
just gonna have to add this back. We know it's just a dead card, but we're probably just gonna throw it away to level up. And we
yeah.
draw
Just
Ryle right
oh
when it is too late.
no,
That's a
no,
that's a classic, right? You always draw the dungeon guide after you hard level to 3. You always draw your
exactly.
fire card after you've already released.
Yeah,
It's
I mean this is how it goes sometimes. You draw the card that you wanted in your first round, in your first turn, in your third turn.
or on your last turn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But what potentially could be your last turn. We
And
don't have
this
Serene
very well
anymore, so
could
it
be the
this
last turn.
yeah.
Just have
No
to do
Serene.
another 11.
Yeah. Yeah, no Serene does mean that all of this damage is a little bit permanent. Permanent. We do have Luxom sites, right? So if we do get to live one more turn, we do get to reveal some Luxom sites and heal a little bit. But that all depends on whether we get one more turn. There's a lot of damage, potential from Merlin right now.
That is, yeah, currently there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on board. We have another Pendragon in hand as well. And we do have 2 Hasties to try and dig for Fireball. So I think we're definitely not in a good spot. Also, that Planted Explosive was kept in hand. So,
Yeah.
I mean, really, there's just not much we can do. We have 1 Light Weavers and 1 Sight, which is definitely not enough to last us for the next 2 turns. No Gleamings or anything to try and refill the hand.
Yeah.
I think
And
if you're in this situation, is there really anything you could do to try and catch up? The Merlin could even just like Incarnate Majesty like now, probably if she wanted to, but that seems pretty unnecessary.
yeah, and we are a little bit afraid of incap, right? That card can be incapped. I think the problem is that like Merlin also just scales tremendously, right? So like even though you can stave off a little bit of damage, you can't really stave off like triple fireball damage. You know what I mean? Like Luxom can heal. Right now we only have a Luxom site, so we're only healing 3 every turn, and that's just not enough, right? Luxom can or Merlin can represent so much damage by just fireball, 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 or ascension looping you, or they just get stronger every single turn. We'll see a Ghost of Pendragon coming down. I mean, this is just everything has been coming up Merlin since the first. This is like almost a perfect Merlin game. I don't
We
think we have
have
anything
that
here.
last 2 damage could cremate one of these allies just to try. Actually, I think we are activating that Incarnate Majesty. Yeah, we have enough influence that we can still activate it after all of this. Gonna, of course, force that
Yeah,
incapacitate. There is no way we can let this resolve, but we basically have nothing. We have, I think that was maybe like a reduce and 2 and then sight and light weavers. That is not going to
yeah,
be enough. So I think this is gonna be that was a pretty fast one. Usually Merlin versus Luxom is not this quick. I mean, let's just, oh, the Chalice of Blood could be a card that maybe changes things, but let's see what the draws are.
Oh,
And
oh no.
it's they're not yellow. I mean,
Yeah,
what
they
can I
are
say?
not
Like
yellow.
you're really looking for those yellow cards.
Yeah, I mean, we can't even heal through the amount of damage that's on the board already, right? Like we're only healing 3. There's way more than 3 damage on the board already. And Merlin does have another Incarnate Majesty in hand. Right, so we got one, we incapped it. That makes sense. We cannot incap the second one. That's not gonna happen. And I think that will be the sort of nail on the coffin for Luxom. Even with removing the Pendragon, we still have 5 damage on board, which is
Draws
a
the second
little unfortunate.
incapacitate here.
Ooh.
At the very least, we can stop another incarnate. We also have enough cards to play this light weavers to try and get a little bit of extra healing. But it's an even level counter turn. There's a ton of allies on board. Even
Yeah.
if we're able to stop dying, we are going to have to just deal with another incarnate. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we really need to talk much more about this game. I guess we could just move on to like the sideboard discussions. Obviously, the regals on both sides are probably going to come in here,
Yeah.
considering, yeah, I mean, Merlin has a lot of high value targets. You want to get rid of incarnates, you want to get rid of the Pendragons and Ascensions and everything as well. So, what do you think the Luxem player might want to side in here?
I think I think cards like you said, the Regal Inquisition, Blanche probably not bad, right? Blanche can let you stave off some of the non-combat damage from Ascension, from Fireball, things like that. Maybe Orb of Regret to fix your hand a little bit when you draw, sort of this bad. You can potentially, yeah, we'll see the Fireball here, which is the nail in the coffin. So we're moving on to game 2. I think yeah, maybe Orb of Regret, right? Maybe get you to save your hand a little bit, but not a whole ton you can do against Merlin's sort of inevitability, right? Like the Regal Inquisition is the most you can do, but Merlin has so many avenues of attack so many ways to deal damage that like you could get rid of their really strong cards and they could just draw even stronger cards, right? Whereas Luxom, if you get rid of their light weavers, they're never like, how are you ever gonna win that game, right? If you
But
get like,
there is a way. Tabula of Salvage is in the sideboard, so
that is true.
I wonder if Sir is going to expect the Regal Inquisition to be put in, because obviously these are not open deck lists. So curious to see. We are seeing two. Yeah, I'm seeing the Tabula. I think I saw two cards in the sideboard from the material deck come in there, so that's probably Tabula and probably the Orb of Regret. I don't think you necessarily need Tariff Ring in this matchup. Maybe you can also remove Nullifying Lantern. Bit of a tough call because we don't know. We did not see a single Ascension from the Merlin
Yeah,
in that previous game, so we don't know if we're on like Cruxite Ascension shenanigans. So
yeah. I
I
was
mean, the
gonna
Crux
say,
package pretty set in stone, but
yeah,
everyone kind of has their own like ratios. Some people don't play Cruxite, some people don't play Ascension. So kind of hard to say, especially because Merlin does struggle to aggro. So maybe just like the Luxem players here choosing to remove Excalibur from their deck, maybe trying to remove some of these extra advanced element cards to reduce brick chance.
yeah.
Unfortunately, did not work on Sir's side this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe you can get rid of a couple resolute stands, but man, that game one was just ally beatdown from Merlin's side, right? Not a lot of crux things happening, right? Two Ghosts of Pendragons, a Incarnate Majesty that got incapacitated. I think most of the damage just came from Hasty Messenger sticking on board, Liminal Guide sticking on board, Dungeon Guide, right? So I don't know. Maybe you do keep the resolute stands in there to stave off some of that damage.
Yeah, I mean, when one person finds three liminal guides and is able to discard them, and then you find
Yeah,
three liminal guides, and then they can't get discarded. I mean, it's just writing's kind of on the wall at that point.
yeah,
Definitely hoping that Sir is at least able to have a bit of a better hand in this game to kind of show off what this deck can actually do. I mean, it is kind of the feels bad of the Ryle meta where sometimes it's like, oh, in the mirror match when both of you are playing Ryle, it's like, oh, I didn't find Ryle, you found Ryle, I just lose, right?
yeah.
It is an unfortunate byproduct of how strong the Ryle package is, but also how kind of inherently inconsistent. Oh my god. We're already seeing, oh,
Oh,
okay, we found it. We
saved.
actually found it.
We're saved. Yeah, that
Unfortunately, it is double float. You would ideally rather have float liminal, but maybe we can
yeah.
find a liminal here. Okay,
Okay.
that's
Another
more.
float.
Yeah, there is a lot of risk with putting in float, extraneous float, because the Merlin could possibly like go level 1, dungeon guide to 2. So having an
Yeah.
extra float in your bin might end up being,
Oh
oh
my.
my god, we're just
Another one. Oh,
okay. Okay, but we haven't found a second Ryle or a Creative Shock, so
yeah.
now we have a lot of Spectre cards that don't really do anything.
Yeah, our level one is gonna be pretty good, but from that moment on, it might be a little bit rough. We do see a Regal Inquisition in hand as well. So, maybe once we do get to level 3, we are able to interact with Merlin's hand and memory a lot more. But as of right now, we do have a bit of a couple dead cards in Luxom's hand. I mean, we have easy levels so far, right? But it's just
On the Felion
oh
side, it's
my,
like
it is,
we've
it
also got
is.
we've also got Ryle and Spectre
It's
cards.
the
So this game is
it's
sufficiently riled up, if I
this
do
is
say so
yeah.
myself.
And we have a liminal guide too. We have double float liminal guide and Ryle of the Abyss.
There
Yeah.
is
I
no
mean,
threat of a potential incapacitate because we are not an assassin yet, so this is the perfect time to do this.
yeah. I mean, second verse same as the first, right? We we discard a float elemental guide. We level up to 1. We draw that extra card.
Oh, two incapacitates found on the top of the deck. I wonder if we're going to keep one of these. I think incapacitate's a good card, but they've already riled. It's like, is it really helping us? We haven't found Dungeon Guide yet either as well. So yeah, I think shipping
You're
both of the
saying,
bottom here is probably the best choice.
yeah. Oh yeah,
Fortunately, just draws
yeah.
into a Luxom card. Actually, do
This
we
is
have? I guess we have Juggle Knives, or did we? Oh, actually, I think we threw the Juggle Knives actually at the start. So
we
yeah, we've got a lot of
activate.
Spectre cards at hand.
We activate the liminal guide. Interesting.
Yeah, Luxom doesn't play cremation ritual either,
Yeah.
so can't even really get. I'm sure the Merlin's just never gonna kill this liminal guide.
Yeah, this is interesting because you could just leave. Yeah, Merlin doesn't have to attack it. You could just leave it. Maybe they just want to have cards down to level up, but I think you could have just. Oh, you don't want to cast an Undying Dreams on the liminal guide because it will get a buff counter. If you target Merlin's liminal guide, right?
Yes,
So
so I
you don't want to
guess
give your opponent a buff counter. That's definitely not what you want to do.
we're once again put in an awkward spot where we don't have an assassin action. Like we could have held the incapacitate, but I think the plan is probably to play this Undying Dreams on our own liminal guide.
Yeah.
Oh, we have so many
Oh,
dungeon guides.
there's
Do you
so
imagine
many.
the dungeon guide to 2 is coming up here? That would be pretty
Yeah. Dungeon
devastating.
Guide to 2, there's no way to stop it. You eat the float and now you have to lose 2 cards from your memory. That would be really, really punishing. And then next turn you can just Dungeon Guide again, right?
Yeah, there's just so much gas. We've got Creative Shock and Ryle and more things to discard off Ryle as well.
Yeah, and
So I
Fast
think,
Cure, holy.
ooh, both players also have got that Regal. So the big difference here is like you could go Dungeon Guide to 2, and then the Luxem player doesn't have their own Dungeon Guide. So that means next turn you go Dungeon Guide to 3, and then you can
Yeah.
Regal them immediately if you would like to.
Yep. And we do have a couple Luxem cards, right? We can't just completely get rid of those.
I think we only have one actually. I think we have one Light Beavers, and that's it.
Oh, is it? I thought we drew a Luxem site from one of them.
There was a Luxem site, I think, at the start. Oh no, actually no, I think you're right. I think he did draw a Luxem site for turn. So there are 2 already.
Yeah.
Merlin
Yeah.
up
use
here
Lance
to
Effect,
2.
yep.
We're gonna eat that float. Yeah, this is a pretty disastrous outcome. We also get to pop the Fragmented Spirit Shard early. Part of why Merlin is the premier Fragmented Spirit deck.
Yeah.
I wonder if we see just the immediate Dungeon Guide to 3 here, or if we just sit at level 2 for an extra turn.
Yeah, one of the things about Merlin is that, they like every Rao deck, they get to do the Rao the Abyss thing as well, but also they get to like sort of slow yours down, right? When they get to level 2, they'll eat either your float or your liminal guide, right? And both of them are really punishing. If you don't have any float, you only have a liminal guide engraved, they can just eat your liminal guide and prevent you from drawing that extra card, right? They don't get a level counter, but they slow you down pretty significantly, which is also really good.
So Nephelion here going to use that Creative Shock pre-recollection while Sir has no cards in hand to get around a possible incapacitate. Still no assassin action in hand, by the way. So it's like, even if we leveled up to 2, we don't. It's just like the value is just not panning out for us. We're just drawing more Spectre cards with no way of discarding them. We draw a Blanche when it's like kind of irrelevant at this point. Really, Blanche is only good once you hit the late game.
Not a lot of spell damage coming in right now.
Ooh, we're actually just going to hard level to 3. It actually makes sense. We do want to get that even level counter turn early here. So losing the dungeon. Wow, that's the perfect.
That's exactly what you want to see.
There.
Yeah, exactly what you want to see. We already know we have. We already know we had one in the hand. We want to get rid of the other one. That's a dead card right now. So perfect. I mean, man, this is almost a perfect Merlin match here. Like everything has been. Yeah, pre-rec, fireball.
Gonna do that 6 damage now.
Yeah.
You're not level 2. Are we gonna incapacitate this? I wonder. It does give him a good target to incapacitate.
Yeah, and then you can.
That would also put us that. Yeah, exactly. So it's. I think in this situation you probably want to do it just so that you're gonna get the incapacitate back anyway. I guess the risk is you do kind of have to put down more cards. Just put you at risk of maybe having to. Oh, he's just gonna take it.
Ooh,
currently, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage on board already. So maybe we could try and force the Serene. We also have the Ascension as well, so we should have enough to force the Serene here.
Yeah.
At least force the Incapacitate on that Ascension. It is the premier card to remove, or the Incapacitate, because it is Return Sword for cost. But we're actually just gonna Pend first as well. Send probably that Looking Glass back. I mean, I hate to say this, Joy, but I think this game, it's looking kind of like a wash as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing that Luxom can do against combat damage right now. If they release Merlin can respond to the release by just fireballing you or ascensioning you in response. So there's not a lot of stuff. You can only incapacitate one thing, and I already see a fireball, and I already see ascension as well.
Or
This
just
might
swing for
be
4 here.
yeah. I mean
Force something out.
yeah. I think you just swing for 4. There's nothing Luxom can do, right? You can't
Swing for
incapacitate
4.
combat damage.
Release in response.
Right. Fireball.
Plays ascension.
Yeah.
Incapacitate, and then you can fireball after.
Fireball,
I think should be enough cards in hand to do that, but
I think so, yeah. Ascension
this
only costs
is
1, right?
I mean, all I can really say is someone just got more riled up than the other. It's just
Yeah.
this is kind of the feels bad, right? It's just sometimes you're just not luckier than your opponent.
Yeah, sometimes you rile and sometimes you get riled.
We are
This
going
is
to play
what we
this
call a rile
fireball
diff.
now. This is in fact a very big rile diff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably have we're forced to incapacitate
yep.
this, and then we can ascension here, but it will actually not kill. So I think we do have one more turn. Oh, we actually don't have enough cards to play the ascension anyway.
Oh.
But guess what? We don't even have dungeon guide. So what really is the plan at this point?
Yeah. I mean, we can still bring back incapacitate, right? No dungeon guide. We will have one more turn to live, but like not that much. Right? Maybe we draw a dungeon guide here.
That would be fortuitous.
Fire
Nope.
card.
Fire card.
This is actually the absolute worst thing. At least now you are level 2, so you can activate the Blanche at fast speed to stave off some of the damage. But yeah, without dungeon guide, it's a little bit of a hard time, hard game to salvage. We have the non-ephemeral liminal guide coming in for 1 every turn at the very least, right? not doing that much, but
it's the liminal guide that is just sitting there doing nothing versus the liminal guide that drew your opponent a card and came back from grave. It's just
and got a buff counter because you Undying Dreams
and got a buff counter. Yes, it's you versus the liminal guide. They tell you not to worry about, right?
Yeah.
So
that's exactly.
Do we even fire the ascension here? We're actually firing the ascension to force out the incapacitate because we do know that it was added back. But then seems like, are we letting this resolve? I mean, it would be pretty okay. We're actually just gonna let it resolve.
Yeah.
We do not have water, at least. That's the double regal is in our. It's just like, oh, okay. I'm like,
it's a little threatening. we have a lot of Luxom cards in our hand. That's definitely an incapacitate target, right? We have 2
not incapacitating that basically means we don't have anything. There's nothing that stops us combat damage here. But I think Sir just knows like, oh yeah, this is doom from the start. So
this would be 19, 20, 21.
Undying Dreams.
20, 21, 22. Yeah.
Yeah, he just showed up like I got nothing. Yep. This was kind of a disaster on Sir's side. I mean, these are just the kinds of games you're gonna have. Sometimes it's just there's one person who just really high rolls the other.
Yeah.
That's
especially against.
And you just gotta roll with the punches, right?
Yeah. I think especially against a deck that can.
Those things happen.
Yeah, I think especially against like a deck that can like also slow you down, right, by eating your value. Especially when you have some dead draws. It's a little bit rough. This is kind of what we've been seeing recently, right, with the Rile the Abyss package. It doesn't feel a little bit like if you rile, you win. If you don't rile, you lose. Kind of game plan. Obviously, we have some caveats to that, but drawing there's the Spectre package itself is so big that you sometimes draw all of the Spectre package but no rile, right? And in your
yes, you draw the rile and you don't have any Spectres to discard, so it's just like compared to Creative Shock, which obviously not able to get you a +2, but at least Creative Shock is like you could just always use it unless you've released. But it's more versatile compared to the Rile package. We're like, okay, there's like 16 cards in our deck that work with the Ral package. And if we don't draw them together, it's kind of like with Merlin, where it's like, oh, sometimes she would just draw creative with no float, but she'd draw float with no way of like getting it into the grave. So it's just like there's like these separate engines in the deck, and they don't really play well with each other. Kind of I mean, there's enough cards that it should happen, but sometimes you just have games like this where it's like, okay, it just didn't work out. I mean, we did get the Ryle off. We did get a Ryle plus 2, but it's just like when you didn't hit the ideal Ryle +2. You didn't hit Liminal Guide, which gave the Merlin the opportunity to Dungeon Guide the 2 to eat your float, right? So
Yeah.
definitely just a kind of Ryle diff, I guess. If we really want to call it anything, that was definitely a Ryle
Yeah.
diff.
Yeah, I mean, like, you got to Ryle, you got to do the Ryle thing. You pitch to float, which is like not bad, but like your opponent pitched the liminal guide and float, so that's just way better. And then they go to their turn, they create a shock twice, discard 2 float, level up for free, or dungeon guide and eat your float instead. Use that float to get like a drawn blade to then draw a card. I mean, you can't stop that much value, right? Especially as Luxom, you have incapacitates, but like apart from that, what really can you do? There's not that much you can do, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, a bit of a one-sided first game, but hopefully we can get some closer games coming up. I mean, both players did what they had to, right? I mean, I think that's the thing about a lot of these route decks. A lot of times it's like, oh, I mean, you didn't really do anything wrong. It's just that
Yeah.
some person just had more favor today than you did. At least for this one match. We can always bounce back. So definitely hoping Sir gets some better rounds in the coming ones. So we are doing 7 rounds today, 84 players. And I mean, Joyboy, why don't we talk a little bit about what the players are playing for today? We didn't actually get to mention that before the
Yeah,
actual game
that
started.
is true. There's a lot of pricing on the line here. So we have
Yeah, I mean, 2,000 US dollars, I
that's
believe.
so much. Yeah,
That
I mean,
is a lot. And
we only have 84 players, so we don't get the 2K cash, but even that is like just insane to think about, right? Like a regional that hits over 100 attendees has a $2,000 cash prize. That's so close. But even the $1,000 cash prize is really really nice. First place will get $400. Second place will get 200. Third and fourth will get $100, and fifth through eighth will get $50. Uh, that's just so much on top of like you get your regional tokens, you get your event packs, you get your mat, you get your. I don't think you get a binder anymore, right? It's not a binder anymore.
no,
It
the
is
binder
just
got
a token
replaced by
by the
the
tokens, right?
tokens.
Yes. So it's not a binder anymore. Yeah,
I
you get a
mean,
bunch of stuff. There's raffles as well that you get signed up for on just for going. So much stuff you can do here. So many prizes to win.
yeah, so definitely keep tuned on to the stream to see who can claim that 1,000. Well, it's 1,000 across the entire
Yeah.
top player pool, but just stay tuned and you'll see what decks we've got coming up. Hopefully we can find some variety. I know Ryle, it's fun to watch people get riled every now and then, but I'm hoping we can find some interesting decks in these 84 players. I'm sure someone's got something wild cooked
Yeah.
up here.
If we see
Yeah, that's
water CL, me and you will be cheering them on.
Yes, absolutely. If I see Water Mad Hatter, if I see Water CL, if I
Yeah.
see Wind CL, yeah, but that's it for us on that first round. I think there's still gotta be a decent amount of time left in the round because that was a pretty fast one. But stay tuned and we will come back with more Grand Archive for you in the near future. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 2 of the DTR Michigan Regionals. Joined with me for this round is Tyler OnceInluv. How are you doing today?
Hello, good morning. I'm excited for some gameplay. I did sadly miss out on round 1 there, one of my favorite decks of all time, the Serene Luxom Xander. But hoping to see, like you guys, you've talked about how you want to see these water CL decks or interesting things. The deck in my mind that I want to see the most, I know it's a Ryle deck. I know it uses the Ryle engine, but I want to see someone play a Fire Aether Spectre Diana and see if it works.
Mm.
Because there's like
Yeah, I'm kind of
Veiled
surprised
Oracle is
that
like my favorite card in DTR, so I want to see people use that for the fact that it is a Spectre, but also for the glimpse because you can Aether Call and Star Call from it.
very true. I mean, there's a lot of really strong Aether charge cards in Fire that, yeah, I think people have just been kind of like sleeping on. So looking forward to see if we can find that. I feel like that's maybe a deck that's got a lot of refinement needed, which is probably why I haven't seen much of it. Most of the Fire Ranger decks I've seen at least have been mostly just these, Mad Hatter or like kind of old Polcock-ish lists where we just dump distant guys. But yeah, we've got our next round here. Just waiting to see on what these decks are. We've got Audio Medic versus M White.
It's exciting to see. The interesting thing, so I guess while we're waiting for deck list here to talk about the like Aether Diana and stuff, is that we've brought up the concept of like Mad Hatter decks, right? We've seen it a lot in Wind Wake Up, whether it's Lorraine or Guardian for the Rallied Advance combo, but we've also seen it in Polcock. I'm surprised we never see anyone play level 1 Aether Diana for.
Yeah. I remember when I was playing Mad Hatter Fire, I would play Polcock and Diana in case one of them gets vanished. But I think a lot of times you don't even really want to level up to 1. You'd rather just kill them at level 0. But if you're actually trying to play for level 3, then I could totally see that. Like there's a lot of good Ranger Regalia too, especially like Flash Grenade, all the different Aether Wings. You have both the boots, so there's a lot of things you can get if you're actually playing a dedicated Ranger deck that's not just trying to do Ranger Strides shenanigans. See here, both players seems like someone's got an event pack. Raring to open it.
I'll love me some EVPs. I'm really excited for the Sapphire cards this season. I know that Mansion War is probably one of the more wanted ones,
Ooh,
but
yes.
there's a couple really nice cards. Are there anything you're looking for in the Sapphire packs?
Maybe Sonri, Grand Sonri.
What is that? The Umbra one?
The Umbra sword, the 4 damage sword.
Yeah, I agree. Pleiades is nice too, but I find myself rarely ever using it.
Yeah,
Because it
same
doesn't
here.
have spell shred, so I find it really like it's susceptible to old dynamics, right? Versus like Aqua.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's like usually you don't even need it to kill them. So like if everything goes according to plan. Oh, okay. So we've got Looking Glass. Which flavor of Looking Glass deck? Okay, Fragmented Fire. I'm gonna guess this is Merlin. Any other theories on what this could possibly be?
There's a really small chance this is like a Diana. We could see like Umbra Diana playing like fragmented stuff. Because if you're playing the Spectre engine, you can also still play around like fragmented Looking Glass and play for like level 3 aggression. Because if you're gonna double Dungeon Guide with the +2 off of Ryle is really valuable.
Okay, so gonna get our glimpse off here. Could also maybe be Diao Chan. I do know some of them have been playing Fragmented for the extra Fantasia at the start of the game.
If you're playing Diao-chan, what do you get from Looking Glass?
That is the thing. It's like that's what's making me think this is definitely not Diao-chan. Most of these decks are not playing Looking Glass. Looking Glass is an interesting card because its utility in decks outside of Crux is not quite as high, but we do see people playing it anyway. For example, like the CL decks, they're playing it basically like if you're not playing Inert Sword, a lot of these CL decks are just playing Consumption Ring. It's like their only distortion. It's kind of interesting. Oh my god, I think it's a Crux mirror match.
Oh yeah, I see.
So it seems like it's
Okay, so
Ensol.
it's
It's Ensol
Onsol versus
versus.
Merlin.
Yep, I mean that's a classic. Looking
Yep,
at the hand
Onsol.
here, we do have Ryle, we do have Specters,
Double Liminal Guide in hand
and
here, I
yeah.
believe.
Oh, drawing into
Oh,
another
it's a
Ryle.
Dungeon
Okay,
Guide.
so it was
Sorry,
just
it's not a second Liminal.
they are both purple, and they both are guides. So,
True.
and I mean, look at the hand. We've got
Discarding that Ryle is
creative
really
on deck.
valuable, though, right?
Yeah, it's a tough call because I think some people are like, okay, I'm not gonna find more Spectre cards, so I'm just gonna throw the Ryle. But at the same time, if you do, it kind of feels bad when you throw away the Ryle, thinking, oh, I'm not gonna find more Spectre cards, and the next 2 cards you draw are more Spectre cards.
Yeah, so
And
looking at
then
that, it's basically a 50-50 on whether or not you're gonna go with. So you have a Creative Shock in hand, right? If you have a Creative Shock in hand, you might not necessarily need the Ryle the Abyss. And you also might look at your opponent and you'd be like, okay, my opponent is most definitely playing, right? They went first, they could level up, they could dungeon. Do I want to take the risk of having multiple floats or multiple targets in my graveyard?
that is true. And I mean, looking at the hand, he had Cremation Ritual, so he's gonna level up to 1, bring out that Cremation. Oh, is that Falda? Okay, maybe this is Diaoshan.
Wait.
Is this like level 3 Diaoshan?
No. This is Creation's Will, Tony.
Oh yeah, you know what? You are right. This is probably Tadores.
Well,
I mean,
that's
it's
really
gonna
spicy.
it could be, maybe it could be CL. I don't know.
So it is Inert Ring, Consumption Ring, but they're also running Beast Spawn Claws, which is a little bit interesting. That's something we don't normally see from Distortion decks.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone actually pay Beast Spawn Claws in like a tournament deck before. So how would you like break down what this card does?
So Beast Spawn Claws is a Distortion Tamer accessory. It's a Regalia item that says banish Beast Spawn Claws, target animal or beast ally you control gets +2 life and gain stealth until end of turns. As we know, a lot of Distortion items are essentially like an opposite version of their existing one. So Beast Spawn Pause generally gives True Sight and Power. This one gives life, stealth. I'm not really sure what the target for. Maybe Academy Guide?
Yeah. I get it has to be Academy Guide. Is there even any other animal or beast in this deck? I think it's literally just Academy Guide.
Oh, here we go. Creative Shock, pre-rec, pretty good value. Draws into
Drawing
the Liminal
into
and the Ryle.
Okay. This is a pretty riled up game already. And then we have a Cremation Trail on we have a Creation on deck to just get rid of this Liminal Guy. We can swing, kill the Hasty, and then cremate after. It's a pretty good start, if I do say so myself. Drawing into I think that was a Rending Flames? Ooh, yeah, that's a Rending. We have 3 fires in grave already.
Interestingly enough,
There's Yeah, Sword Saint's Vow, especially with Tempered Steel, which is a card I think a lot of these decks have cut because it's like, oh, we don't need more flow. We already put in the Ryle cards. So now that we have Tempered Steel, we have Home, we have Tempered Steel, so we have lots of that kind of like plus durability for that big Sword Saint's turn. I imagine the idea is like we end Soul with the Sword Saint's Vow. We kind of like buff up the Sword Saint's Vow. And we can like swing with it multiple times. And then we also have yeah, I mean we're not even on 4 Ensol. We're only on 3, which definitely tells us that maybe Ensol isn't like the only way we win the game.
So we do see drawing into that Onsol there for Audiomedic. So going into Tenoris here, you would think a lot of the time you'd be like, oh, my allies are protected. You have to keep in mind Flame Sweep does exist. If Audiomedic goes for a second ally here, it's going to be really detrimental to the game plan. Because it's going to allow Audiomedic to level up to 2 next turn, whether it's through a dungeon guide or a natural materialization. They're going to get the liminal guide on enter trigger, or whenever you level up trigger. I always call it an on where you'll be able to draw a card, it becomes ephemeral, and from there, the Flame Sweep killing 2 allies, drawing 2 offsets, and basically makes the level up, which is kind of like really crazy when you think about influence swing in this game.
Yeah, Lorraine, that is kind of the thing that she always had Oh, and especially if Academy Guide is one of the cards that we're gonna hit, that's yeah. I mean, this is the Flame Sweep is in the hand already. I think there might even be more than one possibly. So we also have the Dungeon Guide already. So if we would like to, we can like Dungeon Guide into Flame Sweep if we have one, two. Yeah, I think we have enough influence to do that as well. So or Flame Sweep and then Dungeon Guide right after. So okay, I mean, there's a lot of guides. There's 3 guides in this game already.
Yeah, there's also double Dungeon Guide in hand means that double Dungeon Guide to Crux Knight is possible. I don't think it's worth it because no Fluffy Shopkeep has been used. If Audiomedic had already used a Fluffy Shopkeep this game to banish 2 swords, maybe double Dungeon Guiding and then a Crux or a Flame Sweep would be a little better. But from here, you probably just Flame Sweep on level 2. It's gonna be Flame Sweep for 5 because the level 2 on enter +2 plus the Sword of Seeking.
Yeah, notably, Audiomedic's deck's not playing. It's not playing the. It's not playing Clarence, so no way to get extra swords and banish outside of the Fluffy. So
Yeah, the Clarence section.
not like we can do like.
Here.
Yeah, probably going to be coming in for Vanitas or like the actual effect damage based decks. So we're just gonna go for the level up here. Gonna lose one of these Flame Sweeps and a Rending.
That's okay. We have another Flame Sweep and another Rending in hand. Lots of flexibility here. Gonna get a Row the Abyss, Pre-Recollection, draw into nothing, sadly.
But
Blind
we
Creative
can
Shock,
creative.
though.
I mean, we love.
The
Oh my god.
third DG.
Oh. We also did we miss the Liminal Guide?
Yes. I think it was originally missed. I think both players accepted it's fine. Stream Judge is there, so like the players, can discuss and say like, oh, you missed that, you didn't miss it. It is still the same turn, and it is a mandatory trigger, so it should go on the stack at the time. So it's like you would just draw after the fact versus drawing before the Creative Shock there.
Yeah, they usually want to draw before the Creative Shock just so you have more options and what to discard, but in the end, kind of the same thing. Just gonna level up here to 3. It's a CSR Lorraine Crux Knight coming down. We do have taunt, so if we're gonna want to get through this Academy Guide, we are gonna have to use the Flame Sweep. But I don't think I'd be too mad about it. I mean, you're basically refunding it, and you're getting rid of the ally, and you're doing damage to both champion and clearing the whole board. So I think maybe gonna play out the Pendragon first.
Okay, I thought he was gonna go for the Flame Sweep. I was like, there's no way he Flame Sweeps first here, because he's gonna Flame Sweep for 4 regardless. So Pendragon first into the Flame Sweep just draws you into 5 cards exact.
Yeah, and we already have the Ensoul on deck, so next turn we can just commit that Ensoul and probably just wrap this game up.
So that's Flame Sweep for 4 here. It's gonna clear the Academy Guide, deal 4 to face. +1 from the Flame Sweep's level and class bonus, and then 1 base. 2 from Lorraine, level 2 on enter, is going to draw a card for kill in the Academy Guide. And then on board damage, we have 5 more, pushing M White all the way to 11.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough spot to be in. I mean, I'm not sure really what M White's got. What do you think M White can do to try and like crawl his way back into this game?
It's difficult because from where you're at right now, you're in a place that you don't have a lot of defense, right? I think at most, it's like overpowering defense, but that only really applies when you're attacking. So if you have a guardian unit, you attack, you can negate the card activations on the stack that you don't control. But in terms of defensive options, I don't think that M White actually has anything available to him.
And actually, notably looking at his deck, he's not actually playing Domain. So he's playing Creations, Will to Norse, but not on like Assemble the Ancients and Domain. So I suppose the idea is you play like Ares to create tokens and turn them into swords.
Oh, it's a slash and burn. You play slash and burn, and then you create every time you gather, you turn the herb token into a sword.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the slash and burn there. Actually, yeah. So I remember back when ALC came out, people were thinking, oh, we can play there's that domain that you can make an herb, the market. I can't remember what it's called. Oasis Trading Post. Oasis Trading Post, and use it to make a herb that you turn into a sword. Kind of a meme. Actually, I remember also when Decompose came out in ALC Alter, some people were like, oh, we can get Creations Will like a big guy, like a Geldas or something, and then make a bunch of swords. So interesting to see that someone's like trying to make this kind of strategy work out.
The interesting thing is you don't really need to make that many swords either. So I believe there's 4 fire cards in Graveyard, which means that if M White has the access to like a double slash and burn, This could be double slash and burn, banish. Let's see, gather 1, banish 3 fires, create 4 swords, banish another slash and burn plus 1 more would give you 6 swords. 6 swords is what, 3 times 6?
18.
18 plus the Ares. It's not quite enough. Ares is really nice here. Playing Ares is actually the defensive option. I completely forgot about the Neo Shields. The Neo Shields are fantastic for this. They allow you to either rest and prevent non-combat damage to target Neos you control, or at any point you can redirect combat damage to a shield, which means if you target a shield, you can actually redirect to the other.
So what do you think the materialization is going to be here? We do know that the End Soul is in the deck here. Not sure how the math changes together with these Atmo shields, kind of playing defense a bit.
We just
Flame
play
Sweep.
Dawnblade and draw a card. We love drawing cards.
I mean, we love drawing cards, and especially considering the thing about End Soul, since a lot of the cards in the deck are just swords anyway, that you're going to bring out with End Soul, it doesn't really matter. Just going to keep drawing more cards. There's that Tempered Steel, so maybe if you want to try and do something with that Sword Saint's Vow.
This redirect is really important. So if he redirects the shield, loses the shield, he's going to put 2 more attacks into the shield here because he can't redirect off of a different shield. So this leaves the on-soul kill potential really high. Audiomatic needs to have exactly a Resolute Stand in hand, but does not have it in the main board. So this should be on-soul for lethal here. On-soul will come out. The math is a little different though, because we're not running 7 swords. So we have Votive Runeblade, Karmanon, Erendite, Sword of Seeking, Drawnblade, and Sword Saint's Vow. I think we have enough cards to actually play Tempered Steel on the Sword Saint's Vow. So if we can,
yeah, we have 2 cards. Yep. Oh, yeah, we definitely have enough.
It's like on-soul for 24, 25.
That sounds about right. I mean, we had a fantastic start getting off our Ryle, getting our Liminal Guides engraved, getting Creative Shocks, just finding everything. Also got that.
Yeah,
there it is, Tempered Steel. So for those who don't know how Sword Saint's Vow works, is that when you activate a craft card on it, it does get extra durability, and its power is based on how many durability counters it has. So getting a huge durability buff here, and then we're going to swing in with that Votive Blade to
So whenever you activate
wake up our
anything,
champion.
regardless if it targets, it's going to get the 1. And then when you play Tempered Steel targeting it, it's also going to get an additional 1. So it goes to 4 and then becomes a high power. The Votive combo is so good though. Votive Runeblade saying on attack, you may sacrifice a sword. If you do wake up the attacker, it just means that Lorraine can attack 3 times essentially. Twice with the Votive Runeblade and then once with another like 2+ durability weapon.
Yeah, that was pretty textbook End Soul if I do say so. It's just a bit tough when End Soul gets a great start and they just find everything they need. It's if you don't have exactly Resolute or some way of stopping the End Soul from happening, usually just means you're dead. So on the same side, I mean, same thing with Tenoris really. If they have everything they need, they can just kind of like one shot you. So I'm wondering if maybe M White has got maybe going first can find like a more favorable beginning. So let's talk a little bit about sideboarding here. Like, what do you think might be coming in on Audiomatic side?
So on Audiomatic side, we do see the Resolute Stand. I think the Resolute Stand most likely going to get ignored actually in this setup. I think the Incapacitates are really important though. Incapacitate, like if you see someone playing Creation's Will, you saw the banishment of Slash and Burn, you know what the card will be. You know that he's trying to fill his graveyard with fire cards. You know that Slash and Burn requires fire cards to gather. Gather means swords. You are gathering swords. You're not gathering herbs. You are gathering 3/1 Oral Steel Greatswords as Tenoris Creation's Will. But outside of that, I think Crystallized Destiny is really, really important here. Regal Inquisition might not be worth it directly in this case. It might be like too slow for your game plan because you're playing around Sword Saint's Vow with Rending Flames with this Honed by Fire Tempered Steel combo. So you can find lethal like really quickly if you manage to get lucky.
Yeah, and on M White side, we do have the overpowering defense to stop any defensive plays like that Crystallized Destiny, but we also have the Resolute and the Under Fire to try and kind of survive through a big End Soul turn. Provoke Obstinance probably not coming in. Not really many spells you have to worry about. But
the Under Fire is kind of an interesting one. It's doable because you are playing Guardian, so you have a little bit of a higher life pool. I don't know if I like it as much as just bringing in the Resolutes directly. Overall, the deck is like fairly consistent. I think you can probably just get rid of meltdowns from your deck. You don't really need the meltdowns in this, and you also probably don't need the fiery interference. I don't think that. I mean, you didn't see a Serene Fire, right? Serene Fire OnceInluv is like very specifically that TM32 tech that was being played. Not a lot of people have adapted to that or tried it out yet, so you're probably not too worried about recovery in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, at most it's maybe like a fast cure or something, but most Ensols don't even play fast cure, so definitely think.
Yeah, not anymore. That used to be really popular back in the day, but now that we have a
Yes.
secondary engine
Before
here with
the
Abyss,
Spectre engine has taken up way more space, and of course this list has Tempered Steel, so that the like extra float slots end up getting taken by some of these craft cards instead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
looking at this deck, I have one more thing I want to mention. When people look at OnceInluv, there's a couple of things that are like OnceInluv to me with its material deck space feels the same as when you play Tristan, at least in HBN season. There's generally like 10 or 11 cards that are always exactly the same, and then there's 1 to 2 flex spots. In Tristan, that was generally like the Blinding Orb spot, or if you wanted to play like Lantern. In OnceInluv, I think it's the Spell Receptor. I think Spell Receptor is like the flexible slot between playing Clarent and second Clarent, and then playing like Spell Receptor or Sword Saint's Vow. And some people play like Terrafring or like a Safeguard Amulet. I think Safeguard Amulet kind of overlooked nowadays because Clarent Reimagined exists. But when it comes to the main, like the material deck here, you usually assume that people are playing Clarent and Spellward on the side.
yeah, I mean, that is kind of the tax that playing Ensol puts on you, is that, oh, our entire material deck is just sword, so we don't really get to put in a lot of these utility pieces. So it's usually just one. It was, I think in the past it was usually Tariff or Safeguard. Now it's like, okay, now we gotta put in the Spellword Scepter as a out to incapacitate decks or really anything with negates. But maybe seeing your opponent on a deck like this, probably just take it out and put in Clarent maybe.
Yeah, I agree. I'm always torn between liking Clarent and not liking Clarent. In most cases, like the reason that I like Clarent is because it allows you to banish more cards in a way that allows you to gain damage, right? As well as it is a 3 durability sword, which is something that's like fairly uncommon. So it means that once you've played an OnceInluv, or if you've played like 2 fluffy shopkeepers, that now represents like 15 to 18 damage on the board over 3 turns.
Okay, so audio or M1 here is gonna get a rile off, but it's only a +1 rile, unfortunately. Only mildly riled up here.
Yeah, let's see
Now
if
going on to audio medic.
see if we see the same on the other
Ooh.
side. How riled up can we get?
Ooh, it seems like no rile, but we do have creative at the very least.
Interestingly enough, though,
We
you
do have
could
a lot
draw
of
into a
specters,
Rile
though.
the Abyss here, right?
That is the thing, is like usually drawing one of these like cycle cards means you just draw into more of them. So I would not be surprised if we see a rile found off of this. Actually, putting the Spectre card down. Actually, we have a lot of Spectre cards here.
Okay, so here
Now,
would
what do
you
you
discard the
prefer
Liminal
to
Guide,
throw?
or would you? Oh, I was gonna ask you the same thing.
I
Okay,
would.
I'll go first.
Yeah,
I'll go first then. I always throw the Liminal Guide.
I agree.
I just
Because
think
you
that
want
the
to dig
damage is
deep
so
into your deck,
valuable, right?
and you also get a body. Exactly.
If you're playing
I mean, at
Intermission
this
Ritual, I think it's so valuable to have the body on the board because it just gives you a target to cycle more cards. In most of these decks, you're really just like filtering for whatever your win con is. You're gonna get your engine, you're
Exactly.
gonna go neutral, you're gonna go +1 so often that you really just need to find whatever the kill con is.
And also, if there's like nothing worth protecting in your memory anyways, like do you really need to throw the float? Isn't it better to just see one card deeper in the deck anyway? Ooh, this is a card we haven't seen in a long time. It's a name is escaping me. It's the Guardian
Fire tuned
ally, where you can discard another fire card and he gets +2, +3.
No, so this one's is additional cost. Discard a fire element card. It's class bonus floating memory. It's a 3/1 for 2. So it's kind of like a 3/1 for 3. It's a weird card because it is class bonus floating only. So you can protect it over the turn if you do level up into Tenoris level 1 with the taunt there, but it's like interesting because it's an aggro card and the stat line is in theory good, but discarding a card from hand means you generally want it to floating memory.
Yeah, and in Grand Archive, having cards in hand is so important. So having a card that's just like is a straight like -2 essentially, unless you discard a float, it never really feels that good. CL also has a similar card, the Conflagrant Sentinel, where it's like, oh, she discards. But at least with Sail, it's like, oh, I there's a justification where it's like, I need it for my omens though. So, ooh, I'm gonna use the Undying Dreams. We're gonna get a buffed up Liminal Guide here. Never feels good to see that. It's like, oh man, it's like, if this sticks for more than like 2-3 turns, it's like you've taken so much damage already.
Yeah, Undying Dreams
Just gonna go
targeting an
for a backup.
ephemeral specter is really, really valuable. I really like when people play it on their what is it called? The Wraith Guard, Undying Wraith Guard.
Oh yes.
So like in between its death, so it dies the first time and then it returns ephemeral, and then when someone goes to clear it a second time, you Undying Dreams it to give yourself like a third set of block, basically.
Yeah, Wraithguard has been a card that we've been seeing a lot more of, especially because of deck like Vanitas, where it's like, if you can just stop him from hitting you, you can usually kind of weather the storm. Oh my god, I think we're gonna have a similar thing as last game happened, where potential flame sweep coming in here to get through. I mean, the taunt's already been actually used up because we went to Tenoris in the previous turn. So, but yeah, I mean, I think we all know what's about to happen here. It is the Ensoul special. Lorraine level up to 2.
I
And
love
we're about to
Flame
draw a
Sweep.
bunch of
I love
cards.
draw 2.
I do love killing my opponent's board and then also drawing cards at the same time.
So this was the value of
Draw.
of last turn, right? So sorry, in last game, what happened was we saw right before the Lorraine level 2 turn, we saw a cremation ritual on that hasty messenger. So drawing only 1 there was kind of like a heads up play from M White. I kind of wish we had seen it this game, but I also understand because if you cremation ritual the Fire Tuned Automaton, you get to draw 2 and you get the floating memory and you deny them a card. So like the overall swing value is so much better.
Yeah, and I think, when you play against Ensoul, you kind of got to expect this to happen. So usually it's like you don't really want to commit more guys to the board until after the Lorraine level 2 turn has happened. Now we actually haven't found Dungeon Guide either, so let's just dig a little bit deeper. We haven't found it. So in this situation, would you actually level up to 3 next turn, or would you rather kind of like dig? Because we did put a lot of important cards into our memory there.
So 1 floating memory, I think you just send it level 3. You could go for Grand Crusader's Ring here if you really, really value keeping the double Pendragon. But the chance of you losing both from your memory is actually pretty low, and you only really need 1 to stabilize. Because you're also trying to get to the Onsoul turn, right? Like the Onsoul turn is more important than you repeatedly playing 3 to 4 Pendragons. You really just need to resolve 1 to start the dig and start the pressure of damage on the board.
Yeah, and we actually did draw that Ensoul off of the Flame Sweep here. So we actually, with currently 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 influence, if we level up next turn, we can just play the Ensoul already.
Yep, it's going to be a really, really big turn there. Not quite sure how many cards M White has. I think it was influence of... It looked like influence of 7.
This looks like...
I think it is.
This looks like 7, so...
Oh,
lose an Ares and a Cremation.
Banishing an Ares is interesting to me, because if you banish it in Ares, it means you have another Ares guarantee. But that is like one of the best cards you want to hand when you go to level 3. So if it's banishing Ares, you're probably holding on to like double Resolute.
Oh, there's the second one, and it is an Altar Ares as well. So we're gonna bring out these 2 ammo shields, just get some damage in, get some blockers in. I mean,
Ares is so good. It stops the first Pendragon from coming through for damage. It was also interesting that the Flame Sweep didn't include the Sword of Seeking. So that's like a strong tell that you have a Ghost of Pendragon available to you.
Yeah, is this deck playing... I don't think this deck's not playing Ascensions or anything, I believe. Yes?
No, I think it's just Pendragon Onsoul. I don't
Yeah,
think there's
so...
even... A lot of people have moved to cut the additional cards from their decks for consistency purposes. If they're not running a Glimpse Spirit or a way to like fix their hand, it's so nice to be only running 7, maybe 8 Crux cards. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Wow, that is ordained by heaven here. We find the Dungeon Guide off of that Drawn Blade. We were talking about it. It's like it's a bit risky to sit here without a Dungeon Guide in hand. It's like if we don't
triple Pendragon.
That is okay. Triple Pendragon plus the Ensoul here, and we also have like Crystallized Destinies here. So I think we're sitting pretty safe for the next couple of turns, and an incredible hand here. Ooh, thinking about what to throw away.
I think I'd put down the Reduce to Ash in most cases.
Yeah, I mean, can Reduce even hit? Can it hit the Tony Swords? It can, right? Because they are.
It can, yeah.
Yes.
I guess that's why you're keeping the Reduce. I feel like at this point you just try to high roll them because you also have the Crystallized Destiny in your hand, right? Oh my god. Okay, so it's happening now. So Pendragon number 1 is gonna draw 2. So Pendragon number 1 clears the
Incapacitate.
board. Incap and the Hone by Fire. So now that we have Hone by Fire, we know that the Sword Saints battle line is online, right? It's an available potential line. Also, something to keep in mind here is when you are playing the Amos Ares and you have the shield, a lot of the time right before the shield dies, you want to make sure that you always activate its ability to prevent 2 non-combat damage. It doesn't really matter in this specific matchup, but it could come up once.
Like if they were playing Ascension, it could come up. You might as well do it. It's free.
Pendragon number 2 coming out. I think he's actually afraid of dying this turn. So he's holding on to cards.
Yeah, it's like
he's debating between
the
holding on to the Crystallized
Incapacitate.
Destiny or the Reduced Ash.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I
Thinking
think
both.
Hone is the safe pick here. It's like you have enough cards in hand where next turn you can just play the Hone in main phase anyway. Just do a Rending. We could actually just, instead of going for Ensel, we also could just go for a big, just a regular like Rending Sword Saints Vow turn instead. But we do have to get rid of these Atmos shields first.
So interesting enough here is you can't clear this Atmos series anymore.
Yeah, especially because we used the.
Okay. He took the 1 damage when he could have redirected.
Yeah, I mean, no real reason. I maybe worried about like last card Hasty Messenger or something, but not really much reason I think to redirect there. But I mean, we did get to keep the shield and the Ares, so I think it's very possible that we can kill here. We did bring out Tariff, so maybe thinking next turn will be the one. We do need to worry about double Pendragon though. Oh,
Reduce the
end
Ash
phase
here on the Terrafring
reduce.
is. Oh, okay. So that was an end step. Interesting. I was gonna say that's really risky to do in main phase because if he goes like double slash and burn, you just die. But end phase makes a lot of sense. So reduce to Ash and end phase. Do we have access to Onsol? I don't remember.
Yes, we have an Ensol.
We have an Ensol. So Ensol
So
Pendragon.
we could just go for it.
Ensol Pendragon Honed by Fire. Unless he's holding Resolute, it's lethal. Like 100% lethal. So what you should do here is you should face check first. Send the damage in 1 by 1. Start with the Dungeon Guide, right? You always want to face check the Resolute stand to see what happens. Do we see the ammo?
Yeah, just try and fish. Try and fish for information. Ooh, okay. So we're taking the damage. We're taking it all. I mean, the Guardian health pool, very big, but still.
It's not big enough to live in
Telegraph,
Onsol.
no Resolute. Not big. I mean, there's very few things that are big enough to withstand a big Onsol turn, especially one that has that Sword Saints Vow for the even higher damage ceiling. I'm going to take a little look at the Atmos Shield to see the best way to clear this thing while allowing our Lorraine to get the most damage. So currently, a lot of influence. So we should be able to play a lot of these, especially with the draw of the Drawn Blade.
We have enough for Onsol plus Incapacitate. Because if we don't and we need the Drawn Blade for it, then making sure that you play Resolute here in response to Onsol's activation is going to be really important. Yeah, so I'm going to
we do have enough. We have enough after the Drawn Blade. So yeah, if he wants to stop it now, he's got to bring out that Resolute.
Resolute right now is really important because no access to Incapacitate. Only 4 cards in hand. Under fire.
It's under fire instead.
Interesting.
Now the issue is that we do have a True Sight sword, so I think you might still be dead here.
I think you're dead,
especially with the Hone by Fire. Oh yeah, we do have the Rending Flames. Right? I'm not sure if we kept it in hand. I think we didn't.
He put down
it down. Oh.
Oh, that's interesting. So if he didn't put down the Rending Flames, it's lethal here, right? Because you can sacrifice every sword except for the Sword of Seeking, and come down to 5 swords and banishment, and then you just Rending Flames. Well, you really need one sword broken, right?
Yeah, and we actually I think we
did, and then 1 from the Sword of Seeking.
Did we keep the Hone in hand?
Hone is not in hand, I believe.
Yeah, it seems like, okay. So we put down. It was Tempered Seal. I think it was trying to go for a big Sword Saints Bounty. Oh, we actually did have the Resolute here.
Whoa, Resolute
using
on the
it to keep an Ares alive. That's also a free activation one, so we are not gonna get a draw next turn.
So
thinking about the Incapacitate probably.
What does Resolute the Ares like telegraph to you? I think incapacitating the Resolute here is like super bait.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's not really any reason. You'd rather just keep it in hand and might as well just with only, I think, the 3 cards in influence, no draw next turn. You can basically just hold this and then stop any slash and burn that comes down. So I think we're pretty safe. Next turn, we should be able to take it, but get the swing in anyway. So how many broken swords? That's 3?
Oh, okay. So this is like a tiny misorder. You can actually swing the Votive Runeblade into the dungeon guide, sacrifice the Erendite, and then swing it again, sacrifice itself.
Yeah, clear the
And
board,
then
get
you
some
would
extra
come with
damage in
more
as well.
damage for the Sword of Seeking there. It's like really close. I don't know if it'll matter too much.
Okay, well, if there's anything that'll get us out of this, it is the Chalice of Blood. Now let's see, but I just think with even if it's double slash and burn, it won't be enough through an crystallize and an incapacitate. Well, one of them at least. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Damage, right?
Yeah, 18 damage. Well, technically we already have 2, so
pre-rec could have popped the power cell on the Ares as well, I think, because it's an automaton.
People do forget about that power cell very often. You know, it isn't just turbocharge fodder.
There were like small options that could have led to like a closer game here. The Neos shield or the ammo shield not blocking the 1 damage from the dungeon guide might have been relevant. I guess that's the reason why you didn't pop the power cell, but you could have done a pre-recollection because there's no loss in influence. So pre-recollection, pay 1 power cell, get 2 extra damage here. We're gonna see 3 damage come in from the Ares. Things for 3 because it has 2 shields on field.
Okay, so I mean 5 damage. We just have to get through 2 shields, 1 card in hand. It basically has to be Resolute Stand.
Yeah, in cap too. So I don't think it matters.
Yeah, in cap we also just swing a humongous swing instead with the Rending Flame. So I think it is the second Resolute Stand.
Incapacitate. I think he's just gonna let it through and then rending him over it anyways. Because rending's gonna come in for
have to Ensel first.
I don't even think you need to Onsel. You can just play Rending Flame straight.
Oh, right? Actually, yeah, you're right. I forget that we all have the banished sword. Wait, so is that 6, 7 banished swords? This is just coming in for 10.
You don't even need to banish fire cards. You just Rending Flames for 9, right?
Yeah, I mean, this was that was pretty textbook. This is the power of the Rain Crux Knight, right? Her individual swings just get so high, even before the end soul turn. If you get fluffies, especially if you play Clarent, you can get her to the point where she can just like rending you out of nowhere and kill you even before getting to like an end soul or anything. So there's a lot of threat, especially with the flame sweep too. It's like she can also get through your taunts, get through your intercepts, and still like do like 8 damage to you. Oh, I did see the decompose in there. Yeah, so I think the idea was we're trying to do this big like decompose or slash and burn turn with that Creation's Will. So really interesting deck from MY. I would love to see more people trying to like iterate on this. What do you call it? Like super cool. Herb Tony.
I think the only thing that I would consider over the Volda. So I like Volda a lot. Volda is a great card. It allows you to have level 2+ fast activation, and then on enter, fire element sources you control this turn cannot be prevented, right? But when you're playing Looking Glass already, I feel like Chamber of Reflections is better setup for that, because what you can do is at any point that it's on the field and awake, you can sacrifice it, dig your deck for a Varrock, and just put it on the field. And it's like the same effect, but it's a little more consistent because it doesn't require extra influence.
You could also have like a flex spot where it could be Verk, but it could also be like Gloamspire, especially because you're on fragmented. Yeah, Tea Party as well. Like there's actually a lot of really strong domains that you can bring out. I mean, if you want, you can have like Dawn of Ashes maybe that could like slow down certain decks. So I mean, it also slows your deck down. So probably didn't want that, but there's just a lot of things you can do with Chamber of Reflections. The only problem is that it comes in hindered and you have to be playing Looking Glass, but you're already playing Looking Glass, so definitely some things that you can think about. I don't know, maybe you want to bring out Oasis Trading Post so you can get some extra herbs.
Turn 1 play as well, right? Because if you don't Rile or Creative Shock, you can always just play your Chamber of Reflections out. It doesn't do anything on turn 1 anyways. You can't attack on one, so it's really not that bad.
Yeah, so
but Mad Tea
this
Party
is interesting.
Synergizes so well with Guardians, right? Having the really high life pool just means that you have so much flexibility.
From everything I've seen so far, it's like you should kill the Mad Tea Party. Would you not say?
I have never seen someone kill a Mad Tea. ever. In all of
But the thing is,
all of the Serene
it
balance we've done,
always,
nobody's ever killed him. Nobody's ever even attacked a Mad Tea Party.
and the thing is, it's like it at least from all the games I've seen, it's like, oh, you should have done it though, because they ended up healing more than 6 in the end anyway.
Oh yeah, some of them are really bad too. Like we've seen, I think the really coined one that put Mad Tea Party on a lot of people's radar was there was a game where Edward played against a Fire Xander and he had Mad Tea Party out and he recovered 17 off of the Mad Tea Party, not including other recovery effects or anything else or damage to the Mad Tea Party. It was just 17 allies had entered the field before the game ended.
That is, I mean, you know what? You should have killed the Mad Tea Party. What can I say? Yeah, I mean, Tenoris, there's a lot of potential there. Domain's strong. There's a lot of good domains. Like I think like Chibi, for instance, is a really strong one against some of these like aggro decks that are like focusing on attacks. I mean, even Ensol, actually, would Chibi work on it? I think it says ally, so I think it would not work on Ensol.
Hula was also.
But yeah, there's just sure. You know, there's so many. I think Guandu Theater of War is another one I think no one ever plays, and I really love that card. And before, the problem with it was that, oh, you know, it kind of sucks to have multiple of it, but now you can just play a one of and then just search for it with Chamber of Reflection. So many things with that new DTR card, I think kind of unexplored. There's so many random domains in the game right now that just no one's really playing, especially the ability to access them outside of the element. So if you just want to play like a Shushang maybe not that great because so much float right now, but maybe like, I don't know,
decently well against certain types of decks. So if you're
playing against
really
like the decks
of
that don't play that much float,
the Pony Toss deck, I think Shuchang is actually really good against it because there's not a lot of things that can get played pre-recollection that are valuable because losing that influence is really important.
Yeah, that's very actually. Can Shuchang tax a Vanitas 3?
Yes, because it's activation. Yes, it can.
It isn't. Yeah. So it's like, I mean, they're gonna play the horse first, but they actually wouldn't even be able to pay for it, would they?
I think you'd pay two things separately. You'd pay the two, and the memory cost as well.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
interesting. So instead of playing the horse, you could put the 2 down for it and then banish. Because if you have multiple instances of cost, you can order them. So
yeah, right.
Inert Sword, for example, you can order the way that you pay the cost because they both have to be paid. It's just which one do you want to.
Right.
Talking more about Chamber of Reflections, I was really sad when I read Chamber of Reflections the first time and it said non-advanced element.
Yeah. There's a lot of good ones. Like I really like the Astra one that does 2 damage every time you negate something.
Constellatory Spire with
a
Looking Glass deck would have been like the craziest combo you could play.
Especially because Chamber is already an Astra card to begin with, so maybe you don't even have to play Looking Glass necessarily, or it's like, I guess there's no way to remove it. So I don't know. It's like I think there's obviously the main ones you can't search. EK, most important domain in like a domain focused deck, but there's just a lot of really nice ones, and I think more people gotta look at it. I think maybe I'd love to see someone try and mess around with Prismatic Sanctuary. But I don't know, those decks are really hard to refine because you might just draw all the parts of the deck that are off element and then you can't play anything. So looking forward to seeing what people cook up. And actually I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next set gives us because I imagine they're probably going to put in more domains there. Even if it's not a Guardian set. We gotta get more domains. I'd love to see maybe some like, you think maybe we could get like a Crux domain or something?
You're cooking. You're cooking a little too hard for Merlin.
Merlin, she's
enthusiasts excited hearing those words.
I mean, I've been playing since Doa, so I've been through the Merlin trenches. So I'm kind of glad that she's back. But I'm actually really more excited to see what the new iteration of Merlin's going to look like because I'd love to see a new spin on her. Though, of course, I am a little bit sad that the Rico deck is Merlin and not like Alan or Mordred like everyone keeps begging for.
True.
But yeah, that's it for
domains and stuff. Before we jump to a quick break, one more domain that I thought was interesting that I haven't seen people really play around, and maybe that's just because of how like water is not super strong right now is Chateau de Queue. Because I feel like
Ooh,
it's really
yes.
good against the Seiryu deck because everyone's playing like Windtrotter, repeat Windtrotter, and same with Ponytoss. It seems like it would be like at least an okay domain to play.
That is a siegeable one, yes.
It's a 5 durability siegeable domain, 3 cost. On enter, remove all buff counters from all objects you don't control, and then buff counters cannot be placed on objects you don't.
Yeah, I think that one definitely has. But actually, I mean, another one obviously is like the Exalted Dormition Throne, especially in a deck that can play Reciprocity. It's like, oh, you can just search this, and then you don't have to worry about like its upkeep cost breaking itself for like the next 3 turns. It's just like, oh man, there's just like so many cool things you can do. I mean, even just searching something like a Sanctum or a Palatial Concourse. Domains are good. Another favorite domain of mine is not searchable, unfortunately, is the Windblast Hurricane farm, the one that just makes power cells. It seems like
Hurricane farm is cool.
I think Caben was playing Wind Merlin before with this card, and he was like just trying to like farm power cells and just turbocharge over and over and over again.
I like turbocharge. Turbocharging is pretty fun in that case.
Another one, there's also the wind one, Camelot. The one where if you activate a wind card, you can negate it and then you can suppress. That's another interesting one I think people could look at. I remember, I think back when Razor Gale.
Razor Gale?
Yeah, back when Razor Gale was a thing, people were like trying to cook up like ways to make like funky infinite combos with Camelot. Actually, I think they had to change a rule about negating because of this with 3 visits before they changed all that.
They had to change the ruling of where it goes when you negate a card that changes zones.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, I don't know, there might be something here. So yeah, I mean that's it for the round. Another unfortunately kind of quick one-sided game here, but I think the deck that M White brought was really interesting, and I think you guys need to look more. I want to see someone decompose like a Geldus and get 800 swords on field and just OTK their opponent.
Yeah, would be a lot of interesting things to see. I actually don't know what I want to see. I'm just excited to see the way people play a lot of different decks because there's so much flexibility in how you can play each type of deck. Like even looking at the OnceInluv deck there, choosing not to have Clarent in the main, but also choosing to play like a more consistent deck. No Evercurrent Raiders, plays the Swordcrafts. It's just like it's neat and refreshing to see that people make adjustments instead of just playing. Like I guess instead of just directly net decking everything is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, right. It's great to be able to net deck to like find a template and then trying to like refine it in a direction that suits your style and like suits what you value in the game is a really important part. If you just take someone's deck like card for card and then don't iterate on it at all, then I think you kind of lose a little bit of that like personal expression. And especially for your personal meta games, like maybe where you play, there's like everyone's playing like one deck that's not as common in like the kind of global meta game. That, for example, if you're in a meta with a ton of Seirus, right? Like you gotta plan around that. If you're in a meta that has like a lot of water players, if you're one of the few metas that everyone's just playing water for some reason, you gotta kind of adjust, right? So I think it's really important to be able to like look at the card pool and like find these cards that people aren't playing necessarily, like good cards, but people just aren't playing at this point in time, and then just try and like fine tune, right? Like I know some people say, oh, I'm not a builder. I'm like a refiner, right? So I think I'm that way. I'm not really like much of a deck builder, but I like to take a deck that's already good and then refine it and add like funky things from a bunch of cards that like people probably just never think about because maybe they've never really seen play. But yeah, I mean that's it for this round. 2 out of 7. So we've got another 5 rounds coming in after this. So don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more Grand Archive for you. Stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are here for the DTR Michigan Regionals. We are at the start of round 3. Join with me is Lineage Break Joyboy. Joyboy, how are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. How are you?
I am also doing amazing, and so are the 87 players we have today. So originally this was planned to be a 2K regional with entrance of 100. We do have 87 players, so the pricing is slightly adjusted to that. First place will be 600, second place 300, third and fourth will each be receiving 150, and fifth through eighth 75 each. So this is a 1.5K cash prize pool on top of the additional pricing that's coming anyways. And oh my goodness, Joyboy, your favorite thing is here for round 3.
Oh, no way.
It's very exciting here. So we're gonna be getting the We Are Awesome special. The
This
Guoja
is
into
so sick.
Allen Carps on Coda deck is crazy.
This is so sick. It's playing Mandate of Honor too to combat some of the Ryle package. Oh, and then we have Okay, this is actually gonna be so sick. We have Water Goja into Allen, and then we have Wind Seryu. Man, these decks are so cool. How do you feel about with the Water Goja Allen deck?
So I'm a really big fan of this deck. I think conceptually this deck is really cool. I love the idea of playing Languid Toad Troll and having cards like Carps on Coda alongside Quicksilver Grail and the Clockwork Music Box. Being able to banish the Carps on Coda as it resolves, be able to pay for it to play it again at fast speed. You can basically just double Coda is a really cool combo, right? It's like a fast nuke for 12 essentially. A lot of times you're going to be able to catch people off guard with that when playing these level 3 decks. Only thing that I'm concerned about is that in the Guoja deck, we almost always run at least 2, sometimes 4 Innervate Agility because of the combination and synergy between Guoja Heaven's Favored and any Shenju.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wind Seryu also gets to run the new card Purifying Thurbal, which we know it can be really good against mill decks, right? Because they don't mill at fast speed, so they usually have a decent amount of float sitting in the grave, things like that. They also have access to Censor, which is another card that like shuts off graveyards. Luckily, we don't care as much about float as we do specific cards in grave. So like, a Censor or a Thurbal. Well, Thurbal can actually shut it off, but Censor can't shut off, milling a Languid Toll Troll to then use Caps on Coda, right? You can still do that under Censor. The thing that will be, you know, uh, impactful will be Thurbal, depending on when it's used. If they have like, maybe 6 cards and they can use Thurbal for like 6, that's really kind of punishing.
Yeah, it'll
I
be interesting to see how impactful the Thurbal is in this matchup specifically. So we know that Goja tends to be more of a, or sorry, Seiryu Goja tends to be more of a like turbo focused deck. You really want to be banishing cards out, going to a lower influence to push level 3. You want to banish cards out of your memory to gain those quest counters. But when we look at this Goja Allen deck, where we're playing Fabled Sapphire Fatestone into Genbu, One of the things is that you lose a lot of the effects of Genbu after you level up into Allen, right? So you're
Yeah.
unable to get that pay 3 ability where Genbu gets X life based on water cards in graveyard. Losing that means that Genbu doesn't necessarily have an advantage in this matchup versus Seiryu, right? Normally when we look at Genbu versus Seiryu, Genbu can win out the like one-on-one damage threshold setup because Genbu can just play an infinite life, right?
Yeah.
Where you can just pay 3, get more life, be strong.
Yeah.
Whereas with Seiryu, it's like it's just a 4/12, and you have to put buff counters on it to become stronger.
Yeah, and Seiryu, a lot of the time has to swing, right? It has to attack in order to get that on attack trigger, which will actually win you the game eventually. But Genbu doesn't really have to do that. They usually have to. They can just sit with the taunt, infinitely give it more life, and just kind of sit there with a huge tank on board. But you don't really get to do that now if you're Allen.
It's gonna be a tough one here. So not a bad opener actually. When we're looking at Seiryu here, so we have Baby Green in hand. We also see the Windmill Engineer. Windmill Engineer, fantastic start. So I believe it's a Winds of Destiny there.
Yes, it's Winds of Destiny and Baby Green slide.
Winds of Destiny kind of sick.
I really really like that card, especially if you have once you're level 1 you get the disabled Azurite Fate Stone, and then maybe you get like a Besieging Fate Stone. You get to level up to level whichever level you're gonna go to next, and then essentially for free you get to use Winds of Destiny by resting both of the Fate Stones. You suppress your Besieging Fate Stone, you get to level up again, and now you're level 3 in one turn, really really quick. This is sort of that turbo uh Seiryu deck that you mentioned earlier.
See, and
Lost
Idle
it.
Thoughts, the greatest play for water nowadays.
I can't
Since,
believe people are playing this card again. It's so funny.
it's kind of good when you're playing things like Genbu or like Fabled
Yeah,
Sapphire allows you to it basically forces you to mill the top card, right? So if you
yeah,
set up in a way where you level up with that floating from the Idle Thoughts or the one card that you put down, you go into Genbu, you're able to mill and set up for that first floating. You can combo that with like a Frostborn Paladin, you can combo that with a Rippleback Terrapin. You just have a lot of ways to have one floating available for your on-enter banish to float gain some sort of effect.
yeah. You can also I think my favorite part about this kind of play is that exactly this, right? You lost in thought. I mean, sorry, you idle thought. Sorry. Uh, and you set up the perfect mill, right? You can play Tightstone Vovine, get the on attack trigger, mill 2 cards. You know what those 2 cards are. You set it up that way, and now you have a float and double Seaside Ringleader, and that's just really really strong. But again, like we just said,
Did you say double Seaside Ringleader? So we're gonna see the Thurbal come out.
it
Thurbal's
was.
gonna get rid of double Seaside Ringleader and
It's
the Idle Thoughts. This might be the greatest punish of all time. So
I.
losing both of those is really big. We saw the Rippleback Terrapin in hand. So what would happen is if neither of these would vanish, he'd level up. He would mill another card with the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone, then play the Rippleback Terrapin, banish the floating, and get 2 buff counters for the double activation of the Seaside Ringleaders, or a single one if he only activates one. This essentially is like Purifying Thurbal here is now just like almost a -3.
Oh man, my water player heart is so broken.
The thing is,
I
it's like reasonable though, right? Because
Yeah.
you milled those off the Tidestone Bovine, so it's not like they were cards that came out of hand. So you don't lose as much value. It's just you
Mhm.
lose the potential value that
Yeah.
was in your card.
Yeah. Yeah, like you just said, it makes it so that all the setup that you did is a little bit unfortunate. Uh, that it's gone now, but not completely out of the game. We do level up into Goja 1, revealing the fabled Sapphire Fate Zone. You do get to look at the material deck. Uh, oh, this is Alan. I was like, wait, what card is that? Is that Music
It's
Box?
Alan. Yeah,
Yeah,
Music Box and Alan.
I
Yeah.
totally forgot that this is not. Nice.
Oh,
That's a
so he
good
mills
build.
the
Yeah.
third Seaside Ringleader. All good.
Wait, that means he saw off the idle thoughts. He saw 3 Seaside Ringleaders.
Yeah, and he put all 3 of them on top.
Yeah, surely
Ace.
you do, right? That's so sick.
This is I mean, without that Purified Thurbal, this game would be
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
over. The
Yeah,
value you
because
would gain from all those Seaside Ringleaders is just
yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, especially if you do get to put something like the Rippleback Terrapin, which we are doing now, right? That would be a really, really big Rippleback Terrapin.
Yeah, so it's
Right
gonna
now
get
it's
a
a
second buff counter.
3/6 right now. Oh,
And a young beast
oh,
bonder.
that's so good. I mean, that's a
That
pretty big.
is
That's a pretty big
that's a
turtle.
massive turtle.
Yeah.
That is actually massive. So it's a 4/7 Rippleback Terrapin with Spell Shroud. So it can't
Yeah.
even be targeted by things like Zephyr or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. Definitely a tough one to
Yeah.
get
You
around.
do. You do have the. No, actually, no. Winds of Destiny is also a spell, right?
I believe so. There are not very many.
Yeah.
It is a tamer.
Okay. Yeah. Some of the tamer cards can sneak up and be like melodies and skills and stuff like that. So
One of the interesting cards that I thought would be really good in Seiryu that doesn't get played a lot is Whirlwind Threads. Because a lot of the time you do suppress things,
yeah,
right? With Baby Green Slime, suppressing like a forest cake is really valuable for you a lot of the time.
yeah,
But I guess
and
we're
it
not
is
seeing
just
it here.
a lot of it is a lot of quest counters, right? You get so many if you do that.
Yeah, because you get a quest counter and then you just return it to your memory if something's been suppressed. Okay,
Right.
this is a really important moment here. So We Are Awesome is going to look through Joe Quell's material deck and he's going to see the Windblessed Kite Shield. Now, Windblessed Kite Shield is like a tech option that you can use for your Seiryu. Some people play it in Vanitas as well. What it allows you to do is it gives linked unit vigor.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean this is something that we mentioned in the beginning of the game, right? One of the problems with Seiryu is that a lot of the times you do have to attack, which means that your Seiryu is rested, and now you lose 4/12 taunt, and it itself is vulnerable to just getting killed. Granted, 12 is a lot of damage, but with the Windblast Kite Shield, you do get to wake it up in your end phase, and then you get to hold up the taunt. You get to clear something that's retaliating for, and it makes it really, really. It makes Seiryu stick around a lot more, and clearing Seiryu a lot harder.
Although in this deck, it is kind of difficult for Jokwell to utilize the Windblessed Kite Shield for clearing in the return, right? Like when
Yeah.
you retaliate for 4, it's great, except when the Rippleback Terrapin that's attacking you is a
Yeah.
4/7.
Yeah. That is yeah, you're not gonna clear that big turtle.
Yeah, imagine if he didn't lose both of the other Seaside Ringleaders too.
Yeah.
This would be a because you could actually just play them in main phase at that point. You would just
Yeah,
activate
yeah.
both in main phase and then go Rippleback Terrapin. My
Yeah.
Rippleback Terrapin comes in. It's now
It's a
like a
5. It's a
6/9.
6/9.
It's
Yeah, it's bigger than
stat lines we've
Genbu.
never seen before in this game.
Yeah, it's like this is bigger than Genbu at that point. This smaller turtle is bigger than Genbu.
Yep. And Joe Quell realizes that too, right? He
Yeah.
understands that he's not gonna be able to deal with that Rippleback Terrapin until much later in the game, where he can use the Seiryu, the Azure Dragon to like protect his board. So he's just gonna send that Ace of Protector to face. Gonna see damage here is 1/5. Is gonna banish an end step on that Azurite Fatestone trigger.
Yep. This will give a quest counter, which is crucial to flip over the Azure Fatestone into Seiryu, like we said. Um, what do you think? What do you think is the next materialization? This is interesting. This is my first time seeing the Water Allen list, so I wonder what the materializations look like. Do you want to get to Allen as soon as possible? Do you want
No,
to
you
just
play
stay
Mirror
here
him.
and Oh, no mirror.
Yeah, so you've seen
Ooh.
the Windmill Engineer come out twice, right?
Yeah.
Because of the Ace Protector. If
Yeah.
you want to shut off value, you go Mirror. If you don't want to shut off value and you want to kill this guy, you go Music Box. And he goes
Yeah.
Music Box and Mill's a
I
Languid
think.
Toad Troll. So it's like
Oh,
the actually
wait
the
a
perfect
minute.
combination.
This gonna be a lot of damage. And this would be like
So
12 if you have Caps on Coda plus the
yeah,
turtle.
Carps on Coda now with the Clockwork Music Box represents 12 damage on next turn. Right? So
And
Clockwork Music Box allows you to
yeah.
banish a Harmony or Melody card as it resolves.
Mhm.
Kind of neat. So if you activate it from hand and then it resolves, you can banish it underneath the Music Box. Because
Yeah.
Music Box comes in hindered, it means you can't use it on the same turn, but next turn you would be able to pay the cost for the Harmony or Melody that was banished underneath it and activate it again.
Yeah, and with Caps on Coda, which is fast speed, you can do it at the end phase. That way you get to go to your turn immediately and bring out that or awake or wake up
Oh, that's
the
interesting.
Ocean's Blessing. Oh,
So Ocean's
interesting.
Blessing is an old card from FTC. It says ally link. Linked ally gets +1 life and has taunt. And it also has floating memory. So the synergy here is really nice for a couple of reasons. One, having a 1/1 that is now a 1/2 with taunt is great, right? He can't clear it with a windmill engineer, has to use something else to clear it. The additional
Yeah.
value to this, when it dies, he's going to be gaining 2 floating, which allows him to level up into Alan for free, and he's going to use the level 2 Alan on enter trigger to dig for a Carpson Coda to use the music box.
Right. Yeah, and also, one of the things that you might be wondering, why not put the Ocean's Blessing on the Rippleback Terrapin? So Ocean's Blessing is a spell, and Ally Link does target. So I believe you cannot put the Ocean's Blessing on the big turtle.
That's
'cause it
correct. It's
has
also
Spell
rested, so
Shroud.
it wouldn't have taunt.
Right, correct.
But yeah, bringing up Spell Shroud always important. There's a lot of time that Rippleback Terrapin gets missed, especially when you're using your spells that are beneficial to you. I think a lot of people forget that Spell Shroud is important. So
Correct,
a really common one was during Ascent Utrecht, after Ascent Utrecht, after the Water Merlin deck got revealed, was playing Coriolis Ward targeting your champion while the Incarnate Majesty was out. You actually can't do that.
Yeah, you'd have to cast it on the Incarnate Majesty itself, right? Or the Majestic
Majestic
Spirit
Spirit
itself.
would need to be your target.
Yeah.
Oh, Dream Fairy. Okay, Dream
Ooh.
Fairy is the way to get around this.
This is a
a
good
possibility.
response.
No Stifling Trap, sadly. There are fast interactions that We Are Awesome has. Things like Glacial Evocation, but that doesn't stop the on-enter trigger from going off, sadly.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a little unfortunate. That was a big turtle. I just realized because I just totally remembered. Because we are tamer, we can also use Song of Frost for the alternative cost of banishing a float card. That's also really good. That can be pretty influential here when you have something like Seiryu that has on-attack triggers.
This is about to be a 3/5 Dream Fairy. Okay, so interestingly enough, if he had a Glacial Evocation, in response, killing the Dream Fairy here would be super valuable.
Yeah.
Or 2/4, right? It's not a or it's a 3.
It's a 3/4. Yep.
Yeah, Dream Fairy's a 1/2.
Yeah. 3/4 with stealth, kind of hard to remove. That's pretty good.
I mean, this is a throwback to last game where we talked about, the other domains that could be valuable. Chateau de Queue would be really good in this matchup.
Yeah.
Removing all the buff counters.
Yeah.
Because you can still get your own buff counters, right? So like your Rippleback Terrapin, your Frostborn Paladin still gain value in that regard.
Yeah. You can be like, hey, your buff counters no more. That would be pretty good. I wonder if we level up into Alan now. I personally feel like we want to mill a little bit more, not like super pressured. We do only have 19 life right now, and Alan only has 22. But I think we're a little bit okay with taking our, especially if we bring out something like a Terraframe like that. But we'll see if we want to level up into Alan here. We do have the Languin Totro, so getting that Capstone Coda would be pretty good right now. I don't think it would kill, but
could be smoke bombs. Yeah, it is smoke bombs.
Yeah.
So smoke bombs under the Quicksilver Grail is like a pretty classic tech. What this allows you to do is that you can have a controlled banishment for your smoke bombs, but it also allows you to protect an ally on your board.
Oh.
So there's a second Languid Totro milled there.
Yeah.
And a Resolute Stand off of Joe Quell's side.
See the glacial evocation a little bit too late here because the Dream Fairy is now too big.
Frostborn Paladin.
Classic.
Kind of good.
Yeah, classic card. Super good card. Oh, so I believe that I think that's a Carpson. Yeah, that's a Carpson Coda.
Okay, so now we're essentially holding, as long as we're holding 5 cards, we're essentially holding 12 damage at any point.
12 damage. Yeah. So we have 12 damage. We have 3 from the thing, so that's 18 damage. We're at 22. That's really, really close.
Wait, so it's a 3 from Paladin puts him at 4 plus 18.
Yeah.
22 is exactly lethal.
Yeah.
But he would need so much. Ooh, Blanche. Huh.
Interesting.
I guess playing the Blanche strictly to take out the Brisk Windtrotter here. Interesting.
Yeah, this is a little interesting. This does mean that anytime a unit controlled by We Are Awesome will gain or will prevent damage equal to the number of, or non-combat damage specifically, equal to the number of cards in memory, which right now is quite a bit.
It's
We are
5. 3 for Frostborn Paladin, 2 for Blanche. Should be fine.
Yeah.
Maybe this Blanche is actually just a bait. So if Blanche is bait for an attack, you can smoke bombs.
in
So you
response.
Quicksilver
Yeah.
Grail, you banish the Quicksilver Grail, reveal the smoke bombs, pay the cost for smoke bombs, then
Mm-hmm.
use it to target your Blanche. It'll keep your Blanche alive, and it also lets you draw a card.
Yeah. And it prevents you from any stray.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's
Okay.
that's-
This is really good because. Oh, actually,
if he has a Song
Yeah.
of Frost in his hand still, he does
He
have one floating
has-
memory available to him.
yeah.
So
This is when you would do it.
He would still get all the on attack triggers though.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, no, because if he Song of Frost in response to the on attack trigger,
Yeah, I
would
believe
just
it
end
ends
combat, right?
the combat phase. Yeah. Okay. So bringing out the smoke bombs.
I don't know. Okay, so if he does this and banishes the Ocean's Blessing, he's gonna draw the card and then play the Song of Frost from hand instead of using alternate cost.
Oh yeah. It's Carpson Coda, and then is it Song of Frost? Do we know it's Song of Frost?
I don't know if he has it
Yeah,
in
it
his
is, it
hand,
is.
but he
Yeah, he does.
has one for sure.
Yeah, he has in his hand. I believe his hand is Carpson Coda and Song of Frost. We're still thinking here, do we give stealth to our Frostborn Paladin or our Blanche? Because we do
I
have
think it's
the
Blanche
Song
because
of
Blanche is
Frost.
probably the one being attacked here. If, however, a Zephyr comes out after the targeting of the smoke bombs, it would deny.
Ooh.
Oh, so he's not gonna be able to draw.
Yeah,
off
this
that.
also denies the draw, yeah.
That's really punishing. Okay,
Wow.
so the punishment of that is specifically that he can no longer stop the Seryu's attack and stop the triple on attack trigger because of
Yeah.
Seryu's command.
Yeah, we also use the float to bring out the smoke bomb, so now we don't have the alternative cost of banishing a float in order to use the thing. And then now we also have a arcane blast, which
He's
we
dead.
would have prevented damage from.
So he's gonna go generate an arcane blast, empower twice,
Yeah.
double empower. Even without the harness lightning, the double empower is more than enough.
Yes.
But with the harness lightning in there, you can play the arcane blast for free due to the efficiency.
Yeah. That was a little unfortunate. I think that was a turn where you could have survived if you used the float to prevent the on attacks from Seryu with the alternative cost for the Song of Frost. Again, having the Stifling Trap on the Blanche so that you don't draw the extra card is also really, really well played. This is super fun, actually. This is a super cool matchup.
It's just
What
a
do you
lot of
think?
intricate timings that are involved
Yeah.
with these things, right? So like if you wanted to play smoke bombs to grab a card there, you needed to do it earlier on when your opponent didn't have any cards. The real answer is just banish a card out of your memory, right? There's nothing in your memory that is so valuable you can't give up to give yourself a guaranteed Song of Frost, knowing your opponent has already played a Seryu's command, right? It would be different if he was holding the Seryu's command and hadn't played it yet.
Yeah.
But because he played it pre-recollection, you knew that he had the availability to say Seryu swings one or Seryu swings, banish an
Yeah.
arcane blast. I have two different arcane cards in banishment now, right? So you have one from the arcane blast and one from the harness lightning that was banished earlier. And then from there you just empower twice, where your empower is going to be empower X+2. So you're gonna empower 4, empower 8, and then you're level 3, so you just play the arcane blast for free for 11.
Yeah.
So it's like 15 damage in hand immediately.
Yeah, I do think the biggest threat there was Seryu actually attacking so that it does get the on attack triggers. I think if anything was going to be interacted with, it should have been that that swing from Seryu with the Song of Frost to prevent all of that value and to live essentially, right? It ended up costing you the first game. Going into sideboards here. This is such an interesting sideboard. So we have from the Goja Allen, we have Beastmon Boots, Beastmon Ears, Orb of Sealing. this is interesting.
Orb of Sealing's for the ablation decks. People who are still
Right.
playing Advent CL.
And it also kind of helps against this deck a little, right? If you bring it out and you start turning
It's
over
pretty
the
cheeky, but you
arcane
can do it,
cards.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's a
That
little
would be
cheeky.
yeah. How good, whether it's
I
good
think
or
you can
not
still
is like
activate the arcane
interesting.
blasts though, even if they're face down.
Can you
Because
really?
when you banish them, you know what it is. Well, because you can do the same thing with 3 visits. If you Orb of Sealing a 3 visits, you as the player know what that card is,
Yeah.
and activating it from banishment is a legal activation of the card. So even though it's face down with a seal counter over it, I'm pretty sure you can still activate it. So you can do
Yeah.
it to the Harness Lightnings and you can do it to the Series commands, but I don't think you can. Okay,
Yeah.
you can do it because it
You
stops
can
the
do it to
empower. You cannot do it because it stops them from being able to play the card.
right. You would essentially be doing it so that the empower doesn't empower for as much, right? You shut off
Mm-hmm.
some of the things. How good it is we'll see, but I don't necessarily think it's amazing. We do have the from the Seiryu side, we do have Regal Inquisition, which could be pretty good, right? We have a pretty clear plan from Alan, which is that caps on Coda. Getting rid of those would be really nice. We do have Veiling Breeze, which is always a good card to bring in whenever you're playing Wind, right? Overall, maybe Safeguard Amulet to prevent the non-combat damage from Carps on Coda. There's a couple things we can do. We'll see what I love. I love playing Forest Caking Water decks. It's so good. It lets you draw a card, and then later on, if you don't want to use the buff counter, you can fracturize it to have a reservable fractal. I think it's really good.
Seaside Ringleader on the field with that Force Cake. It's like a pretty okay start. Seaside Ringleader is kind of always a good ally to play out. If your
Yeah.
opponent kills it, you get value out of it one way or another. If they don't kill it, you can swing 2 every single turn.
Yeah. It's also a really good Primordial Ritual target if you do have that card available to you, which is
I don't think
pretty
there's
nice.
room for Primordial Ritual in this deck because a lot of the time you're really trying to find a lot of allies when you're playing this Allen setup. We're gonna see Yako's Command goes away. Yako's Command is another really interesting card we see in Seiryu. So this allows you to gain it's wake up, or is it what, a buff counter? Wake up if you're a Shenju, or is it the other way around?
Yeah, it's well, actually, that's a good question. I believe it's give it a buff counter if it's a Shenju Wake It.
Yeah. So a lot of people will play Byaku's Command before damage after the on attack trigger is resolved for Seiryu.
Yeah, so
Allows
it
you
is.
to
It is
gain 1
a
extra
buff counter.
damage.
It is buff counter if it's a Shenju Wake It. Oh, this is so good. We have the perfect setup for the Winds of Destiny line. So we could rest those two Fate Stones, suppress our Beseeching Fate Stone. When it comes back, we level up again, or we materialize maybe like a sensor. That could also be really good. Prevent some of the float. There's a couple options you could do, but leveling to 3 really, really quickly is kind of what Seiryu wants to do. See a
I like this
Tidestone
opener a
Bova in
lot
here.
more. I really like
Yeah.
respecting your opponent and playing the Nullifying Mirror. You do not want them to go neutral repeatedly. So if they're going to play Windmill into Ace Protector, they don't get the +1 off of it.
Yeah, I really like that. I was playing against Razor Gale, and they would Expeditious Opening during my turn and then play out a Windmill Engineer, and I a lot of times had to response by using Mirror so that I could deny the card draw from the Windmill Engineer.
I believe that was another Seaside Ringleader milled off of that Tidestone Bovine. So
I think the
next
other
turn
one
value.
is Fervent Beastmaster, if I'm not mistaken.
Fervent Beastmaster. So it's a 5 cost 3/3 with class bonus Vigor. I believe if you control an animal or beast, you get +1/+1. It's kind of interesting. I guess it's like a decent turn 1 play because it's a strong Vigor ally.
Yeah.
Oh, but you could also attach the Ocean's Blessing to it, which would be pretty good.
Oh yeah, that would be actually really good. Yeah, 'cause it
And
has taunt and then it
it'd be a
has vigor as well.
4/5 with taunt.
Yeah, it does cost 5, so it's a little expensive, but
That's like the whole concept of the turn one plays, though, right? Like when you look at
yeah,
cards like Languid Totrol is
yeah, yeah,
actually like totally a good turn one play.
yeah.
Aquaficer, Sentinel. There's like
Sessional,
a
I think.
couple, yeah. I don't Seneschal. I can't remember
Yeah,
what it's
Seneschal, I
called. It's
think.
got a weird name.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean these like big sort of expensive turn one plays, it's something like a languid toll troll. It either eats up 6 damage or it goes to your turn, wakes up, now it's a 0/6 taunt, right?
Yeah,
If
as
he
long
was
as
to
it
level
has
up.
some sort of value, right? Like when we look at Beseeching
Yeah.
Fatestone, it's like on enter, you may realize a card.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cost 6, but I mean the value of it's still good overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beseech the Winds in hand. So we got a little bit of a strange hand here. So not a lot of things we want to. Oh, actually, no, we don't have a strange hand. We have Force Cake into Baby Green Slime. So like we have super standard
Oh,
turn.
that's actually yeah.
You can in your opponent's end of main phase, or yeah, in end of main phase, you could probably put 2 down and then Baby Green Slime your Force Cake if you wanted to.
Mhm.
That way it comes back immediately and then you can level up. It would
Yeah.
also
Do
give you
you have
exactly
any?
3 cards in memory too to level up if you banish one
Oh,
from the
cool.
Azure Fates on this turn.
Mhm. Looks like we're just playing out the okay,
Oh, interesting. The
targeting the
Beseeching
beseeching fate
Fatestone.
stone means we are going to materialize something, maybe the level 3, maybe something like sensor. We do have a seaside ringleader, which does is turned off by sensor.
Oh,
Oh,
he's fracturizing it. Okay.
holy.
So fracturizing it is interesting. My favorite is when people fracturize it in response to the transformation. But in this
Oh,
case, it is just a fractal. It is just
yeah.
a fractal with reservable. That is it's kind of funny actually. That I wasn't expecting a fracturize to come out in response to that. I think it's okay. So we're gonna see
Yeah.
the forest cake sacrifice, and this is gonna become a 2/2 baby green slime. End step trigger, we can still banish. We will have 3 cards in memory available to level up to 3 if we want. So we get the banishment here, go to 4 quest counters. If we banish 3, we will go to 7. And then on enter for Heaven's Favored, go to 10.
Yeah.
Gojo's still on the path.
Yeah, we'll we're gonna level up here. Going to Goja, bring out that Gambu or that fabled Sapphire Fate Stone. Let's see, I don't think anything has changed in material deck. Yeah. I
It
think
doesn't look like
it's
any
still the
changes
same.
here. So I guess Joe Quell's looking at this and says, okay, so Mirror's out. I don't have a way to play these 2 Windmill Engineers I have, and the 3rd Windmill Engineer gets milled. So instead of holding on to these and trying to gain value, like accrue value over the game, I'm just gonna put them down, banish Turbo to 3, and just start pumping out Arcane.
Yeah.
Right? Because at this point, We Are Awesome is not representing a significant amount of damage on the field or even
Mhm.
per turn. So what Joe Quell's able to do is just play around the fact that he can't kill the Seiryu yet. And even if he can, he may just be able to get enough Arcane Blasts in banishment early enough that he can just play 1 or 2 every other turn and find lethal that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we have a Serious command right now, but even something like a Byakos command would be really, really okay. I love this card. I actually really, really like this card. Thronekeeper Bullfrog. It comes in. Did it come above counter? I don't think so. I wonder if the dice is notified. Okay, so going into Goja level 3 here. Like we said, this gives them 10 quest counters. You could flip over the Seiryu right now, and start coming in for 4 damage, generating those arcane blasts so that we can.
Ooh, Forest Cake, YOLO. So he's gonna use the reservable fractal, play the Forest Cake out, and hold on
Oh,
to the
that's
Resolute Stand on the very small chance that
yeah,
We Are Awesome is able to actually find lethal against the Seiryu.
yeah,
It's like not bad. Not bad. The only downside is if you do flip an attack, so he passed turn, but if you did flip an attack here and you wanted to use the Resolute on your Seiryu, you would have to alternate cost it, and if it gets banished, you still suffer the alternate cost because part of the cost.
Yeah. We'll
But
see
he's
if
going to
we
keep it as an
decide to.
Azurite Fatestone. He
Yeah.
wants that end step banish trigger. It allows him to basically cycle out all the cards that suck, right? It's like, do I
Yeah.
want a better hand or do I want like 4 damage and an Arcane Blast and Banishment? In this case, a better hand kind of important. Song of Frost milled there from We Are Awesome. He's going to play another Seaside Ringleader activation.
Did he draw another Song of Frost, I think?
And maybe. I actually didn't see that, but...
I feel like I caught a glance of it, but...
Oh,
it is, yeah.
kind of big. I believe he drew a Geldis, too. So Geldis would come in as a 6/9.
That's pretty huge. Okay. Well, it seems we put down Geldis. Do we have... The glare is a little bit making it a little bit hard to see, but do we have a Capsong Coda target right now? Do we have a Languid Toll Troll or something like that?
I think there is one that was early on. Apologies for the minor earthquake. Camera be shaking sometimes when players lean a little too far forward, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a very shaky leg. Sometimes I shake the table or something if my leg is like rubbing up against it. Okay, so we do have the Seiryu out with taunt, so not gonna be able to do a whole ton against this Goja. Yeah, it seems like we're just passing here. It's kind of hard to get rid of Seiryu right now. I don't really know if we have an answer. We do have a taunt, so that's also pretty good. We can stave off a little bit of damage. Seiryu's on attack trigger will still go off, so we will still be able to generate an Arcane Blast or Empower, depending on what you want. Incandescent Reliquary, yeah. I mean, this is like the perfect answer. We want to get that influence back. We're gonna use a Prereq, Fairy Whispers, right? We need to dig for those cards. We know we're gonna draw 2 cards, right? So we can set it up so that we draw. Oh my god!
Oh, that's kind of a beast hand.
Holy!
Wait, what happened?
Wait.
The only problem is he can't keep any of it.
Yeah.
Off of a Fairy Whisperer. So you have to decide. I think you keep only the... Oh man, I want to say you only keep the Seiryu's command. I think you just keep... If you're going to keep more than one, you keep one harness instead of both. I don't think keeping both harnesses makes sense.
No,
He's going to bottom them all.
Oh.
And he reveals the dungeon guide. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. That's a
so
tough
he'll
one.
dial the dungeon guide. Recollect, we'll draw again. Maybe we are saved, but I don't. So is this? Oh, is that? No, that's an innervate. Yeah. So we drew another forest cake. We still digging a little bit more. We're not being super threatened right now. So while it is unfortunate to miss on Fairy Whispers, we're not totally under a bunch of threats. So we are kind of okay with this. We'll sing into the wait a minute.
I don't think that kills the frog.
Is it
I'm pretty sure it's
counter?
a 1/5, I think, right now.
It is a 1. Okay. It is a 1.
Because the Seaside Ringleader activation gave it the effects. So
Okay.
It's just big enough.
Yeah.
He's just strong enough. He's a big boy.
Yeah. He's just strong enough to survive.
Not quite as big as a dragon, but he's a big boy.
Yeah. We know we don't die. We hold our ground. That's a Throne Keeper bull. He's a gentleman. We do get to generate.
I know what happened, but that was a tragic Fairy Whisper. That is like so crazy to see.
Yeah. Do you think you? I guess with hindsight, obviously we saw the dungeon guide, unfortunately, but do you think the answer was to keep at least one of the arcane cards and just make sure you draw into it?
I don't know, because the problem is if you leave all 3 on top, that's an indication where your opponent goes, okay, Tidestone Bovine on attack trigger mill you 2, and then you mill 1 from the Sapphire Fatestone.
Yeah.
So honestly, probably not. You like bottoming them all kind of makes sense here.
Yeah.
Carps on Coda Mill, Brackish,
okay.
or not a Brackish, sorry, Young Beast Bonder.
Young Beast Bonder. We're at 4 quest counters. Maybe we flip a Gembu this turn or this game.
Do we have Innervate Agility in hand? Innervate Agility.
We do. Yeah.
Pretty big.
Yeah,
I don't think We Are Awesome has like a Frostbinder in his hand, right?
I don't think so. I don't.
The ally beatdown game of Alan is going kind of
Okay,
crazy,
okay.
even though we haven't gone into Alan yet.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Seiryu, this would be a great time to bring out the Windblast Kite Shield because Seiryu, having Vigor right now would be kind of huge. It would prevent a lot of damage. It would also get to retaliate and clear the board for a lot of damage whenever, it would clear the Frostborn Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
It's things like that. I think there isn't really that many things we want to material.
So there's two things to keep in mind here. If you're Joe Quell, the biggest thing to keep in mind is your opponent. Your opponent plays Song of Frost. So
Yeah.
if you want to innervate agility, you may need to
Mhm.
do it in their recollection so that they
Yeah.
can't Song of Frost it. However, they do have access to things like Frostbind. So you have to be careful of your timings when you want to do things. Because if you get Frostbound on your innervate
Oh, he's gonna
agility,
do
you're
it?
probably gonna die. Right? If you get Song of Frosted in response to your innervate agility, you're also
Yeah.
probably going to die.
Yeah.
Right. But then on the other side, when you're Joe Quell, like you got pumped for 15 damage to face by a pre-recollection
Yeah.
series command, right? So you have to play in a way that you play around the fact that you can unironically get one shot.
Yeah.
Right. All it takes is like pre-rec series command, and if he goes Brisk Windtrotter, 2 buff counters, that's 3 more damage. And then he can go double Forest Cake on it too, right?
Okay. I believe this is a prereq or main phase?
He's gonna baby Green Slime one of the Force Case. I
It's
was
a
interested to
prereq
see if he would baby Green Slime the Quicksilver Grail to force show what's underneath, because I think it's a safeguard enemy.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. I think we are awesome also thought a little bit about fracturizing the
Oh, I guess it's
shield.
boots. I forgot we're in game 2. Game 2 he has cited in
Oh,
the boots, right?
yeah, boots
So boots just gives him outright spell shroud.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of a lot of animals on board. So we do get to actually use the thing. We're getting a arcane count. I believe it's just the arcane blast that we generated so far.
I
I
don't
don't
think we
think
saw
we
any other.
have.
So we saw 1 series command and 2 harness lightnings on the bottom, playing
Mhm.
3 and 4 total, so 7. So there are more potential ones coming through. It's a risk. Taking out the Frostborn Paladin here, kind of big. It's interesting that he attacked with the Thronekeeper Bullfrog. Oh, Song of Frost? Okay, so
Oh,
alternate
banishing
activation Song of Frost, allowing you to put it underneath the music box is crazy. Because
yeah,
now you show your opponent, hey, I can Song of Frost you whenever I want.
anytime, yeah.
And he has another floating memory available to him with that Tidestone Bovine, so he can actually play it literally whenever he wants.
Oh,
Ooh,
okay, yeah,
Fracturize on
yeah.
the Kite Shield.
He was thinking about this prereq as well when he actually materialized the shield and he went to recollect. It looked like he wanted to fracturize it, but I think he just waited into the end phase so that Seiryu doesn't actually wake up.
Well, so he's doing it in end of main phase. Because it
Oh,
has to
okay.
be
Yeah. Yeah, it
before the
has to
trigger
be,
goes on
yeah.
the stack.
Yeah.
So activation of this is interesting. If he has a Zephyr, he could technically Zephyr the shield.
Mhm.
But it would be a -1 just to keep the shield.
Yeah.
However, I
Or
think this represents lethal on board if it is not dealt with, unless Joe Quell has a Resolute, which we know, as the viewers and the casters, but I don't think we are awesome knows because I don't think
Mhm.
it's shown or in any way. So let's see, loses the Kite Shield. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 damage on field. Carps on
Yeah.
Coda comes in for 12. So that would put us
Yeah.
to 30, 28
Oh.
or 32.
Oh, okay. Winds of Destiny. Oh, the besieging face zone is factorized. I was like, wait, you can't do that because
Yeah,
I
it's not
totally
two
forgot.
fates.
Yeah,
No,
it is a fractal.
it's a Cleric Fantasia
Yeah,
with
yeah.
reservable.
Okay, so we do
Force
have the
Cake
resolution.
re-enters, so we'll draw.
We did put the innovate agility down.
Yeah, he has no way to
Into
play it, so
memory.
it doesn't really
So
matter. He's scared of Music Box, trying to understand how it works. I would also be really scared of Music Box on this turn, because even though Resolute comes out, if you let 1 damage go through, Carps on Coda is lethal.
yeah, I mean, this is like it's also like we're playing against a water deck, right? So having actually, can you Frostbind an alternate cost Resolute Send? Sure, you can, surely, right?
You can.
So yeah,
They
I
have to
mean,
pay
even
two.
if you do actually
Oh, he's going Alan. He's digging for Carpson Coda here. Okay,
whoa,
so he levels up to 2. Alan on enter trigger allows you to glimpse, I believe, the top 3, and then you can reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a harmony or melody, put it into your hand.
oh, he found it.
Oh, Song of Frost. Okay, Song of Frost not bad either. He still adds that to hand. He
Interesting.
needs the Carpson Coda though, so if he
Didn't we?
finds a Carpson Coda, it just needs 1 damage.
I thought he saw a Carpson Coda. Did he bottom a Carpson Coda?
Yeah, maybe. Not sure. Okay, so he takes the 2 here. Thronekeeper full. Does he have a Languid Toadstool? That was the question. 3.
Think so.
So
2 more?
now Carpson Coda is lethal. Like single Carpson Coda is lethal. I don't think he has it, otherwise he would have played it already. So
Yeah.
if he
What's
bottomed
the-
it, that means he doesn't have a Languid Toadstool in graveyard.
Okay.
So there's the Carpson Coda. It's coming
Yeah, I
in for
believe it's
4 because
4.
of the Thronekeeper.
Yeah. And then
And then
we
he's gonna
activate it
pay
again.
2 and activate it again.
Yeah, with the music box.
Yep. Pretty good one.
Yep.
That's a pretty good one.
That's
Carpson
kind
Coda
of
comes in
sick.
again.
This deck is actually kind of sick. Maybe I play this deck.
I've been watching We Are Awesome play this deck on Yetis
Yeah.
every single week for the last like 3 or 4 weeks. And to see him finally take like a strong setting game here is really nice. Especially against a deck where I think in general this deck has a pretty strong advantage against this Carpson Coda setup. Because it's really this deck wants you to stay on Goja for really long periods. You want to get Genbu out because the value of having the animal or beast that's really strong, that's also a taunt, is so impactful in your gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that music box was actually pretty good. We didn't use Thurbal this time. Last game it was so big. We got rid of 3 or like a float and 2 Seaside Ringleaders, which is like massive.
That was big. It was really, really big.
Yeah, that was sick. I love Carpson Coda as a mechanic. Yeah, I love Carpson Coda as a mechanic just because when I first started, when DTR or when Carpson Coda first came out, I tried to put it into a Genbu deck, and then I realized, maybe this doesn't make it because I was playing the Rippleback Terrapin, but that one is only like 4 damage overall. Now Languid Troll turns it into 6 damage, which is really really big. So lot more potential. This Allen deck is really 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 interesting. We'll see how game 3 goes. Sarah, you always going first in this game, super valuable. You always want to go first. We'll see what our first hand looks like here. I think cards we want to see. Obviously, Beseeching Fatestone, amazing turn 1. We see Winds of Destiny would also be really good to suppress the Beseeching Fatestone. Cards like Baby Green Slime, Forest Cake, these are all really good to get that influence up. We do go really low in influence initially, so we see a Windmill Engineer, also perfect turn 1 start. Dungeon Guide, also really good.
And when you're going first here, the or the Windmill Engineer is like really nice.
Mhm.
The thing is, I think the combo that you're looking for the most is gonna be Baby Green Slime plus the Forest Cake. Because if you go for Windmill Engineer first with a Forest Cake, your opponent's gonna go Nullifying Mirror, right? And if you get the value of them materializing that, you can now just loop the Forest Cake for your draw cards instead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got reset the timer or reset the health.
Reset our life back to 0. No damage counters have been taken. Game 3 starting up here. First turn going to Joe Quell on the Wind Series.
Something interesting about this list, they're not playing Fractal of Rain. I feel like, first of all, that's my favorite card in the entire game. I feel like there's a decent amount of value you can get from running like Fractal of Rain.
Fractal of Rain is kind of okay. So that's what I was talking about. The Languid Toadstool is like super good value.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, cool. I can take 2 turns worth of damage. I get a big 0/6. I've now staved
Yeah.
off 6 damage from the future, so we're
Mhm.
kind of chilling on that, right?
Yeah,
Like
and
you
if
said
they
though, with
kill it,
the Fractal of Rain, a
Mhm.
Fractal of Rain is interesting because it does progress your game plan, but when you're playing this type of Allen deck where you really need to draw into specific cards, it might just be too much mill.
yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
And with
this
so many people playing the Spectre engine, you generally don't want a Fractal of Rain target them because if they mill a
yeah,
Liminal Guide or something, like you're just screwed.
yeah, you're down. Yeah, you're down tremendous. This man, I like this. Turn 1 Languin Totro, so good. It eats 6 damage, and also even if they kill it, now you have a Carpson Coda target in your graveyard. We do have Thurbal obviously on the other side, which could eat it, but I don't think we want to do that just yet. Uh, we'll see what the play is. We do have another windmill getting the influence up. I don't think do we see a forest cake here? I don't believe we have a forest cake.
Double Windmill. I mean, double Windmill is good, right? You
Yeah.
get the Windmill out again. You draw the card. You cycle.
Hmm.
You can get 2 damage in this turn, and then next turn you're like, okay, well, these are no longer useful to me. There may be ASIN targets if
Yeah.
at best, but otherwise, hopefully my opponent either goes Nullifying Mirror, and then I can change my game plan, or I've already gained the value of these, and they're good enough for me now.
Yeah. We'll get the end phase trigger to banish a card from your memory to get a quest counter and draw a card. We'll see what the materialization maybe is a mirror again, or maybe we go to level. Okay, QSG with music block under it. Looks like
Oh,
it.
interesting.
This is interesting. I
So,
didn't get to see the initial starting hand. I believe
I
we
think the
have
QSG
Carson
music box
Coda.
is because we started with Toad and we know that it's going to get cleared off the board, right?
Right.
So this might just be raw gelded.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
pretty.
Fervent Beastmaster, right?
Okay.
Fervent
Yeah,
Beastmaster. Fervent Beastmaster
read the
will
card.
not have vigor, but it will
Yeah.
be a 4/4. So like in this case, I think you ignore the Windmill Engineers entirely and you just swing Fervent Beastmaster to face repeatedly.
Yeah, we also have Carpson Coda in hand as well. I mean, like taking 4 every turn plus Carpson Coda can be a little scary, but okay. Um, we'll see if we decide to level up here. I think you do.
I wonder if Joquel is heads up enough to realize Quicksilver Grail before level up when you're playing Guoja
Hmm.
means that you have something very aggressive. Like you can
Right.
find a kill
Yeah.
potentially next turn. Right? Because if he pops a Quicksilver Grail in Joquel's end step, it'll wake
Yeah.
up in materialization, which gives him immediate access. So I think what he's
Yeah.
doing is he's holding on to the Quicksilver Grail music box, not to show the music box, but waiting until the Toad dies. Because the
Hmm.
turn the Toad dies, you now immediately represent 12 damage
12 damage. Yeah.
in hand.
Yeah. We've already taken 4. Fervent Beastmaster is also swinging 4. Next turn as well.
You also, if you do it in Recollection, Joquel only has access to choose Spell Shroud or Stealth. So if he chooses Spell Shroud to stop the Coda, you can still attack with. Oh, actually, Coda's a skill, isn't it?
Coda is a melody.
It's a skill, yeah, a Tamer skill. So it actually Innervate doesn't work against Carpson Coda.
Oh, true.
Yeah, Carpson Coda is a Tamer skill Harmony, which means that that's really interesting. So Innervate Agility doesn't work against it, which means that Joquel needs to know that he has to Innervate Agility in response to
Yeah.
combat damage specifically. I was thinking
Yeah.
if he plays the Coda in Recollection, he can't innervate because he's on 4. So he takes
Yeah.
the first one to go to 10, then he innervates the second one,
Mhm.
and then he's open to combat damage. But in this case, he would just be open to everything. So he can only stop the combat damage from this.
Yeah, I wonder if we take the baby green slime so we can maybe suppress the music box in response to the damage or the activation. Um what if you suppress music box as the melody or harmony is resolved, it gets banished, right? Because you banish it under music box.
If you play Carpson Coda and then in response to Carpson Coda you suppress the music box, is
Hmm.
that what you're asking?
Yeah, yeah.
If that were to happen, the music box wouldn't be on the field on the resolution of Carps on Coda, so it wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
finish underneath it.
Alright.
It would just go to graveyard. Gojo level 3 though, we're getting it out. So he's gonna get the quest counters, go to 10. And we're online. I mean, we're spirit, right? This
Yeah.
this is genuinely scary because
Oh, immediately
all you
flip.
need is a serious command to win the game, right?
Yeah, and Languin Tocho does not have
Ooh,
oh
harness?
my. Choosing +4, I'm assuming?
Is this main phase?
Yeah,
I thought harness was slow.
Yeah, I believe we DG'd.
Oh, we DG'd. Sorry, I missed that. I missed
Yeah.
the DG. That's why I was like, huh? Yeah, so that makes sense. So harness comes in, you're gonna get
Oh.
+4 and then banish it, generate an arcane blast, clear the whole board.
Interesting.
So let's see. Damage potential here, you need 21. Carps on Coda represents 12.
Yep.
It's decent, but it's not max damage.
Okay. So we do have the music box. We have the music box, the Languid Totro in the grave, and the Carps on Kodai in hand. So we do have the combo, but
He can't play the Coda in Recollection though, which is unfortunate. Only 2 cards in
yeah.
hand. I don't
There's-
think there's a way to find lethal this turn with Carps on Coda.
I don't think so
However,
either. You
could
could
find
though.
it next turn.
I wonder if you can you could kill Seryu though.
Oh, true.
With 6/6,
True.
and then I mean that game becomes really really hard to win at that point, right?
Yeah, it's difficult because if you're not playing Advent of the Shenju, being able to bring it back, you have access to 1 Arcane Blast, which represents like 11 damage if it doesn't get negated. But then you need to find another. I guess assuming that it only goes up to Alan, 22 life minus the 11 minus 2 is going to be 9. Finding 9 damage is like fairly realistic. Double Carps on Coda into the Seryu probably makes the most sense. And since it's a skill, it goes through the Spell Shroud.
Yeah. I mean, I've always found it really really hard to win the game when you have
Pass is crazy.
yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so Reliquary comes out here for sure. Reliquary, draw a card to memory, draw another card, go up to 4. He's basically just digging to find a series command. Because if he finds a series command, he can go attack and power. I mean, We Are Awesome does have the Sonic Frost, but as Joe Quell, you kind of have to force him to have it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
In response to the Reliquary, though, I think he's gonna Carps on Coda kill it. There's like no way he doesn't do this. Yeah, Carps on Coda target the Seryu, and then he's gonna activate it again and kill this.
I believe we do have to still pay cost.
Yeah, he's gonna pay cost.
Yeah, I mean this game it becomes really really hard to win now, right? You have to hope that you can summon a couple allies, maybe. You can't. Can you actually? Can you actually activate the Arcane Blast?
You can. There's no requirement that says
you
can't activate it unless you control a Shenju ally. Only Harness and Seryus can play that. So the cards that are most important here for Joquel now that the Seryu is gone is going to be finding Ace and Protectors and finding Brisk Windtrotters.
Yeah.
A Brisk Windtrotter to make a 3/5 Dungeon Guide suddenly puts you in a position where you can win the game.
Yeah,
even though We Are Awesome has answers to it, Carps on Coda, big allies like the Rippleback Terrapin.
Tongue of Frost.
I mean, 3/5 is still.
Yeah, and yeah. We Are Awesome sees that we have that's kind of unfortunate. We have to switch now from a Seryu game plan to an
another
allies
Coda off the top.
Game plan. Oh no.
Okay, so Coda off the top is another representation of 12 damage.
12
He
damage.
has the Terrafring here too. So when you go Terrafring here, it's kind of an indication to me that you want to play the ally board. You want to like play for control. So what you can do here is the Rippleback Terrapin and then banish the Terrafring. Everything swings in. It's probably all going to go to champion. But then that means that next turn you have access to the Rippleback Terrapin with Spell Shroud on the field that can just swing every turn you want to. You can also just send it right into the Windmill Engineer if you want to remove Ace and targets.
Yeah. Especially because we are on an allies sort of beatdown plan now, so getting rid of as many allies as possible is also just gonna be We could also level up into Alan, look for one more Capson Coda and just triple Capson Coda.
Triple Coda for
which
lethal
which
for
would
18?
be that would be so insane.
Yeah, it's possible. It's not an awful way to find damage. Rippleback Terrapin will come in with the buff counter here. On enter, it doesn't banish a floating memory without idle thoughts. It's going to be a 2/5. I think you just clear the. Okay, so on one side you can put him to 18. If you put him to 18, then
The relic.
interesting.
Okay,
Fracturize the
Fracturize
reliquary is like a pretty good play.
Yeah, because I think you have to suppress it in response with the baby green. Yeah. Yep, that makes sense.
Yep.
You don't want to lose the card that's building you back your influence, especially in a position like this, right? You have no cards in hand. You lost your Shenju. You don't want to you don't want to lose the card.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why does everyone forget what Blessed Scion does?
What Blessed Scion does?
Yeah, lineage release, negate target activation or trigger that targets a face stone object you control. So Carps on Coda.
I don't know. I think it's just. I think what happens.
It's really common for people to forget. It's the same thing as Jin Fate's Defiant, right? No one ever attacks with a polearm weapon or a polearm attack, so you forget that a human or horse ally gets +1.
Can get +1. You know what it is? I think the big thing is that there are so many responses to like a Shenju, especially like when Shenjus are like really popular in the meta, right? It's really hard to completely protect your Shenju. Someone like Tristan can Dream Fairy it. They can what's the card that returns all your allies to your hand?
Ensnaring Fumes.
Ensnaring Fumes, all right? Like there's so many answers to it that like a lot of the time you just like, yeah, my Shenju's going to be removed. Like I know it is because it doesn't target. Like there are quite a lot of answers that don't target. And so you just kind of forget that like there are a bunch of things that do target and you can just lineage release to protect your Shenju.
Yep, Dream Fairy, Arrow Trap, like that.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. The boy.
Holy.
Geldis.
We do have Innervate Agility up though. See if we
I think Geldis is just on enter taunt this turn. You just play him for the taunt.
Yeah.
He does have Pride 4, so you do need to be Alan to be able to activate that, because Alan gets +2 if you control +2 levels if you control 2 animal or beast.
Yeah.
But in this case, he's just gonna be on enter taunt. He's gonna be a big boy. Tengu good here. So Tengu is good because it'll just allow cycling of cards and a way to rebuild the influence.
Mm-hmm. We do get to draw 3 cards because of it, dude. That's so good. Look at our influence.
Incandescent Reliquary is so good because it says draw
I think
a card.
it
doesn't say draw a card to memory. It just says draw a card.
Yeah. It's also really good because if you're matching an influence, you still get to draw a card.
Yep.
It's so crazy.
So he drew the card and then activated the Tengu ability. Now he's influence of 8. So he's kind of in a big place. Sadly, those series commands are useless now.
Yeah.
But he can just play 8 to Arcane
Blast.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you just play 8 Arcane Blast.
Wait a minute.
So Arcane Blast to face here for 11.
Puts you to 17.
Yep. Puts him 2 off lethal. Can't quite kill him here.
Yeah.
But he's close.
We do still have Geldis.
Okay. This is going to be the impactful turn that decides whether or not We Are Awesome can win the game.
Yeah.
Because Terrafring is gone. He doesn't need to materialize Safeguard Amulet, but he needs to push lethal. Right? I think he's going to go to level 2 here. Which is scary because if he loses the music box in his hand, it's like really scuffed.
Is it? Okay, Song of Frost, okay.
Song of Frost.
Don't hit Carps on Coda.
4.
Oh, okay.
Tidestone Bovide. Okay, so he goes to level 2 here.
We do get to level 2. Don't forget your champion.
Level 2 on enter. He's gonna glimpse. We will see whether or not he gets another Coda. So he's gonna go up to 6 cards, which means he can play Coda twice no matter what. Yeah. The music box. So he does have a Coda on top, I think. But I don't think that Coda on top actually matters. Wait. Yeah. Does it matter? Pre-recollection. No, there's no pre-recollection because he had everything down in memory. So if he's at 6, Geldis
Okay.
swings for what, 5?
So he does have Pride 4. So Geldis can
13.
swing.
Oh my god, he has exact lethal. He has exact lethal.
5.
13? Double Coda's
3
12.
more. Oh,
That
that's
is so
so
crazy.
insane.
Double Coda for exact lethal after getting Arcane blasted in the face.
Oh my god.
GG.
That was
We are
so
Optimus
scary.
taking it 2-1 over Joe Quell. The Water Allen Gwoja Carpson Coda deck does take down the Winseriu in
That's so
what is
crazy.
probably the closest match I've seen in all of DTR.
Yeah, I mean we have 7 seconds in the round.
7 seconds of regulation. The
Yeah.
time is so close. Even the gameplay was so close, right? Without
Yeah.
the Geldis, he dies to the onboard combat damage.
Yeah.
And then needing to level up into Allen, if he had banished the Carpson Coda, he would have had to seen it on top. Which
Yeah.
obviously we know now that he saw it on
That
top
he
from the
did,
glimpse.
yeah, but
But that would have been like a heartbreaking moment to lose the Carpson Coda from your main player.
yeah.
That was a
That's
crazy game.
actually crazy.
That was wow.
Yeah. I mean maybe we should have just seen that like Geldis has taunt for this round, and so like the 3 damage that you're relying on from the allies doesn't actually go through, and then maybe you just hold up interaction for the swings from Geldis and from Rippleback Terrapin, and then you get to live a little, because we did get exact damage, which is a little rough. Either way, that was some awesome gameplay. I really like that. That was good.
I gotta
This
say
is
though,
exactly
the
what I
biggest
wanted.
thing, Gwoja 2. Like, you gotta remember Gwoja 2, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to remember that it negates target activation or trigger that is targeting a Shenju ally you control.
Which also includes activated abilities. I think a lot of
Right.
people miss that one. So like smoke bombs can also
Yep.
be negated,
Correct.
which means they don't draw a card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really spicy one.
That
So
was a great one.
yeah, we are looking pretty close to the next round here. So I think we're gonna take a quick break while we set up for round 4, and we'll be back with you guys shortly. But make sure to stick around, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you like Grand Archive. You probably love True Champion Gaming. These guys are fantastic. Their content is great. Regionals is great. But yeah, just make sure you subscribe, grab some water, and we'll be back with you guys shortly with round 4.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at round 4 for the Michigan Regionals hosted by Two Champion Gaming. I'm back with Flonne. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling great after that last game. I mean, you got what you wanted. You wanted
It
the
was
water
so
deck, and
good,
we got to
right?
see it. Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously it is a bit unfortunate that we forgot the thing that everyone forgets. Goja, Blessed
Yeah.
Scion, Lineage Release. But I mean, even in a sense, I have seen people forget that effect. So, no shade. But yeah, I mean that was a great game. I love Carp Song Coda. And
Yeah, it's so sick.
just seeing these frogs. What do you think the Carp Song Coda actually sounds like? You think it's like a bunch of croaking?
That's a good question. Almost definitely, right? Almost
Yeah, it's probably like
definitely.
a cacophony.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, almost 100%. I mean, it came down to uh so it's such a close game. Actually, all 3 games were so close. It came down to one decision, right? Putting the Geldis down to have the taunt. Uh, putting the Innervate Agility down, putting your entire hand down to cast the Arcane Blast, even though we're a little bit away from lethal. It was uh really close, really, really fun.
Yeah, it was a game of inches, right?
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
but for our next round, we haven't had this deck yet. Tristan, Joel playing Tristan. Joel from South Korea. Very often see him in Asian events since he lives in South Korea, but then I guess he's in town for some reason in America today.
That's crazy.
And he's
South Korea for
yes, I
regional?
think as far as I know, like the only guy in South Korea who plays GA. So
That's crazy.
and on the other side we have Rex on the Chess Club Vanitas level 3 horse deck.
Lovely name.
So let's see. I mean,
Ponytoss.
yes, Ponytoss, many things.
How do you
Yeah,
feel
so
about this matchup?
From everything I've seen, Tristan is pretty good into this deck as long as they're able to find some of the defenses in the early turns, like some veilings to just stop the attacks. And then once you hit level 3, you can just keep redirecting the shadows. And like you don't really need to preserve your prep counters to go for a big shadow strike because you kind of like win the game over time anyway. So really, you can just keep holding it and just keep redirecting, and then eventually you just throw like a slice and dice and it kills them.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say I would say generally it's Tristan favored, but it really depends because sometimes the Vanitas just gets a god start and Tristan just doesn't find what they need to.
Yeah.
Thurbal would help, but unfortunately Vanitas is going first, so.
Yeah, another thing too is that Tristan does have Stifling Trap, and this deck does like to Dungeon Guide to 2 to then activate Vanitas level 3. So having a Stifling Trap to prevent the Dungeon Guide to level 2 is also really good. It slows the deck down quite a bit.
Yeah, oh, okay, so doing nothing. I'm looking at the hat. I see Ryle with only another Ryle as a target.
Yeah,
so
Ryle
this
with
is
no targets.
Not the best. It's also not the worst though, because really Vanitas doesn't need to hit the +1. It really just needs to go influence neutral on turn 0 in order for it to still do the thing. But it just means that you're not gonna have as much leeway when actually going for the turns after you hit level 3. And looking at Joel's hand, I don't see Stifling or Veiling, I think. So, oh no, we have a Veiling. Okay, so we should be good. Unless there's no Vol Dice either. So, yeah, this is a pretty good start. We also have that Surveil the Winds. So that when we level up to 1, we can start getting that prep gen rolling. So we're going to Ryle here. Can we draw a Spectre off the top?
Let's see. I can't believe this card draw.
Oh,
nice.
Wow. Yeah,
Okay.
right. The Incapacity just being used straight up there.
So one of the things to mention about this, Ponytoss deck, right? It was made by Chess Club, and so I remember hearing that one of the things about this deck is that it's not really a Ryle deck, right? The only reason it riles is to kind of lure you into thinking it's a Ryle deck, and then it does other things. Now, granted, now we know what this deck does So it's a little bit less surprising. But one of the initial plans of this deck was to sort of masquerade as a Ryle deck, and then bring out their sensor. So and they don't care about losing influence. They turbo to level 3. You care about having influence, so then you get to do whatever you want. Or sorry, you care about having having float, and then they get to do whatever they want because they have sensor on board. But if they do get to Ryle, then it's even better, right? So we're going for a second Ryle here. Oh my god, he did. Yeah.
The issue here is we're gonna have to call 5 cards for Thurbal. Actually, probably won't even call higher, just because if he has another fast speed card, he could get into a position where he can, like, he doesn't have one, but let's say he had like a creative shock. He could creative in response to the Thurbal to put more cards in grave so that he can, because Thurbal, for those who don't know, the person who owns the cards gets to choose who gets banished. So if you call 3 and there's 5 cards in grave, you could just throw all the unimportant, like, non-floating cards instead.
Right.
So it is a big bluff, because actually looking at the hand, he has an Ember Crypt burn. So even if you call 5 here, then if you pay 5 for that Thurbal, you do get to keep the one flow. We just need to keep the one flow, because everything else here basically doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have to essentially do at least as many cards as there are in the grave or more, because they do get to choose, and so choosing anything less would just be like, yeah, I get rid of all these fire cards that don't do anything. I keep my one float. Asin, though,
Okay, but we're going to
super
play
good.
the Asin instead.
This is
Yeah,
one
so
of those
that does mean that
cards-
this Thurbal isn't actually going to be useful in this turn.
Yeah. Which is kind of interesting. I feel like we said, they don't really care too much about float or anything like that. So getting to use it for free is just a bonus for them. So we'll see how that turns out. One of the things that is important, though, Asin has has intercept, and so I don't believe we don't have a Stifling Trap in hand, so DGing here could be kind of scary. That being said, we do have a Veiling Breeze to prevent some of that.
Actually,
But
I don't think he has a DG. I don't think.
No,
I
he
see
doesn't,
No
no.
Dungeon Guides in his hand. So I kind of fortuitous for Joel here. That's like finding Riles without like the God starts, and then also not having the DG. So really slow start for Vandals, and really Vandals is the big thing about the deck is that it's super fast.
Yeah.
So having a start like this where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna sit at level 0 for an extra turn, sit at level 1 for another turn, doesn't feel particularly good. And then this Fluffy Shopkeep, guess what? That's an ally that's Sadie fodder.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And you don't have to swing with the Asin Protector, right? You really, really want to keep the Asin Protector up so that when they try to swing you with Vanitas level 3, you can prevent that and not get your materializations taxed for the rest of eternity.
Yeah, so here we could probably just level up, try and go like Windmill Sadie, and then I think we could also, if we want to, we can just pop the Thurbal now just to get basically for an extra draw if we want to.
Mm-hmm. And level up into
Going to
Tristan.
losing a, so that's one of our prep cards, which is a bit unfortunate, but we have Sadie, and we also have another Surveil, so I think we should be fine in the long run. Wonder if we're gonna Thurbal here. I mean, do you really care about Thurbal anymore?
No, I don't think so. Oh, I guess we do.
It's gonna call 4. Just using it as a draw, basically. It's backup charger at this point.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I'm a pre-rec Surveil the Winds enjoyer. I love that. I love that card.
I wonder if we're gonna try and go for a kill on this Fluffy in order to get a Sadie agility trigger.
Yeah, I mean,
I definitely would try.
I would too, especially if we have Windmill, right? So we're gonna draw in the process, get agility back. That's pretty good. You could also hit agility and draw bring back the card that you drew off of. Oh, was that in cap?
Yeah.
This is exactly what I was gonna say. It literally happened real time. I was gonna say, if you draw something like an end cap from the from the Windmill Engineer, and then you get agility, you can just bring back the end cap if you want to. Which, you do. You always want to have end cap in hand.
Oh, wow, we're swinging with Ace, and I think maybe identifying that this is not like a super great start for the Vanitas. Might just go for this. I still think Sadie there would have been a pretty good line because it also gets your prep generaling. But Joyboy, look at that. Oh my, he has another Asen. I see how it is. It's gonna be Asen number 2 coming down.
Hello, second verse same as the first. We bring out a Asen Protector once again.
And can I just say that looking at the hand, I think he has 2 Wind Blesses and 2 Surveil. So the prep is not going to be a problem.
Yeah. This also does bounce Windmill into your hand, letting you
Stifling coming down. So we can just
we'll
Asen
have to
target the
return
other Asen. So we still have we at least still have an intercept. And
that's okay. I mean,
fortunately,
it's not too
4
bad,
health,
right?
which means the that red hair is not going to be able to clear it.
Yeah. It's not too bad, right? Because it's not like it didn't get Dream Fairied or anything, so you could just next turn play a Windbless Lookout and then another Asen Protector if you really want to, right? We're not being like threatened at all right now. We're not even level 3. As Vanitas, we have the Asen Protector up to intercept any attacks. It not bad. It does prevent you from drawing a card, which is obviously really good. Oh.
Ooh, I did see a Dungeon Guide in the memory, so I think the plan here is probably Dungeon Guide and then red hair and then try and kill Asen and then swing. Yeah, seems like that's gonna be the plan here. So we can get rid of the Asen at least, and then we can swing for. I wonder if the choice to bring out the Impact Hammer is hoping that even if there is a Veiling, there's not going to be 5 win cards, which Tristan plays a lot of normal cards.
Mm-hmm.
So it is possible that we'll not have 5.
Yeah. Oh.
2 down for the red hair. Just wants to take a little bit of a look. See in here. Ooh, is that a Volda actually? Ooh, the Volda here could be big. Oh, but we won't be able to kill the Asen. So it has to be the red hair.
Are we level 3? Oh, we are.
Not yet. We are going to level up after.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
right.
I was a little confused by the attacking with the red hair. Okay, yeah. First have to activate Vanitas level 3. Now we're level 3. Now we have Pride. Now we swing for 3. Into the Asen. Do you retaliate here? Yeah. You want to clear the ally.
Much more important to get rid of the ally.
Yeah.
I mean, the Asen's going to die either way. You'd rather kill the red hair than the Dungeon Guide, right?
Yeah. So 3 into Tristan, Veiling Breeze in response.
I mean, it's a lot of cards in the memory. It's like, do you want to... I think it's very much possible that he has 5 win. Yeah. Actually, no, he has 2 Surveils, 2 Wind Blesses. Yeah, he definitely has more than enough. That's 3 Wind Blesses? Wait, so he drew all 4 of them? Oh, did he not use... Oh, he didn't use the Impact Hammer. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh,
it's risky, right? You're already at 6.
That's interesting, yeah. I was going to say you have to reveal at least 5, right? Or else you're going to take enough damage, but if you get swing, I believe it's at least 3. So, okay. Yeah, I mean, we just want to gain prep and value. We're not really being threatened a whole ton. See, Windbless Lookout?
Could do Lookout Asen. Could do Lookout Sadie, try and get a prep. And then get the agility trigger off as well.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're going for Sadie. Yeah, agility is so important here.
And also getting rid of allies, because the thing about this deck is because they have that Beast Soul Visage in the deck, you don't want to just leave a Dungeon Guide. A lot of times it's like, oh, it's a Dungeon Guide, who cares, right? But this Dungeon Guide could become a beast suddenly out of nowhere. So kind of important to just kill every single ally you see, especially because the deck plays so low influence. If you just get rid of all their allies, what do? Just swing with Vanitas every turn? Which, for a lot of times that actually is enough.
Yeah, I mean, if they make your materializations cost more every single turn, then eventually that gets really taxing, but like you said, getting rid of the allies means that like cards like Visceral Visage, like you said, don't turn into like a huge ally that will swing you every turn. So on top of it, gets you agility, so that's also just really good. Terraforming I think makes perfect sense here. We are now having allies on board every turn. We are at the crucial 3 prep for something like a Slice and Dice. I don't believe we have Slice and Dice in hand right now, but you always want to make sure you're not within Slice and Dice range. So, okay,
Second Fractal of Sparks coming down. Gonna have to try and really angle for probably a Searing Rebuke line to get that extra little bit of damage to actually close out this game. Gonna play a Surveil the Winds here to get to that 4th prep counter, which then will also allow us to put more cards down for the level up. I think that was a Dungeon Guide drawn?
I think, yeah. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say maybe you could get a line where you have a Ripper plus Slice and Dice for 15 damage. But you do lose 2 cards, and you're more than likely gonna get Terraframed here.
Oh, draws the Slice and Dice as well.
Yeah. Yeah, this would be okay. Still prereq, more drawing, more prep generation. Recollect. Yep, Terraframe coming in.
Do you return Sadie here? Seems like no. No real reason to. We have 2 Asins, so we've drawn 3 Asins. Or no, we banished 1 already, so
yeah.
That does mean we could also just Asin for another blocker, considering that he didn't play an ally last turn. Maybe at this point you can be feeling pretty safe that your Asin will survive. Or at least will force Vanitas to swing into it.
Yeah, you can also play Dungeon Guide and, bring out your shadow tokens to redirect things to, which will really, obviously you don't want to lose out on the prep, but if it prevents you from your materializing costing a million, then not
are
bad.
we gonna pop Boots here? Okay, no, it seems like okay. Yeah, I was thinking maybe he might pop Boots and then Dungeon Guide to 3, but just getting an extra prep counter here. Not swinging because you don't want to get taxed on that tariff. I mean, these Fractal Sparks, they do add up over time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it'll be 1-1, which is not bad. But this deck does play Searing Rebuke. And Searing Rebuke with 2 Fractal Sparks can be a lot of damage really, really quickly. Right? Every time that they, every time they rest Fractal Sparks, that's 3 damage onto the enemy opponent. So that's pretty big.
Just wanted to confirm as well, there is no Fantasia removal in this deck either.
Yeah. Don't have a lot of stuff in our material deck. We did use Fluffy Shopkeep, so 2 of those are gone. We don't have an ally for the Visceral Visage, so it's either Smoke Bomb, but we only have 1 card in. We only have 1 influence. So probably Safeguard. Yeah. Don't want to lose.
Believe the
Don't
card.
want to lose the 1 card that you have.
I believe the card in the influence was the Searing Rebuke as well, so he really can't afford to lose that. Ooh, draws a red. Oh no, it's Volda.
Volda and red hair, I believe, right?
Has to use the Impact Hammer, otherwise the Asin will not die. Which just means our clock is getting. Oh, okay, we're gonna use that Safeguard, so did get at least some use out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, this will retaliate straight into. And now Slice and Dice with Ripper is a really big. It's just a really big deal. We have more than enough prep. We have the Slice and Dice. We have not taken damage from Vanitas, so our Ripper will only cost 1. So this is pretty scary.
Our only concern at this point would probably be like a fast cure or perhaps a Searing Rebuke in order to reduce the damage. Ooh, is that going to be Quicksilver Grail into the Assassin Serper? I imagine.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Gonna return Sadie to hand. It's actually, so this is going to be a 15 damage Ripper Swing. So we still do need to play an ally after this to get that last bit of damage. Dungeon Guide, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yep, we have more than
I
enough.
mean, this is more than enough. Dungeon Guide, bring out
Yeah.
the Shadow's Claw, and then the Shadows get the swing as well. So yeah, this should be pretty done and dusted unless there's a Stifling Trap, which there is not. It should just be Volda Red Hair.
Yep. Bring out the Shadows.
Now we're even insulated. Even if somehow Rex is able to survive for another turn, we have enough prep to just stave off more damage.
Yep. Now we bring out the Ripper, and we swing 15. Ooh,
It's
okay.
classic Tristan. Actually, no, that one's gonna be 17.
Interesting.
Or no, yeah, we still use the Ripper, but then the Shadows would swing for another 4 after. So, oh, actually, are we taking things slow?
Whoa. Interesting. I wonder
That's
if they
interesting.
are
That's interesting.
afraid of Searing Rebuke, but we have Inkcat. No? Or did we lose Inkcat?
I don't think there's an incap in there.
Oh. I thought we had Inkcat. Well, never mind.
I mean, looking at this is the safe line, right? It's like
Yeah.
you could have killed last turn, but at the same time, you could also just play extremely safe. Like, you know you're gonna win this game eventually because there's very little that Rex can do from this position with only 3 cards in hand. Like, technically you have the 2 fractals, but there's just not that much. I guess the worst that could happen is a Searing Rebuke, which would do 9 damage. But we have Shadow, so no attacks should be able to go through. So I think we should be in the clear, and then next turn he can maybe pull the trigger.
Yeah, we'll redirect here.
Ooh, the Volda can come down here, which would get the Shadow done and dusted.
No, I believe it has to be. They have 4.
Oh yeah, you're right. So he would need to have an extra.
Yeah,
Well, the
yeah.
Volda could swing herself, couldn't she?
Oh, true. Yeah, that is true. Okay.
Hey, Red Hair gonna come down. But yeah, I mean, no cards in hand at this point. Just 2 fractals. I think you can just
Yeah,
send it at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we really have to be afraid of here, as Tristan. I think we just go to our turn, we slice and dice. I don't even think you need Ripper anymore.
You should not.
You
It
have
should be enough to
Dungeon
just
Guide
slice.
plus the Shadow's Claw plus the Shadows. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a nail in the coffin. Put 2 down, slice and dice. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna bring out the Ripper anyway, just to show him that we had it, and that's it.
Yeah, mental damage.
But yeah, that just goes to show how strong Tristan can be into this Vanitas deck. I mean, admittedly, Rex did have a pretty poor start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, double
Also
Row the
drawing.
Abyss with no, no float or liminal guide or anything like that. Also, not really like no deluse, maybe 1 red hair. Yeah, not the best. Oh, Tristan, we have double Ace and Protector, Veiling Breeze, all these answers that Wind Assassin does have. Looking at the sideboard though, what do you think? So, what do you think that Rex or Vanitas has against Tristan to help with this matchup? I don't.
Honestly, there's not that much. Cinder Geyser is an
Yeah.
option. It lets you kill things so that the Aeson can't. You can kill like whatever the Aeson's going to return to hand.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. Dream Fairy you could use to remove shadows.
True.
But the rest of this, like Beastbond Ears, is there to stop people who are playing level down cards, so things like Tome of Ignorance.
Yeah, or Dusklight
and then
Communion.
Dusklight Communion, a card I haven't seen since Sylvie Meta, really.
Yeah.
Interference here, probably not going to be particularly useful. Not much healing. I mean, you can just use it as a burn spell, but probably not coming in. How about on the Tristan side? What do you think they might be putting in?
I mean, Blanche seems like a really good option here. We do have, the Searing Rebukes, we have the Fractal Sparks, we have maybe, if we bring in the Cinder Geysers, those are all really good. Ensnaring Fumes, maybe we bring in 1 more of that. bring it up to 3. I think Innovate Agility is also pretty good because it gives everything Spell Shroud or Taunt or Stealth, which is just even more protection. I think all of these are really good. Safeguard Amulet, right? We do have a decent amount of spell damage or non-combat damage. I mean, there's a lot really. Like all of these can come in. The problem is, you don't want to bring them all in without removing some stuff. So, and I think like what do you remove instead, right?
It's a tough call because you actually kind of want to have Mastermind Scheme because it does just give you like infinite prep to just keep redirecting. Cry for Help is also in the main board already, so there's actually so many ways of stopping the Vanitas here. So actually, I don't know, maybe like a Zephyr could be an option. Or you could just remove maybe you could just remove the Reclaim if you think it's just gonna get censored or Thurbled anyway. But yeah, this is a pretty tight list. I don't really know what you would remove. Because I feel like Innervate, is it really worth it to play Innervate if it's just for the stealth when you already have so many ways of stopping attacks without it?
Yeah.
I think that's really more for like the series.
Yeah. I can see that for sure.
I think actually another Dream Fairy could be good as well because this deck plays very little allies. So just getting rid of the one annoying horse a lot of times can just like keep the Vanitas stuck in his tracks.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of True Sight. I don't think we have any True Sight really. So if we have no way to clear the thing, we do have non-combat damage, which will clear the Dream Fairies as well. But bouncing back Dilu or Red Hair until they can remove the Dream Fairy also slows down the game just enough so you can do whatever you want to.
Yeah, so seems like Rex just. Oh, that's a lot of win. Oh, they have 4 win cards in his hand. That's a.
Oh.
This deck plays I think 12 win cards, 12 to 14 win cards. So to open that many, it's a bit unlucky. But at least we did have a play in the first turn.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're saved, not doomed. Do we have a Stifling Trap?
We do have the Dungeon Guide.
We have a Fairy Whisper, so we could Fairy Whisper for the Stifling Trap on the Dungeon Guide, which most likely will come down.
Yeah, that is. Ooh, actually just gonna let it go.
Or
I think the activation's okay, and then. Do we find it? Ooh, no, I don't see one. Do we bottom all 3?
I believe it's Windmill Double Incap. Oh no. Wait, what card is that?
It was Windmill Double Incap.
Oh, okay.
Would you have been crazy enough to bottom 3 and try and dig?
Me personally, no. I'm not going -1.
I agree.
I'm not going -1. I don't think I want to do that.
I mean, you don't know. It could be not -1.
True. Play yeah.
Ooh. Trotter gonna come down.
I think we
here
have
as well.
to. Yeah.
I mean, we're getting taxed. There's nothing we can do about this. We are 100% getting taxed.
Yep. This is
the attacking Windmill.
Yeah. Also, Dungeon Guide now is a 3/5.
Yeah, and I don't know if you had a Dream Fairy in there. Dream Fairy would be very useful to at least get rid of this fat Dungeon Guide.
Yeah. We're going to lose all of our influence here.
I mean, this is really the start that Rex was looking. Oh, he's healing. Vanitas bringing out it's like a Josuke Vanitas there. It's like he punches you and heals you.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the value of going first, right? Like, look at how quickly Vanitas is level 3 and we start taxing. Tristan level 1 is going to cost 2 now. That's crazy.
He at least
so much.
Did get the Reclaim. Yeah. So we can. It's not great. It's not great. I won't deny that. But do you maybe even not level up here? You could skip materialization, or you could use the Reclaim and materialize something else.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you're gonna get taxed anyways, right? And so like staying at Spirit and then getting taxed anyways. Okay.
Ooh.
Terrafring. We don't have enough influence to swing with anything, so that does buy you a turn. But you
I
did
think the
use
idea is
the reclaim.
probably. Is it windmill? Is it windmill Asen? I think that might be the angle we're shooting for here.
Yeah.
The 3/5 dungeon guide is kind of a problem.
Yeah. I think we swing with the windmill into dungeon guide, and then, but that's still not enough. Yeah.
Gonna take out the Trotter. Could just sit on Asen as an intercept. Dungeon guide is not enough to kill it, so if he doesn't draw any, actually, I don't think he can draw anything that he can play here because he has 0 influence. Even if he uses a bauble or something, he would only have 2 influence. So there shouldn't be a single 1-cost ally in the game that he or in his deck.
Yeah.
So this Asen will stop 1 tax this turn. Oh, actually, we also have Tower of Ring. So that does mean that we're safe. We're safe for this turn cycle, and probably the next one since this Asen is not going to die.
Yeah, I think once we have enough influence to, or once we have enough pressure to actually clear through the Asen, right now the dungeon guide will not clear the Asen, so you have to swing dungeon guide and also Vanitas into Asen, which does prevent you for another turn. That's pretty good.
We are gonna bring out Tariff here, just probably to try and keep this dungeon guide alive. I don't know if it's gonna be enough though. Have to do 5 though. That can be a bit of a tricky number to reach. And even if we try and play like a Sadie to kill it, it will get retaliated on and die. We have 3 Asen protectors. My God.
Yeah, I mean, I think every turn I think if we just every turn go windmill Asen, windmill Asen, windmill Asen. I mean, that's surely enough,
that is a
right?
perfect response. There's the Dream Fairy.
There's so many
Could do
cards
like
in hand.
Dream Fairy Asen here if we want to.
Let's see. Thinking this is a little
I mean,
complicated.
do you pick value or do you pick getting rid of the body for sure this turn? It's a bit of a tough call. Remember, we're under tariff, so seems like okay. We're just going to get another Asen on board. You can't get through 1. That means you definitely can't get through 2, right?
Yeah. Oh wait, did we put the Asen down? I think we
Oh,
did.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is definitely a line as well.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we have the Asen, right, and then maybe we do a little bit of chip damage here with the windmill and the Dream Fairy. Definitely.
I mean, chances are the Vanitas is not going to just swing into a windmill engineer. So next turn, then we get to play another Asen.
Oh, he picked agility.
Ah, okay, yeah. That's actually
okay.
That's an often forgotten Tristan text. You could actually just pick agility, right? Like, I think especially in a matchup like this, where you don't necessarily need to turbo to 3 extremely quickly, it does kind of help to have agility. We're gonna try and dig for a stifling trap here. It seems like Asen's just gonna go, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate.
And we do know that there are a lot of Asen protectors in that hand, which means all of these Asens are now shut off, and we are getting taxed now.
And we are getting
so
taxed.
It's like after what seemed like a very good position, Joel has now found himself the pendulum has swung back against him now in Rex's favor. Was that a top deck? This Dream Fairy was drawn this turn as well too. So very very fortunate. Now we kind of need to go through a different thing. What are you thinking we should be materializing now that we're currently being taxed?
Oh, you gotta lose 1 for Thurbal as well. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think the taxing is gonna happen regardless, right? We probably just have to find a way to clear the Dream Fairy to maybe summon more Asen protectors, but we like Vanitas has taken 0 damage so far, or 1 damage. So even something like Ripper Slice and Dice is a decent amount of turns away from thing. We could use the Ensnaring Fumes to get rid of the Dream Fairy. That is, it is a 5 cost card.
But it does get rid of the Dream Fairy. It does mean, next turn you can start playing those Ancient Protectors again. But we did lose the Windmill Engineer for that sort of like big value turns. Okay. It's not bad. If we do have
I
enough
think
prep,
in
we
this,
could just do it,
yeah, other angle we could try is just let's just try and go for the level 3 plan now. Build up some prep, go up to level 3, and maybe attempt to start getting some shadow redirects out instead. I think really Joel really just wants to get these ASINs out of his hand at this point, because it's either we find us I mean we could try go for the ensnaring, but that means okay, now this is a much more attractive ensnaring now that the Beast Soul Visage has been committed onto this Dream Fairy.
Do we have a way to get a third prep to cast this card or to activate?
I think we're just gonna have to hard play it.
We do have enough influence, so that is something we can do. We do have Reclaim as well.
Reclaim in the hand. We could Reclaim and then Dream Fairy the Dream Fairy.
Oh yeah, that is true. Dream Fairy right now is on Dungeon Guide, which is useless. We don't need Dungeon Guide to go away.
And then we could probably ASIN the Wind Blast right after that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a little
15
bit harder.
Damage already.
15 damage. We're getting taxed as well. We have a couple allies on board. Now we have an intercept on board.
This is a very difficult situation to be in for Joel. I don't think there's a Veiling either, so we're just all the bad beats coming in here. I wonder if he's thinking about using the ensnaring. That would be not the best, considering essentially +1's opponent, because if you have Windmill Reclaim, I have Fluffy Shopkeep, and then you return my Fluffy Shopkeep to hand.
Yeah.
The poor man. Actually, I guess it's more like the letting your opponent reclaim for you in a sense.
Yeah. Okay. We reclaim our Dream Fairy? Maybe not. I think we're thinking about what cards to put down.
Now, what would you materialize? Ooh, it seems like he's thinking about the ensnaring.
We're thinking
fumes
about
here.
the ensnaring fuse versus. Okay, yeah. I think this makes more sense. You don't want to give Vanitas more influence, right? You know. Do you level here? Okay, yeah. Just level. You use the thing. You lose. You lose 2 cards from memory and float. To slice and dice, we do have another slice and dice, so that's terrible. We'll get the wonder. Ooh.
Mastermind.
Okay. Mastermind's
scheme.
interesting. So
No
Mastermind
Dungeon
scheme,
Guide still.
Yeah. Mastermind scheme does have efficiency if you're an assassin, and it will double the amount of prep that you have so far. So not amazing right now because we only have 4, but eventually could be a really, really big threat for something like a Slice and Dice or a Shadow Strike, which are both in the main.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, obviously,
Man,
think
no
about a
Dungeon
card
Guide.
like this is just really not a great spot to be in. So we're gonna use the Dream Fairy to get rid of Rex's Dream Fairy. Then I imagine we just ASIN this Wind Bless to try and have an intercept and hope that's enough. We've used the Beast Soul, and I don't know if there's another horse in hand. So it's definitely possible that we could use this ASIN to just kind of stonewall for a bit. Ooh, Sadie seems like the pick here. Want to go for agility?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Especially because then you'll have enough cards to bounce Sadie as well. Okay.
I mean, we're not dead yet, right?
Yeah.
Unless
I think we're doing kind of okay.
Hammer?
We'll see how much damage we can stave off here. We have an Ensnaring Fume, Slice and Dice, and Incap, and an Asim Protector in hand.
This is definitely scary.
Yeah, I mean, just bringing in with the hammer is already scary enough, right?
5 damage coming in.
Yeah.
Gonna put us to very close to lethal. Oh, I also see. I think that's an is that a demolition or a Ember Crypt burn in hand as well? So yeah, no, that's a Cinder Geyser actually. So should be able to
It'll cost 4, but we
play an
do have
ally.
incap.
So we're gonna play an ally, which will force out the. It's gonna force out that ensnaring. Actually, no, it doesn't even have enough to play the ensnaring. Yeah. So I think.
And you bounce Sadie,
Is it
get the
over?
prep. Now you bounce Sadie, you get the prep, and then
Hmm.
you use and then you ensnaring for 3. This is a
Cinder Geyser gonna
little-
come out.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, 4 cards in the memory, which means the Cinder
Yeah.
Geyser is reduced cost. So
Yep. Yeah, that is a little unfortunate. Once if like we were talking about, if you get to go first, you do get that advantage of your first materialization, which is so important right now, especially for right if they have Dungeon Guide. Their first materialization is going to be level 1 Dungeon Guide to 2, activate level 3, immediately start with the taxes. So I mean that's a little bit rough. Hopefully going first now, Tristan has a little bit more buffer to get those extra early levels, so that the stuff that is getting taxed isn't your level 2, which will then cost 3, and your level 3, which will then cost 4. So right, very big. Also, no Dungeon Guide was a little rough as well. I think if we had Dungeon Guide and we start being able to redirect those attacks to the shadows, and just Dungeon Guide costs 2, Dungeon Guide, and then the 2 cards you banish, so it costs 3 technically, but yeah, it doesn't cost 4, which is huge.
yeah, and really the main thing there is like, oh, we just didn't find a Veiling Breeze that whole game. So
Yeah.
could have definitely used that. Actually, I remember we were talking about it on that one turn, whether he should play the Dream Fairy or play the Ace and Protector. If he played the Ace and Protector, he actually would have been able to get around it, because I don't think he would have been able to kill both of the Ace. He can Dream Fairy one of them. No, but the Dungeon Guide would have still been on field, so he could Dungeon Guide plus the Dream Fairy to swing into the other Aeson. So it still would have been taxed in the end. So I guess there really wasn't that too much that Joel could do there. But let's see, going first, really against Vantas, going first is a huge difference. Like, even if your hand isn't amazing, if you just hold up an incap, you can just stop their like one big thing. It's maybe not worth it, because really with 7 cards in hand, they still can do the whole Vanitas wombo combo. So
Yeah.
Joel gonna start up here, draw up his 7. Let's see how good of a hand he has. We do have Veiling. Step 1 has been found. Also, Cry for Help. I think a card we haven't seen this whole set yet.
Yeah, that's really good. Cry for Help lets you redirect the target of a attack to another ally. One of the things that you can do with something like that is, if you have Sadie on, you can redirect an attack to Sadie and then also bounce Sadie back into your hand so that the attack fizzles. Gives you a lot of versatility. Also, Veiling Breeze we saw in hand, also super huge. This is exactly what you want to see, going first.
But Joyboy, there's a problem. There isn't an ally in hand, so we're gonna have to try and hope to
Ooh.
find one. Now, luckily, we do actually get to use Thurbal and really threaten it at this point. Draws a Dungeon Guide. Really not what you want to see. I think we might have to just like pass and then Thurbal for like 7 here or something.
Yeah, we do have Ryle. Do we have Ryle targets though? Okay, so we have
Ryle number
another
1.
Ryle.
You're not incapping this, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you want a Thurbal for as much as you can.
We don't have a Ryle target.
Oh, okay. Choosing to keep the other Ryle in hand as well.
I think in this he might just want to play the second Ryle.
Yeah.
Gonna level up first to have a more controlled banish. We don't want to risk putting that Dungeon Guide down. Oh, actually, is there even a dungeon? Oh, there isn't even. Is that a Dungeon Guide? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, it's a A and B Dungeon Guide. Are we gonna see it off the top? Nope, that's a Beseech. All right, so do you go Beseech or Dungeon Guide, right? It's that 50-50. Does he have Stifling Trap or does he have Incapacitate?
Yeah. I mean, I think Beseech can get incapped, incapacitate, Beseech can get incapped and Dungeon Guide can be Stifling Trapped. So whichever one you want to lose more. I think Dungeon Guide still leaves you a body in hand, and he also has to have the Oh yeah, this is once again we are level 3 in 2 turns.
If there's any solace to this, it's like we at least have that Veiling Breeze to stop the tax for this turn. Ooh, are we going for the Trotter line here? Seems like that is the play. Choosing to put the Dilu down, actually, preferring to keep the Dream Fairy, it does make sense. Getting rid of the Ace and Protector is really important. Gonna swing here. This is a lot. I mean, do you Veiling Breeze now? Ooh, Thurbal seems like the pick. Probably gonna Thurbal at this point. We've already seen the Riles haven't done really anything but cycle.
Yeah. We do have Dungeon Guide. So we do get to negate one of the attacks.
Ensnaring.
This is interesting.
So we can just play the Trotter again if we want to, but first we should probably level up to Vanitas 3. Dominus Rex coming out here. Taxman himself, here to take your paid carrots. Gonna just take the damage, not even gonna use the Veiling. I mean, it's the same thing, I suppose, because if you Veiling it, so you -1 yourself.
Yeah.
So it kind of achieves the same thing.
Yeah. I wonder if we. I mean, man, the health buffer that you get from being able to turn 2, go to level 3. Now you have 25 damage. Lost the Cry for Help and the Mastermind Scheme. We don't have an ally, so not terrible.
Well, we do have an ally. It's just not really one you want to play. Yeah, this hand is just atrocious. It's like 2 Incaps, 2 Veiling Breezes, a Slice and Dice, and a Dungeon Guide. That's
and now the float is
almost about as unplayable as it gets.
Yeah. I mean, this just might be.
Dilu drawn here is big.
Yep. Nothing we can do against that. 3 more. Gets taxed. Yeah, we can't.
Not even worth it to play the Veiling Breeze here, because he only has 1 other win card, and it's the second Veiling Breeze. So
yeah,
this is so unlucky. I mean, do you Slice and Dice the Dilu just to get rid of it at this point?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. You only have the 1, but like, are you gonna use it right now? Like, probably not. But Slice and Dice only does 3, and Dilu is a 3/4.
That's right.
So you
we just need more
at least
prep
1
gen.
ally. Yeah, we don't have Sadie or anything like that either.
Do you think Boots might be a necessity at this point, since we don't have anything else that generates prep?
Yeah, I mean, Boots would be really nice here if it wasn't also taxed by 1 as well. See what
it seems like thinking about Terrafring.
Yeah, I mean, I think
choosing not to use. Oh, interesting. Choosing not to use the ensnaring themes there.
There's sensors on board.
Oh, I didn't even see that there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit rough too, because even with Terrafring, you just pay 2 for the Vanitas attack, right? Just to get the taxing in.
Windmill played showing the cry for help, actually.
Yeah. Oh, we slice and dice.
Oh my god, we're actually gonna slice and dice it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we talked about, right? If you need an ally to actually kill Dilu, but even with Terrafring, you just pay 2 for Vanitas's attack. You're taxed once again. You don't have enough to play the. No, actually, the Cry for Help was banished on the level up. Oh, and now we have Hammer too, so you're taking 5 damage.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Actually, yeah, I think the Cry for Help there, it's like he would have preferred to keep the Cry for Help, but because he has only 2 win cards, he was forced to actually use the Cry for Help in order to imbue this Windmill Engineer. It's just everything that could go wrong is going wrong for Joel here.
Yeah, I mean, our opening hand was just like not that great, right? Double Incap, double Surveil the Winds, Dungeon Guide. Like these are all okay cards, but not seeing a lot of wins makes the Veiling Breezes not great. Not seeing like, the cards that generate prep also not fantastic. Windmill, Asin, those cards we didn't see that many of. Okay, we do have a Fairy Whisper, so like maybe we can draw something that's kind of okay. Asin Protector here would be really nice. If we can.
Right. Seems like Sadie. I mean, we just really need to get that prep gen rolling is the issue.
Yeah.
So we can do the line you were talking about with that Sadie plus Cry for Help, but Rex doesn't know that there is a Cry for Help.
Yeah.
Because it was revealed off the imbue.
Yeah. And we also just don't have any oh, okay. That's not bad.
Own Terrifying here doesn't want to get randomly sliced out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, returning Sadie to hand.
Interesting. Okay, so we're just gonna redirect the attack to the windmill instead, and then grab the prep from Sadie. We're at 6 damage, so if we swing with the hammer. Okay.
Ooh, are we taking this?
No.
Okay, so we are.
Yeah.
I'm actually a bit surprised that Rex didn't play an ally and then swing into the windmill so that this wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, especially like that, especially the Dilu, right? I guess now you
So
get to
now
play the
we
Dilu
could-
and
You could also just play the Trotter as well. Can't be too upset about that, but Dilu would do more damage. I mean, what are we gonna slice and dice it again?
yeah, true. Okay, so now we get
Seems like
now we get an untaxed materialization. What do you think do you think we level 2 here? Or do you think we maybe bring out like boots for free or something that draws you a card, right?
It's just so tough because if you level up, you're only drawing one card.
Yeah.
It's just, I think you do have the dungeon guide, but it just feels so terrible to level up here. But I think it might be your only option.
Yeah, and then if you redirect an attack, you lose prep, so now you're like further and further away from. Oh.
Okay, so rearranged his material deck there a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we could potentially.
Now, okay,
lose
are we losing the
guide
dungeon
here.
guide? How unlucky are we feeling here?
Oh.
Oh my God!
No.
Are you serious?
Always
Got
punished.
our one draw. Always punished. Always punished. And we draw Shadow Strike. Oh my God, this is just tragic.
Yeah. Oh, and we only have Fairy Whispers to dig as well.
That Fairy Whispers won't find you a dungeon guide, so slice and dice. Dream Fairy, Stifling Trap. Would have been great to see a lot of these much earlier. Seems like Dream Fairy's probably going to be the pick here, but you are still just dead to swing plus an any ally.
Yeah, especially if you can't redirect, right? Losing the dungeon guide is really, really big.
We at least have that Veiling, but I don't think we can play it and the Dream Fairy in the same turn. So maybe we just hold all these cards up. Okay, I mean, we're just going to have to hope there isn't any source of damage in Rex's hand, but we do know that he does have Trotter in there. He could also just replay. I think he also has his own Dream Fairy that he can play. So, I mean, I think the writing's on the wall. Joyboy, unfortunately, Taxman.
Oh my God. Is that double Wind
He
Trotter?
wins again. This double Wind Trotter, which means we could Trotter if we would so please. No. Ooh, Dungeon Guide. Do you think Dungeon Guide for lethal for the BM?
that would truly be the nail on the coffin.
Dream Fairy,
okay.
his Dream
Fairy. And
here comes my
wait.
Probably.
Oh, it's Dilu. Okay.
All of these work. Dilu. Dilu for game,
Yeah.
and that's gonna call it. I mean,
Yeah.
just so unfortunate. So unfortunate to see an opening hand like that. It just happens. Like I've always said that Tristan is the kind of deck where it's just like she draws one half of her engine and she doesn't draw the other, and it just always feels so bad when the deck doesn't work. Because you'll draw like a mastermind scheme with no Shadow Strike, or you'll draw a Shadow Strike but you don't draw your prep gen. You draw your prep gen but you don't draw your dungeon guides. Like there's a lot of moving parts to the deck. So when you just have hands like this where it's like it just was all of the reactive stuff, the dream berries, the incapacitates, but it didn't actually have the engine part of the deck that gets you rolling. So in the end, you just ended up kind of like sitting there doing nothing while your Vanitas opponent gets to just like, kind of beat down on you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the problem is that, like, like you said, Tristan has a really good engine, but she needs to draw that engine. And against a deck like Vanitas, that they don't really care about the cards that they draw, because they're just gonna toss them all away anyways, right? Once you get to level 3, then you're like, okay, I want guys to keep the pressure up on top of my level 3 swinging in for 3 every turn and taxing. Cards like Dilu and Red Hair and stuff like that. But like in the first like 2 turns, I mean, it only takes them 2 turns, but like in the first couple turns, they don't really care what card they draw, right? As long as they draw a dungeon guide, they're like, oh, okay, sick. I play this card and throw every other card away. Obviously, if you're playing against like a water deck, then like that is different, but not much you can do against, or not much you can do as wind.
Yeah, that's all very apt. The thing about Vantas is you don't have much room for error. If you
Yeah.
give him an inch, he's gonna take a mile.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened there. Is you see Joel just like first turn he really can't do anything, so then Vantas just takes full advantage of that. And in capping, like a Ryle doesn't even feel that good, because in the end it's like he went second, he still has 8 cards in hand, which means next turn he still gets to do his own thing. So
Yeah.
a bit unfortunate, but that's just kind of the problem when you put all of these tech cards. You have like the main deck Cry for Helps, and we're not even playing like a lot of the other prep gen cards. We don't play like Black Market Broker, which is something that kind of like smooths you out as an ally, but it also gets you prep. So just some of the tough stuff about deck building is like, how far am I willing to go? Am I willing to put in all of these main deck cards that kind of like gum up my deck and just kind of hope that it doesn't all happen at once? And that's exactly what happened here. We just drew all of this stuff that just doesn't gel together, and we didn't draw all the parts that actually makes the deck chug.
Yeah. Yeah, and Tristan is susceptible to that, and a deck like Vanitas is a perfect deck to punish something like bricking as a unfortunately. They do it really well.
He is maybe the most punishing deck to work against, maybe aside from like Fiza or something, or like maybe KFC as well. Decks that just like kill you on turn 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like the most like aggro level 3 deck that we can really see. They just toss on my hand, start beating you up. So that being said, we will be back soon. We have about 5 seconds in the round, in regulation round, and then 5-second overtime. We'll be back in about 10-ish minutes for more Grand Archive. Don't forget, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, do all that stuff. The True Champion Gaming guys are going through a lot to put this on for us, so make sure you guys show your support. We will be back in a bit here, probably like 10 minutes. So we'll be back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are here with our 5th round. Joining me for this one is OnceInluv.
What's up?
I mean, doing well, and looking forward to seeing what we got for the 5th round. We don't have a match yet, so gonna just have to speculate a bit on that one. I'm hoping to see a CL. We haven't seen a CL this whole tournament.
Surely there's
Even
at
if it's
least
Ryle, I'll
one-
take it.
Surely there's at least one CL, like an ablation CL or something, or like a blackjack, or sorry, not blackjack, beguiling coup CL.
Whatever flavor, I'll take it. Even if it's Ryle.
I'd be down to see Perfy on Merlin too. Surely Perfy's playing Merlin. He's been only
Oh.
playing Merlin recently.
I imagine. Most likely gonna be on Merlin.
Got lots of potential.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of big names here in this tournament.
there are. I mean, all the chess club guys are here. A bunch of the true champion guys are here playing as well. Perfy's
A lot
here.
a lot of main deck names too.
Yes. I mean, with a cash prize as big as this, it definitely makes sense. It would get people's attention and get them coming out to their locals. And you guys should go to your locals and support your locals. They are the lifeblood of TCGs because we don't just play these games because we want to like play the game. It's also about interacting with people and becoming part of the community, right? So definitely big thanks to everyone who showed up today in Michigan to play. And yeah, I mean, I think we've been seeing some pretty good games today. So I'm looking forward to the next 3 rounds being just as good as the ones before it. I mean, what are you hoping to see that we haven't already seen?
I want to see someone playing Heavy Swing and Lamentations Toll, and then Beguiling Coup, and then you just play another Beguiling Coup, and then you just juggle them a million times for Omen damage. I just like CL.
Hell yeah,
I think CL's really cool.
love that. I also love CL. I kind of hope that in Phantom Monarchs we get a high cost Umbra card so we don't have to keep playing Advent of the Stormcaller.
True.
They could give us like a 15 cost Umbra card that maybe gets reduced for the total cost of your omens or something.
Yo, what
It
about
has some
just
like
playing,
minor okay effect.
What about just playing Incarnate Majesty, and then you hide it under Spirel if you're not gonna Baleful Ablation it?
Interesting. That
Right?
is an
Because
option.
Spirel says banish the card underneath her, and then if its reserve cost is equal to the cost that you're trying to negate.
So we can negate Incarnate. Are there any other 12 cost cards in the game?
12.
I'm not sure
I don't think there's any
specifically
12 costs. There's lots of 10s. There's a couple 10s. There's an 11 with Arcane Blast. 12 is Incarnate, and then 15 is Advent.
What is
I
Planar
don't
Abyss? Is Planar
think
Abyss
there's any.
13?
Planar Abyss is. Oh, Planar Abyss might also be 12.
It's either 12 or 13.
I forgot about that. I forgot what Planar Abyss.
It's 12, yeah. So
Yeah, and then Season's End is 10.
yeah, so you have 2
right?
cards. If you're gonna find a way to if you're gonna find the one person in the world who's actually resolving a Planar Abyss.
Oh yeah, Natural Order and
Oh,
Venus
okay.
Elemental also exist. And Verita.
Yeah. So we are actually getting your request. We are going to see Perfy on Merlin versus
We're gonna see the team
Gurthos
kill.
on Tristan. Yeah, this is the team kill actually. I mean,
It's the team
these
kill
things,
on their
they
own
do
channel
happen.
too.
Team kill in their own channel, in their own store, on their own tournament. So you're gonna have to meet each other at some point. So you might as well get it out of the way now. So I mean, this is Tristan versus Merlin. Who do you think would be advantaged in this matchup?
Tristan versus Merlin. So normally I would say this is very Tristan favored because of Incapacitate. But now with the Spectre engine with Ral the Abyss and Liminal Guides, I think it's actually fairly Merlin favored. Because even though you can
One thing
Shadow
to
Strike and
note-
ignore the intercept ability with the unblockable, you also have to remember that it's half damage. And then Spirel is good, but he's only playing 1. So I don't know if he's really going to be able to like play around it enough.
Yeah, and another thing is we're not on like Shadow Reaver, which is one of the ways to like kind of luck sack your way in this matchup is to Shadow Reaver to try and steal their Pendragons. or even just steal their incarnates, or like just get a creative shock or something. Like literally anything that's like playable. Merlin has a lot of whiffs. Like you don't want to hit Ascension, you don't want to hit incarnate really, if you can help it. Unless they only play 1 or 2, then maybe hitting 1 is a decent hit. But usually you want to hit Cruxite, you want to hit Pen. Pen is the best one, obviously, because you can go Dagger, Pen, Dagger again if you hit multiple of them. But we're not on Shadow Reaver, so that means we're just gonna have to try and win this the nice and honest way, which is through
I think the most
probably
notable
Shadow
thing
Striking or Slice and Dicing.
between these two decks is so Gyarados is playing Sporel, which is a new card from Distorted Reflections. Sporel's an Umbra unique ally. It's got a really, really cool effect. So Sporel says, on enter, as a spell, deal 3 damage to target unit. That's very whatever. Cool. On enter, deal 3 damage. It's a 2 cost, so 3 damage for 2 is honestly not bad overall. What makes her really unique is it says, then you may banish a card from your hand or memory face down. Now, if you do this, you can pay 2, rest Sporel, and then reveal a card banished by Sporel with reserve cost X, and then negate each activation of cards with the same reserve cost, and put the negated card that was banished by Sporel into their memory, and then trigger her on enter ability again. Now, this would be really relevant in this matchup if Gyarados is running like 4 black market brokers, because it means that he has 4 more ways to pseudo incapacitate a fireball.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, with this setup, it's probably going to be 3 to stop Dungeon Guide or 2 to stop Pendragon. 1 maybe to stop Ascension. So there's a couple, but yeah, Fireball would have been the critical one. I think gotta remember, right? This uses the printed cost on the card, not like after any reductions, it doesn't count that. That's why Fireball, even if most people think of Fireball as a 2 cost card, it is a 4 cost card. So Perfy going to go second because of the unfortunate Snake Eyes, but we do hit that Fairy Whispers here. So let's try and dig for something. Ooh, a Turbocharge, I believe that is. Would you keep the Turbocharge? Ooh, seems to keep 3 on top.
Yeah, I think you know what your opponent's playing. You say Looking Glass, it's Perfy. You know he's on Merlin. The Turbocharge is fine because you want to be able to over influence him, right? You're playing the game plan where you're trying to like control into lethal, and Perfy's trying to turbo and aggress you really hard. So getting the Turbocharge means that on the turn that you go for that backup charger, you already know you're getting extra value out of it.
What do you think is going to be Gyarados' choice of materialization? Do you think we might just go for the instant Thurbal here?
Instant Thurbal's an option. You do know that you're drawing into that Turbocharge, so you might want to greed just 2 cards. Digging further into your deck. It also depends on how bad your hand is. Because right now, looking at Gyarados' hand, I only really see a Dungeon Guide and an Ace and Protector. And while you can go Dungeon Guide, Ace and Protector, it's like not that great overall. Sensor here makes a lot of sense for Gyarados because he wants to stop any potential like graveyard effects. The only problem is if you do that, like you are susceptible to reduced dash.
He does have an Incapacitate, but if he does play this Sadie, that means he will not be able to hold it up. Let's see if Perfy already has it in hand. Ryle could find it. I don't see it, so we're going to have to dig for it. That's not it.
Does he draw into it?
Nope,
I don't think so.
Nope.
I think that's still fine though. Cycling 2 cards and getting access to this later is like all right. You just want to level up, you just want to find the right setup. So here you can just go Inert Sword because you have extra cards in hand. You're not going to be playing like a Creative Shock or Reduced Dash prereq anyways, so just pay for the Inert Sword.
Inert Sword, absolutely a powerhouse from the set. Just being a sword that has 2 durability, that has 1 more power than the classic Sword of Seeking. Basically at the price of playing Looking Glass, which just naturally synergizes with the deck anyway.
Something I want to mention here though is because Gyarados is playing both Backup Charger and Thurbal, it means he's not playing Safeguard Amulet. You generally have to take out 1 utility slot for it if you're playing Sensor. So it's like Sensor plus Mirror or like Sensor plus Lantern or something like that. But in this case, it's going to be Sensor plus Thurbal. So he doesn't have the Safeguard Amulet, has to play it in the sideboard. So he's going to be weaker to like early Fireball kill games or Ascension focus games.
So once we see here Perfy plays out the Blanche. You think that's just because his hand didn't really have I think it was like a bunch of float, a Fireball, a Pend. This is like the only card playable, but it's actually just Sadie food at this point as well. So I think maybe Perfy also not having the best of hands here.
I think it's fine for Sadie because you already know that your opponent's probably not going to level up, right? They're trying to like giga value. Right? He wants extra value. You don't need to worry about a Thurbal coming out because the sensor's still on the field, so it's most likely backup charger, right? Both of these guys are playing really slow and not representing a lot of significant fear in any regard of dying quickly. So you can just play out the Blanche and like push to level 3. If you turbo level 3 on Merlin, you still gain value over time. You're not too worried about like being on low influence.
Yeah, no one out here playing like surreptitious scheme or anything, so should be pretty secure in the fact that you're going to be getting those extra level counters. Draws Dungeon Guide for turn actually, which is
That's like
I mean
the most
that's pretty
ideal
lucky.
draw, right?
Do we actually
Please
level
God.
up to 3 at this point though? I feel like I mean that's 3 Crux cards in hand plus a Fireball. Maybe you don't want to lose them yet. Could maybe take an off turn here.
The other thing to keep in mind is that Merlin ability goes through sensor, so it banishes the card and then it checks if the card has floating memory in the banishment, not in the graveyard. So he still has access to the level counter from the Evercurrent Raider he has in his graveyard.
Is
I think
true.
Girthos is just realizing that
checking.
now since Perfy mentioned it. Yeah, so he's gonna get the level counter. So the way it works is it chooses on resolution, so it chooses the card, it banishes it, and then it checks in the banishment if the card has floating memory, not if it has access to floating memory.
So we're just gonna level here up to 3. Probably gonna fiend out that Stifling Trap.
This Stifling Trap's
And
fine.
yeah, I mean,
Really don't mind.
you don't feel too bad. Would you just hard level at this point?
Yeah, 100%. You take the 3 cards down, you hard level, you go to 3, you get a level counter, go to even level counters on 2, brings you to level 5, draw a card. You are now influence of 3, you draw a card for turn, you're influence of 4. You have a Pendragon in your hand. You play the Pendragon, it cycles for a +1. Plus you can attack with the Inert Sword, right? Inert Sword still retains its 2 durability because the Sadie was bounced to hand and the attack didn't connect. So Merlin Kingslayer will come in to champion for 4, and then you can Pendragon back the Inert Sword if you want. Or the Looking Glass, either or.
Also, not
But
forget the fact that we are still at level 0, so it's not that much life to get through.
yeah, Girthos has a million cards in hand, but he doesn't really have like a way to get like a comfortable way per se to get the Ace and Protector down. Because he's gonna have to go Sadie, a swing with Sadie, and then Ace and Protector the Sadie back.
Or are we just gonna play Sadie and then do nothing? That seems like that's the play. We at least have a lot of defense. We have the Veiling Breezes. Just gonna go up, like just as you said, we're just gonna go straight level up to 3, get that even level counter, draw extra cards. We have the Pendragon on deck. We have the Fireball actually, which is one of the cards we chose to keep over the Ascension. Makes sense when Incapacitate is a big concern.
He might Stifling Trap the Pendragon just to slow down the game plan here, but I think Perfy just drew into a Rile the Abyss. It looks like he drew
that
one
was
there.
a card he drew.
So we're gonna see 4 to face here
swing
from Merlin. It's half the
Damage
life
is
pool on
piling
Grissa.
up.
It's not looking very comfortable here for Girthos. So Pendragon comes out. 100% he plays a Stifling Trap here. He needs to slow down the game plan. Even if it doesn't kill the Ghost of Pendragon, you going -1 here to stop your opponent from going like +2 dig, +1 cards is totally worth it. You just need to find a way.
And with
So
the amount
going
of
into the
cards
Sadie.
in Perfy's hand, he could actually draw into another Pendragon and play another one. So definitely agree that we just need to slow it down. I mean, you don't know what the top cards of your opponent's deck are. They could be junk, but they could also be more Pendragons.
Yeah, I think he put down his Fireball, so next materialization for Perfy is most likely the Terrafring. Terrafring would be good because it does... I mean, you do want to stop your opponent from pushing more attacks if possible. Banishes Veiling Breeze for level up. That's okay. I don't think Veiling's really going to really save him this game.
You know, it's Merlin. You gotta try and get through the value engine. So you really is more like you have to try and kill her rather than just trying to stall. I don't think there's like a Heavenly Guide or anything in this list as well either, right?
If Girthos had double Dungeon
Actually, he
Guide,
also hard
I think he
leveled.
would actually play double Dungeon Guide this turn.
I mean,
It
we
wouldn't
actually
be bad.
We already have the prep counters.
He's got the prep counters, and he also has the kill cards in hand.
Shadow Strike on deck, as well as a Crystallized Destiny.
So if he were to double Dungeon Guide, he might Dungeon Guide anyways and try to draw into the second Dungeon Guide. Because if he double Dungeon Guides, he's gonna draw 2 cards off level 2, and then he's gonna go to level 3. He's gonna get a prep counter, go to 6, and get 2 shadows, right? Activate Shadow's Claw, attack for 1, then for 4 with the shadows, puts Perfy at 9, then 1 from each Dungeon Guide puts him at 11. Right? Finding a Shadow Strike to get 13 damage is not too difficult. Because he'll have 6 prep counters, so that's Shadow Strike for 10 plus 1 from the Shadow's Claw. So he only needs to play like a Sadian swing, and that would be enough to find lethal.
We don't find the Dungeon Guide, but we do find that Mastermind Scheme. I wonder if that's going to be used here. It would mean we could also ASIN the Dungeon Guide back to hand and then play it again next turn.
I think that's what he's gonna do.
That does mean, yeah, seems like.
So the 1 damage on Pendragon indicates he's
actually. Will we have enough to just Dungeon Guide right now again?
I think he can. Yeah, Dungeon Guiding here is fine because you just need to hold on to your Shadow Strike. So Pendragon will die. Because even the Mastermind Scheme, like you literally only care about holding on to the Shadow Strike. Everything else does not support the game plan to find lethal faster.
Going to level up here. Let's see what we lose. Hopefully we can at least keep. Seems like Incapacitate, and I think that was the Crystallized Destiny that got lost there. So pretty useful cards here, but in the end, it's like in the race here, I think Guruthos actually somehow kind of coming back here after like a pretty slow start, just like drawing cards. We did find the perfect way to get level 3 within 1 turn, 2 level ups. And we're just all going to start swinging everything. So now we just need basically to survive this turn. Currently has 11 damage Shadow Strike plus 2 Shadow Swings. That's 15. Already has the ace in the Dungeon Guide on field.
Interesting. He's going for Drawn Blade. He wants a cycle. He needs to cycle.
Risk losing the Fireball.
He could also just be trying to draw into a Correct Sight. If he draws into the Correct Sight, he can play a Prereq to pick up the Pendragon again. Also has access to Spirit Blade Ascension. You know your opponent has win cards, so you have the ability to kind of force them to lose influence.
Yeah, the hand is a lot of nothing. It's 2 Specters, a Resolute, and a Fireball. So with that Resolute, should it be safe from dying, but I don't know if Guruthos had another Incapacitate in hand.
Interesting, just holding on to everything. So Undying Dreams, Resolute Stand, Fireball, Liminal Guide. It's looking kind of cooked there, actually. He really needed to Drawn Blade to draw into something, and I think that is an indication to Guruthos as well, because he didn't play anything and because he chose to banish for the Drawn Blade, that he could really just aggressively push lethal this turn. If he's afraid, it's terrifying. If not, Boots to draw, because Boots is just a +1 card here.
Is there another Incapacitate? There is another, so I think this is basically done and dusted. Should just be able to Shadow Strike and swing with everything.
Yeah, so if he plays Resolute Stand here for 3, you Incapacitate, and then it's 1. So Dungeon Guide for 1, ASIN for 3, puts you at 14, and then Shadow Strike for 4
11.
plus the 6 preps plus 1, and then the Shadows more than lethal. It just Incap here is GG. Good game. Go game 2.
Good game. Guruthos here with like the extreme value strat that actually does end up paying off here. Just gonna play out that. Ooh.
He's counting it. He's making sure that he has
sure.
lethal. So Shadow Strike is 4 plus the 6 prep counters makes it 10 plus 11 from the Shadow's Claw, which would put Perfy at 22 plus 3 from the ASIN puts him at 25, and then 4 from the Shadows. Yeah, so Incapacitate, it game's over.
More than enough.
As long as he has a Shadow Strike, he has lethal. And Perfy's just really hoping he doesn't have it in his hand right now.
And there it goes. That is pretty textbook there. I mean, that's the thing with the Merlin just not getting any of those crazy like +1 Ryle turns. And then the game just ended immediately before she got more than 1 extra draw off of her level 3 effect. So that just shows kind of the best way to stop Merlin is to just keep her down in the early game, and then once she hits level 3, you just gotta kill her as soon as you can before she starts to get all those level counters, gets Incarnate Majesty out. But yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the siding. I think definitely on Perfy's side, we see a lot of interesting stuff here. Anything in particular that you want to highlight?
Regal Inquisition is always really important in these matchups. You're playing against a control deck, so I feel like you always want to have Regal Inquisition in your deck. The big thing is it comes down to what do you take out for that. If you're gonna side anything in, it's probably 2 Staggering Strikes, maybe 3 Regal Inquisitions. And so if you're gonna do that and you take 5 slots, you're probably taking out like 3 Blanche because Blanche there's no non-combat damage. You might actually not even need the extra Flame Sweep because you already have 2 in the deck, so it might be like 3 Regal Inquisitions for the 3 Blanche, just 1-1.
How would you feel about the Crystallized Destiny?
Crystallized Destiny is interesting. If you think you're always going to play from behind, you should bring in the Crystallized Destiny. You lost, so you're going first, so you might not actually play around it. You might just play around being more aggressive. It's really just a player preference in that case, if you want to play like aggressively or defensively. If you think because you're going first, you're going to rile +1, Creative Shock, turbo to 3 with like 8 cards in hand, I don't see what the point of playing Crystallized Destiny is if you're just going to kill your opponent before they can take any like aggressive action against you.
Yeah, and then on the Tristan side, we can see a 1 of Heavenly Guide, which I wonder if that's going to come up here. I mean, you're going second. Chances are the Merlin's going to hit level 3 before you. Tristan also generally as a deck doesn't level up that fast to begin with because she needs to try and wait till she hits those 4 prep counters. I think potentially could also see the extra Dream Fairy come in as a way of getting rid of Incarnate if it actually does end up coming down. And we also have 3 Regals of our own that we could try to put in to try and get rid of those Fireballs, try and get rid of those Pens. It can be a bit of a liability against Merlin to put Crux cards in the grave because if she draws into a Crux site, you kind of just filled the grave for her. But definitely getting rid of Fireballs and Regals is pretty free as far as things that you can just hit without feeling bad about it. Other than that, Safeguard Amulet most likely going to come in here.
So Safeguard in for... It's a hard choice. Like what you actually bring it in for. You might bring it in for the... I think you probably bring it in for Assassin's Ripper.
Yeah, I was also thinking
you're going second, option. Right? So going second, with the way his deck is built in ratios, I don't think he's going to try to play around like a potential high rolled slice line, knowing that he's playing against like Rile the Abyss, Creative Shock Merlin. I mean, you could if you're that kind of player, you definitely could just keep it in and play for the slice line, like the early slice line. The thing is, it's really hard. It's hard to reach that point when you know that they're going first and they have access to like the first materialization for free, basically. Right? You can't censor them early.
Unless you find that 1 of Beseech the Winds, basically. You can't really do anything about it. I guess you could also Beseech for Thurbal as another
Beseech
option.
Boots is really good too.
Beseech Boots. There's a lot of good Beseech targets, but also you don't really want to jam your deck with too many Beseeches, which probably have that 1 of. But yeah, let's see. Merlin starting up here, looking at the hand as a reduce. Incarnate, Cruxite, sure. Raider. Ooh, yeah, this hand is it's weird.
You put everything down except for this reduce. You could maybe keep the Raider, but I think it's a little greedy. You're very likely to find float with how much you're running anyways.
And let's see if he is going to get punished for that.
Keep 2.
Ooh, that is another Raider and 2 Crux cards.
So you're like almost hoping that he draws the Beseech and plays either and plays the Censor so that you can reduce, right? So you can level up.
Yeah, this is a pretty unfortunate start here, finding double Ascension, double Raider. I mean, that's like you said, right? This is the risk you play. Ooh, 3 down. Is this the Beseech?
There's no way.
No, it was Sadie. Okay.
It's 3 down for Sadie, right? Gonna pass.
And he's gonna pass.
So because he passed, this may just be backup charger. Like you can just comfortably backup charger if he passes.
Backup charger going to be the play here. No turbocharge in the hand. So
and we fix hand.
Regal. Oh boy.
Oh wait, that's not good. Regal.
It doesn't get any.
Oh,
okay, we did draw creative. We drew creative. Okay. Bailed out.
Okay, now the question is, do you think Girthos is going to play Censor now, knowing that Perfy didn't play anything the first turn and went back to Charger?
Oh, yeah, it could be that or it could be Thurbal. It's like once again. Oh,
He's
backup
again.
charger.
He's playing even. He's trying to stay influence, like significantly influence positive against his opponent. I like this creative
So
shock
going to
timing. So creative shock timing here means that he can't be incapacitated, which is why he plays around it. Oh, and draws into a Ryle.
Yeah, okay, so we are getting bailed out of this terrible hand here. Smart timing to play this now when there's no risk of an incapacitate.
Reminding players.
Think, oh, we're asking for the power
comes
cell.
out. All right.
I
Well,
wonder
Purpy's
if-
like fixed his hand. His hand is like so playable now because he has the reduced dash if a Beseech does come out here, and he also has access to Rile the Abyss if not. He really just needs to dig
Yeah.
for a Dungeon Guide. Level up Dungeon Guide to 2 would be so valuable for him right now.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything on Guru's side, no Beseech or anything. So I think this might. Oh, I think is that a cleansing reunion?
Asen?
That shouldn't be in the deck.
I think he is running Cleansing Reunion in the main.
Oh yeah, there's 2 cleansing reunions in his main. So, ooh, this is gonna be a big cleansing. Be cleansing for can banish 6 here. Yeah, there we go. So that whole graveyard is now gone. I mean, from my experience, it doesn't feel like the end of the world to hit a cleanse some float because in the end, there's still influence positive or influence neutral when you play creative and Ryle. So it could be worse. That's all I'll say. Losing an
think-
Ascension can't be too bad.
I think the
about
timing on
that.
playing Ryle there was a little greedy. I think you should just play it in Recollection after you level up.
That's true.
I guess
but
the reason
in
he
the
did
end,
it
it's
is because
like
he wanted to discard draw and then be able to pay for the innards. It's like I can understand the value of that, but it is definitely a little greedy knowing that your opponent is pulling cards up. I guess
Yeah,
if
and
you're
now
worried
looking-
about Cleansing Reunion, you force them to have it, kind of thing.
yeah, looking at the hand now, it's like the hand is kind of bad again all of a sudden. Haven't found any liminals or anything. Still have enough cards to activate the Sadie. Are we gonna fireball the Sadie?
No, surely not. Surely there's no fireball in Sadie, right? Oh my god, he's gonna do it. He's gonna fireball the Sadie for 2. He's got to pay 4 for
mean,
this
you
if
know,
both Regals come down.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. It's not great.
Actually, in hindsight,
What-
that is really good. Because if Girthos doesn't have another Sadie, he has no real way to generate prep counters right now, right? He's not progressing his game plan. Because if you level up to 2 with 2 prep counters, losing 1 card potential value there kind of impacts your game a lot, right? It's 1 less card to dig for your Shadow Strike. It's 1 less card to have an answer for your opponent.
Well, there is our prep gen though. We do have the Wind Bless Lookout, and I believe we also have Asun, so we can just keep recycling the Wind Bless. Gonna swing first there. Might as well get that damage in.
You're right. So much
And
for
then,
no
yeah.
prep gens.
So
Losing
much
Sadie-
for
losing Sadie
that.
does suck though, because the on-kill agility is so valuable. Having that synergized into like the Dungeon Guide or the Ghost of Pendragons is really strong value.
Yeah, and looking at the hand again, we didn't even see a Dungeon Guy in the first place. So yeah, Perfy just having a really, really slow start here, taking a couple turns to like try and dig for those cycle cards, and then even once the cycle cards are solved, they all get gets kind of nullified by that cleansing reunion here. Just gonna level up to 2, and let's see if we can find something. It's like it's really a lot of nothing. Dungeon Guide for turn.
Dungeon Guide for turn's pretty good. We're gonna lose the reduce there, I think, as well.
No,
We won't be able to use Merlin's
Is there enough cards for
ability.
recycling?
No, because I think everything's in memory right now. So he went -1 for the Cleansing Reunion, which is a really big one, and then he lost the Sadie as well. So all the cards he gained off of everything else is not there.
So we can now get a draw. Can it be Pendragon?
It's
It's another Dungeon Guide. Wow, that is
I mean, the game gives and takes, right? You Dungeon Guide off the top on the turn you need it. You draw into another Dungeon Guide. It is what it is. It's just balanced.
Are we gonna Ascension here? Actually, we are playing its Wind.
It's pretty good value to Ascension here. So you attack face for 2, and then you Ascension after.
Wait, do we even have a fire card though? Is there a fire card in the memory?
I
I imagine there
it's,
must be, otherwise you probably
Oh, it's
wouldn't
actually.
do this.
I don't think it is.
Because it's a dungeon guide plus something else.
Plus
Ooh, it's
Regal.
Regal, right?
He's just doing the banish. He just wants to see what his opponent has.
Okay,
So
so
Slice, Shadow Strike, Regal, Incapacitate, an Innervate Agility, and Mastermind Scheme? Oh,
yes,
losing
that's
the
correct.
Slice.
Losing Slice. So we can kill the Asen at least, and there is no other ally aside from that Wind Blast. So yeah, we've looking at Gurutho's hand, kind of not that much to work with. I mean, we
Really
still get
doesn't
the
have much
prep
to work
gen at
with.
least.
Oh.
We can generate one more prep here.
Oh, he did have 3 cards in hand. Okay, just slightly off screen
Oh,
there.
okay.
So
Just a
he paid
little
3
bit
for
off
the Thurbal to
screen.
draw, which puts him at influence of 11 now.
Is a lot of influence. Gonna play out the Wind Blast. Just get some more prep here. Still need 2 more to hit that magical 4 prep number. Another 4. Oh, is it Asen number 2? Or is it Mastermind Scheme?
Mastermind
Asen
Scheme
number 2.
would be 6 because he's level 0 still.
Oh, I didn't even realize he hadn't leveled up yet.
Yep. This is like an aggressive ally beatdown. I mean, Gurthos is playing this almost like it's a Wind Allies deck, just it's value based. It stays on Spirit, swings with every ally he has. Purvy's at 10. Oh, loses the second Regal Inquisition for a drawn blade. Purvy cycling for Pendragon. He really needs a Pendragon.
Also not on an even level counter either, so the draws are going to be pretty slow. Draws into Pendragon.
He got it. So
Do we have a
Blade gave him a
stifling?
card, and then he got the Pendragon after that. Needs Stifling in hand. Don't think he has it, though.
We draw into another Pendragon.
Drawing into another Pendragon would be kind of crazy here. Or a Regal. Regal Inquisition here would be really good, too. I think he has one.
Seems like a no. The Asen.
Asen Protector removed. Did he not just draw a Regal Inquisition? Oh, it's an Incarnate. That's what it is.
Put them down.
Majesty.
One of them got banished, and then the other got. This must be in memory here.
I think he banished both of them. One for his Dungeon Guide level up, and then one for the Drawn Blade.
Shadow Strike, unfortunately, is lost here, and I believe that means Slice and Shadow Strike are both gone, so we now have to dig for more copies of those. I think that's Dungeon Guide Veiling.
I didn't see the middle card. It looked like Undying Dreams, but I don't think he plays that.
No, it's double Dungeon Guide.
A double Dungeon Guide. That's actually kind of funny. He could double Dungeon Guide. It's not.
Ooh,
I don't think it gives
does
him
he
that much
have
value.
one?
Oh, he bought him to both.
Reclaim. A little bit late for that. Would have been nice to save that Pendragon. Imagine we just play the Lookout here to hit 4 prep and then level up next turn. I think we already have a Dungeon Guide. Otherwise, we would not have bottomed them.
Lookout, go to 4. Take the Glimpse. Oh, Glimpse is a Shadow Strike. Okay.
Shadow Strike.
Glimpsing the Shadow Strike is
top.
pretty good value there.
And then this is
So
where
it's level
Purvy...
up, draw 2, Dungeon Guide, and then he can Shadow Strike. So he's gonna Mastermind Scheme now. His Mastermind Scheme costs 5 though, because he's level 1.
People do forget about the efficiency part of Mastermind Scheme at times. Everyone gets a little bit too used to playing it for 3.
He does still gain the agility though, because he'll have 8. He just has to pay 2 extra for it. One of the rare efficiency cards that's not a mage card.
Absolutely. So if you're in Purvy's position, you're seeing your opponent Tristan playing a Mastermind Scheme at level 1. What is that kind of telegraphing to you?
That he's gonna try to Dungeon Guide Slice or Dungeon Guide Shadow Strike me to death on the next turn.
You did see previously, I mean, you did get a glimpse of the hand when he activated that Ascension, so you at least have some knowledge of what's in there, but of course there were still cards in the hand. I think also holding up an Incapacitate
it's because he glimpsed one off the Lookout and left it on top. You know that it's something relevant, so it's either a Dungeon Guide or a Shadow Strike. If he's gonna Mastermind Scheme like that on level 1 and be willing to put 5 cards down, you know it's something valuable.
Ooh, Crystallized Destiny found on the top, but I think not enough cards to play it is the issue, right? Oh no, okay, that was prereq. Okay, so we can stay in this game a little bit longer. Are we gonna play that Reclaim actually to get this Wind Bless and also get a float? Helps us level up a little bit more efficiently. Reclaim going to be used here. Looking at the hand, Incarnate, Penned, and Crystallized are kind of like the only really relevant cards here.
So what you can do here is you can Pendragon, draw 2, and then you can Regal Inquisition him. And you can, if he doesn't respond to it, you can banish every card out of his memory and then force him to play a card so that he can level up. Because he only has access to one floating memory, right? So on top of being able to see everything in his hand and his memory, you could potentially put him in a position where he's forced to play extra cards just to level up.
Ooh.
Okay,
Veiling
Greaves?
being used here.
Really for 3 in response to the Dungeon Guide attack? It's not bad. If he just Pendragon passes here, it's also good value because it's Dungeon Guide and Liminal Guide that he put down, so he can just banish both of those because he doesn't really care. Oh,
Fortunately,
also
will not be able to stop the Regal here. Is there a Regal in hand? I actually don't see one.
Is that not a Regal? Is it just is it Incarnate?
Incarnate
looks so much like Regal when it's foil that I can't tell.
That is an Incarnate. I don't see a Regal in the hand, so I don't think he actually he might banish both of them.
It is just an Incarnate. I keep thinking the card on the far left in his hand is a Regal Inquisition.
It does look like Regal, doesn't it?
It's just the top left corner of it. It's the colors are very similar.
Yeah.
Foiled.
Loses his own Regal here. We do get that draw 2.
Shadow Strike. And
Shadow Strike and another Veiling. Seems like it.
Okay, so let's see.
We have Crystallized Destiny.
To 3, right? We DG to 3, get 5. Mastermind Scheme, go to 10. Swing face with just the Shadows, Claw and Shadows, pass turn. Set up for next turn lethal.
That'd probably be the best. We also got to hold up the Incapacitate, which means that he just lost the Shadow Strike again.
I think he had 2.
Did he draw?
I think he had 2.
Did he have 2? So we're gonna go up Tristan here, go up to 5, and bring out the Shadow's Claw, then we can play Mastermind Scheme, go up to 10, set up for a really, really solid lethal turn, get the hold up with Incapacitate and a Veiling Breeze, make sure that we're not dying and we can stop any defense. Merlin would be at level 6 next turn with no broken swords, which means that could potentially play out that Incarnate, but it's going to eat up basically the whole turn.
Well, he can also Fluffy Shopkeep. If he Shopkeeps, he can banish out 2 swords. Or he can banish out Incarnate Majesty and the Prismatic Edge, and then he can just materialize the Drawn Blade Raw because he has the Undying Dreams in his graveyard. So he'll +1 on the Undying Dreams with that banishment. Creative Shock.
Creative going to be played here. Another Undying Dreams. Undying. I think that was actually 2 Undying Dreams.
Oh, he might just go Prismatic Raw.
Oh, yeah.
Prismatic. Nope, Drawn Blade.
Okay, Drawn Blade.
That's a good one. It's such a hard choice to make between like doing Drawn Blade to draw a card versus Prismatic Edge to make them go -1. It's like, do you really think that one card they put down is very relevant? In most cases, it's probably not, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have put it down in their memory.
Yeah, and actually, you don't even know if it's a win card, right? It could be like a normal card. Could be an Umbra card. Like, there's actually not much of a threat. Or there's a pretty big chance that it could just be like a random DG that they don't really care about anymore.
So something kind of scary here is taking the Ghost of Pendragon damage. If he goes to 10 here, he's in double Fireball range, which is quite scary. And a Fireball was just drawn. I believe Purvy has 2 Fireballs now. Fireballs come in for 7 each, 14. 1 Ascension could be lethal.
We have the Incapacitate at least. I think he only has 1. Yeah, I think I only see 1 Fireball, unless he put the other one down.
It's a Resolute next to it.
Yeah, I think that's like, is that 3 Undying Dreams? I think, right? Oh, it's a Raider and 2 Undying Dreams. Okay. Pretty specced out here. 3 down,
Fluffy
probably going to be
Shopkeep.
Fluffy Shopkeep.
Banish out that Prismatic Edge and the Incarnate Majesty.
Shop gonna come out here. I imagine if we go for the Incarnate, Perfy will probably just incapacitate it, and then
Oh,
try and go
Safeguard. He
for
left that
game
in.
here.
Oh, I guess
yeah,
the other option's
that's
Stallifying
really-
Lantern, so it doesn't matter. It makes sense that it's still there.
Ooh, actually just gonna pass here. Rather hold up the Crystallized Destiny. So currently, how much damage we got on board? We have 11 off a Shadow Strike, plus 4, so 15, plus Dunder
Shadow
Guiding
Stri-
16.
Wait, didn't he Mastermind Scheme? Doesn't he have 10 prep counters?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. So that's he's 15 plus 4, so that's actually 20 damage on board right now. And we have the incapacity to stop this Crystallized Destiny. So I think this might just be. Oh, but we have the Resolute, so we can go Crystallized Destiny and then Resolute for free, which would keep Perfy in this game. There's a Crystallized. Does not have a second Incapacitate to use here. This is going to be coming in for 15. Resolute activated for its alternate cost. Going to make this -3 for every attack damage source, which pretty much all Tristan damage is attack damage.
Is that Incapacitate on the Resolute stand?
No, it was on the Wait.
Did he
Wait,
play
what?
a Crystallize?
Oh, did he
Wait,
not?
doesn't it still kill over?
Oh. Oh, did it kill over? Oh, it might have killed over.
Shadow
Yeah.
Strike, it's Shadow Strike for 15, right? So Shadow
15.
only
He
needs
was
to
at
find 11.
13. Oh yeah. So it was still enough either way. Yeah. So, I mean that's just the Tristan matchup, right? Like sometimes you think you're safe, and then suddenly, oh boom, you're dead. Very explosive deck.
Tristan's good, right? We talked about how you asked me at the beginning of the game. You said, who do I think it favors? I think that I said that I think Merlin has a better favor now because of Rile the Abyss and Creative Shock. You don't draw Rile the Abyss Creative Shock, you don't discard for +1/+2. It's like, I guess you instantly lose your advantage, right? It's the
Wait, we didn't
consistency of
see-
wind versus the high roll of fire right now is how it feels like.
We in the first game we didn't see any Riles, right? Or any Creative Shocks. In game 2 we saw Rile and Creative Shock, but then it got cleansed and reunited. So yeah, this is Tristan's game, right? She like tries to slow you down while she's doing her like prep gen stuff, and then she eventually just like blows you out of nowhere, right? I think that's why she's just doing so well in this current minute. I think getting the Thurbal really just added like the extra oomph she needed. Helps her against like a lot of these just graveyard decks, even something like those Carps on Coda decks, or like maybe some of the errant like water mill players that are still like, around in the surface. I mean, Thurbal even helps against things like Suited or any other deck that really cares about like random cards in the grave. So it kind of gives Tristan this edge. She already was a really strong deck, and now giving her this extra piece of graveyard hate means that she doesn't even necessarily need to play a lot of the things like Raccoons or Cleansing Reunions anymore. She can actually just kind of crush on Thurbal. Girthos here obviously still playing the cleansings just for the like extra insurance.
These ratios are really good,
Yeah.
actually. Like playing two Cleansing Reunions is such a nice threat because you're realistically able to draw into that between Fairy Whispers, Windless Lookout, your extra draws from Thurbal, Grand Crusader turning in Backup Charger, and the Turbo Chart as well. So like seeing a 2 of in a deck like this is like one of the few decks that I actually think a 2 of is possible to draw into, and really isn't a bad idea to have a Silver Bullet. Right? Tristan is like such a good utility. I mean, Assassin in general has such a good utility box that having these 2 ofs when you play so much Glimpse is kind of okay.
Yeah, and even if you don't find it, you still have Thurbal, right? You still have sensors. It's like you don't necessarily need to find it. It's just like it's nice if you do at the right moment. And I think that's just what makes Tristan so strong. She kind of works into everything. She doesn't have like any atrocious matchups. Maybe like Jin is not great. There's a couple, but she has maybe one of the most even matchup spreads of the top decks. And I think that's why she's just like she's been a mainstay basically since she's come out. And unfortunately, I really hoped we'd see the Spirel there, but we didn't get to. She has a 1-of, right? And I don't think he drew her a single time in any of those games. But I kind of wanted to see Spirel kind of show up and show her stuff for a little bit. But
It's
yeah,
kind
I
of
mean
neat
that
to
was
see as well though that like we have a game where the Merlin player plays triple Pendragon and then gets absolutely smashed. Right, like normally you'd see triple Pendragon on the field and you're like, okay, I've lost.
yeah, I think in most situations you would think that's like, oh, one Pendragon 3 turns straight usually means I'm losing the game. But against Tristan, who can just do like 20 plus damage in one turn, a lot of times you're okay with them playing pens as long as they don't get to hold up cards to stop your big kill turn, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. But either way, that's a big game. It's a big game. So looking at the record so far, if we check out the Omni deck standings, not quite sure if we have stats, but I'd like to discuss it because I like seeing what's going on. There are a lot of players. There's 5 players still at the 4-0. We saw a couple of them on stream. So Rex Kin on the Trust Club Pony Tusk deck. And then we also saw Audio X Medic earlier. That was the Onsol deck that we saw against. It's Onsol versus Fire Merlin, right?
Yes, it was the Onsol that was playing Sword Saint's Vow.
Oh yeah, the Sword Saints Vow one. That was fun. The craft Onsol deck. So that player is currently 5-0. And then Gurathos is also 5-0. Those are reported scores. So it'll be interesting to see what we get for the rest of the rounds. We probably won't see the top tables because if you're 5-0, most people will ID the last 2 rounds. So we're probably going to be looking at like 4-1s, 4-0-1s, etc., just to see if we can find people who are getting into that 5x range.
And actually, with the cash prize in this situation, maybe you actually do want to try and push for first, though.
True. If you're 5, yeah, you probably play for 6-0, right? If you 6-0, then you can probably last round.
If your opponent agrees.
If your opponent will let you.
Exactly. I mean, in the end, right? It's like you need both players to want to ID. But yeah, that was I think despite being a 2-0, it was a really it's a fun matchup. I always love watching Tristan versus Merlin. It's just a classic. We've been watching the same matchup basically since Tristan came out in MRC. Even with the slime threat there that kind of like kept Merlin down. Like she was around, and I love seeing it. I do kind of miss Shadow Reaver though. I've always loved gambling on Shadow Reaver and then hitting like 4 floating cards.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Either way,
Yeah,
excited
that's
to
it
see
for
what else we can bring you guys in this tournament.
yeah, maybe we can get something interesting in the last 2 rounds, especially if we go down to those more on the line on the bubble tables.
Yeah, I want to
But
see.
yeah,
Suited.
that's
what I want to see.
I would love to see Suited. I think Suited it's a bit tough because there's so much Ensol, but I love Suited. It's a cool deck. I am still annoyed that we only have hearts and spades. Like my OCD gets flared up. Like where are the clubs? Where's all the other suits, right? And it also bugs me that's like, oh, you go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. That annoys me actually. Yeah, that's gonna be it for this round. And it's also gonna be it for me. I'm going to be going off for the remaining rounds of this because it is 7 a.m. here in Australia. So thank you everyone for watching, and I want to thank True Champion Gaming for putting up the stream, and for being really beacons of the community. They've been really like grinding out the content lately, and so yeah, it's like subscribe to their channel, subscribe to their Patreon. You can get a lot of like valuable competitive insights from the Patreon. So if you want to improve your Grand Archive game, I definitely recommend that you toss them support their way. Once any last words before we go back to break?
Not too much. Thanks for joining us here for this wonderful Michigan Regionals, and we'll see you guys at the start of round 6 in about 20-ish, maybe 25 minutes.
All right, see you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to round six of the DTR Michigan Regionals, hosted by True Champion Gaming. I'm joined here with Lineage Break Joyboy. Joyboy, how was your break?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Got some food, got some drink, hung out, watched the game. Pretty good.
So it looks like leading into round six here, we have two people at 5-0. We have Girthos, who we just had on stream on the Wind Shadow Strike Tristan, as well as Audio X Medic, who was our non-looking glass on-soul swordcraft style deck, where he was playing the craft actions.
Oh,
And so those are our two 5-0s. Dad Smoocher and Rex Kanan were both 4-0 last round, played against each other, drew. So Rex is on the water, or not water, fire pony toss. So looking at this, I believe they're both going to end up playing other or get down pairs. Not quite sure, but I'm really excited to see what's available for us in future rounds. I do know in the top 8 we have 2 Water Allies players.
yeah. Water allies would be really sick to see. There can be some differences. You can have the Water Lorraine version. You can have the Water Xander version. You get some benefits with both. I really like having Nia with stealth. I think that's really good. Lets your Ju Ying stick around a little bit longer. You know, if you get to stealth the Nia, pretty good.
Also, Carps on Coda is in top 8. W.
Oh, my hero.
The hero of the tournament, the hero we didn't know that we needed.
Yeah,
Alan
my hero.
Guoja, Carps on Coda with the Languid Toad Troll is currently in top 8. And that is a pretty good feeling. Ooh, we're going to be going down actually a little bit. I know I asked for this last round. A
Ooh.
fellow Canadian here is going to be showcasing Suited live on stream.
Okay. I like suited. I do some suited. That's pretty cool.
I also really like Suited. Suited is such a flexible deck in the way you can build it. There's lots of different champions
Yeah.
that I can run. There's also a lot of different types of allies. So because Suited runs so many unique allies, Red Hair's a really common pickup with that.
Mhm.
Not everyone likes to play things like Arthur and March Hare in it though. So there's a lot of flexibility in the deck building style.
Yeah. And then it looks like we're going into a Crux Lorraine.
On Soul.
In Soul. That's pretty good. I think this deck, from what I've seen playtesting and just like in general, I feel like it kind of lives and dies by whether you get flame sweeped for 3, 4, 5. Suited does sort of swarm the board really quickly with things like the 4 parts that let you sort of cheat out an ally. Things like Rouge and I can't remember the Noir that are cheap 1 cost allies that you get to play on the board as well. And the whether you get flame swept or not can really turn the tide in this thing. Sometimes you can pump a lot of damage to where they can't flame sweep you. Especially, I think this is the big tech card in this matchup that will sort of get suited there is Mortal Ambition. I think if you have Mortal Ambition, right, when they go to do the big flame sweep, depending on how much damage you've already put onto Lorraine, a big flame sweep turn, you play Mortal Ambition, and all of your allies get +1, and they all get to retort back, dealing massive damage back to the Lorraine. So it can be a little bit of a, Lorraine kills herself kind of play, but we'll see how
Yeah, so
it
Mortal
goes.
Ambition allows you to have a cheaper cost essentially for every single unique ally you control. It'll be 2 less, starting at a
Yep.
base of 6. Now, this will give you the keywords Steadfast and Ambush. Now both of these are important for different reasons. Steadfast means that you can retaliate without resting as cost, and if you are already rested, you are able to retaliate. And Ambush, meaning that you are able to retaliate when you are not the target of an attack. Now, Cleave, like you said before, does set all units on the board as defending units, so they would naturally be able to retaliate. However, because Lorraine is such an aggressive ally-focused deck, or sorry, an aggressive attack-focused deck, the problem with this is that if you play a regular attack, even not a flame sweep, Mortal Ambition means that everything on the board can now retaliate you.
Yeah.
And that's a really big problem in this deck, right? So as much as you have the ability to clear the board or push for board clear, you have to be very careful about how much damage you put out. We're going to see a fantastic opener here, the red hair plus the rouge. Now, normally rouge you want to play with a certain amount of suited reserve cost field already. However, as a 1 cost, this allows her to be a very cheap activation for red hair.
Oh, oh wait, it's playing. I really like this card. Peppered Chef, the card that was discarded off of the red hair on attack trigger. Um, I think this card is probably one of the best cards in DTR. Peppered Chef says on enter, sacrifice an ally you control. If you do, Peppered Chef gets +2, +2 power for a total of 4 power. You know, in conjunction with something like Suzaku that like gets to come back after you kill it. Uh, really good things like March Hare, right? You want March Hare in your graveyard so that you can get that uh effect in the graveyard of it coming back onto the field if you use it for something like Kindle. So you get to, you get to kill the March Hare, you get to kindle the March Hare back. Maybe you do another Peppered Chef, and those things.
Oh, here we go. So Mortal Ambition's a perfect example, right? So Mortal Ambition's it's gonna give +1 life to these allies. There's three unique allies on board, so Mortal Ambition's free here. All human and horse allies now get +1 and ambush steadfast. So we're gonna see the death, or in this case, the death of the ephemeral version of Liminal Guide, so it'll go to banishment. And if Super Saiyan chooses to attack on the board at all of these allies will be able to ambush and retaliate.
Yeah, so it'll take 5 damage as well. Once again, putting you to a quick 10. Yeah, really early Mortal Ambition, but like in terms like this where you want to keep your board and also, kill the Liminal Guide that came back, you really want to keep your board. That's really important as suited, right? Lose if you lose your board presence, then it's really hard to sort of get there. Suited does sort of flood the board, but you want to keep the board that you already have. Um, we'll see.
So I think there was a missed card drawn off of Ryle, right? So he should have 8
Okay, so he has
cards in
7.
hand.
Yeah,
Because you go
he
second, because he went second, or he went first. He played Ryle, discarded
yeah,
a liminal guide, should draw 1 off the extra discard, and then
yeah, and
should
then
get
Liminal
1
Guide
off
come
the
back. Yeah,
liminal guide, right?
yeah. So we'll see if I believe
It'd be
this.
3 down for Ryle. You draw 1, discard the liminal guide, so that goes neutral on the draw, but then you draw another one for drawing the liminal guide, you lose 1 for banishment. And then you draw when the liminal guide enters the field. So it should be 1 more.
Yeah, we'll see if we draw the card or if it's a miss trigger. Seems like we're deciding what to materialize right now. So, what do you think so okay. We have 5 damage on board. Something like Peppered Chef could be, even more damage. You swing with the Rouge or you swing with the March Hare. You do 1, Peppered Chef comes in for 4, Rouge 1 more, 10, 3 more from the red hair. That's a lot. Especially if you something like Arthur in hand, you can on enter, rest it, make it immortal, and then every single ally swinging an additional 1. We'll see what the choices is. I think we're trying to figure out what uh the ruling is on the missed liminal guide draw so far. So, yeah, like we were saying, the biggest problem against these decks is, early aggression sometimes lets you not be able to actually, live long enough to get to that level 3 deck, right? Suited, very very powerful, especially if you level up into Tony, which this list is running. You level up into Tony, and then now your champion has Taunt, and now your board gets to stick around another turn, which could just be completely lethal. We'll see if the looks like
It's
we're
interesting. I
deliberating
really,
right
you
now.
talked about Tony there. I
Mhm.
really, really like Tony's deck. I know that Superior's tried playing Xander, he's tried playing Tristan.
Yeah.
Having access to different things like the agility or the ability to glimpse and then have assassin class bonuses, all really good. In the ally matchup specifically, it's really, really nice to have Tenoris, right? That on
Yeah.
enter, Tony has taunt for this turn is basically a secondary terror.
Yeah. Mm. Oh,
Interesting.
that
So under fire in response to the sensor.
okay? So under fire makes you it makes your champion distant, and then you deal yourself 4, and then you get to give yourself stealth. So going up to level 2, we have the Lorraine on enter trigger and flame sweep. This is exactly what we want to kind of prevent as 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 Phyla or suited, but I don't think there's anything we can do. Okay,
Okay. Kind
that's
of
pretty
big
good though.
here.
If you're gonna lose your whole board and retaliating with everything is pretty good. Lorraine will draw 3 cards here, so we do get pretty big influence. But
Retaliate for 5 is kind of nice.
yeah, I mean, if you have kind of your whole hand down, right? So you could end up in a turn where you just like die. Superior's influence is a little low, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. Is it
I
liminal guide
believe he
and
has a dazzling courtesan in hand, right? So dazzling
yeah,
courtesan means that he's going to be able to get 1 extra damage out of the
yep,
March Hare that went to graveyard, and he can play
hmm
it for free too. So it's essentially 1 card out of hand for 3 points of damage.
yeah, it's pretty good. We're at 24 total as Lorraine level 2, so we just need 10 more. We could grab Impact Hammer as well. That'll also represent. Yeah, looks like we're doing that.
Impact Hammer is pretty big here. Needs to
I believe
find
is that
10 damage
blazing
for
throw?
lethal.
I think that's
Ooh,
blazing.
second dazzling
Oh
courtesan as
my.
well. Wait, does he have a pepper chef? If he has a pepper chef, this is
Yeah,
huge
I
for damage.
I don't know if he has a peppered chef, but I think he has a blazing throw.
Blazing throw would get there as well.
I
Be
don't.
pretty big for the amount of damage.
I can't make up this other
3 go to
word. Is it?
17.
Oh, okay.
Red
Red
hair.
hair. That's really
Red
good.
hair comes in for 3, goes to 20,
Oh, and then
and then
blazing
just
throw.
blazing throw.
Yeah.
I guess you attack
You
first
swing. Yeah,
just to
yeah,
see the
yeah,
reaction, and
yeah,
then blazing
and
throw for
then
lethal.
blazing throw. Yeah. Yep. I mean, like I said, this is kind of what these decks are trying to do to each other. Suited is trying to just run you over before you actually get to level. Lorraine is trying to get to that level 2 and flame sweep the board. I think uh the fact that the allies were all awake and were able to retaliate meant essentially that you die there. If they were rested, then you get to kill them all, you get to save yourself the damage, and you get to draw 3 cards, which is really good, and probably wouldn't have died. He did bump out a lot of damage there.
So when you look at the actual damage numbers in both sides, it's
Yeah.
yeah, okay, great. I played under fire. I didn't take the damage that turn. I took 4 from the under fire, right?
Right.
Instead of
Yeah.
taking 5 from the allies. However,
hmm
because you're choosing to flame sweep into them anyways, you took an additional 4 unnecessarily.
Yeah,
Whereas
that's
you could have
true.
just taken the 5 initially, baited him into playing an extra ally or 2 extra allies, and then gone for a flame sweep, draw 5 off of it because you're gonna get like a huge kill threshold. You're very likely to draw into a dungeon guide at that point, and then use dungeon guide to 3 and play defensively, or you hopefully draw into a resolute stand, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean,
in these
I think.
matchups, under fire, I think it's a little too hasty, for lack of a better way to put it. It's just you take so much more from playing that, and that's also why we saw there was don't remember exactly whose deck list it was, but I saw someone playing take cover, which is a 5-cost norm that gives your champion stealth if you want. And that was interesting because it did matter that they didn't take the 4 damage from a card like Underfire.
Right. I think so. Moving on to sideboards real quick, because I did see a lot of the sideboard options from Superior. I saw, I believe, 4 suited trickeries go right into the deck. Suited trickery, really good card. It's essentially like a tariff ring for attacks declared. it lets your board stick around a lot longer. Lets you not get flame sweep, because if they have to pay 6 for flame sweep, then it's a little bit, they're usually not going to have that level of influence. It obviously depends on if you have if you riled like 2 times or whatever. But from the Crux Lorraine list, I mean, Unyielding Wraith card is in this list, so like that could be really good. I don't think one more Under Fire is good.
I think you just take out the Underfires. You
I
take out
think
all
you do
3 of your
too.
Underfires. You put
Yeah.
in probably the 3 Unyielding Wraith cards. You
Yeah.
could also bring in Staggering Shark if you want, but like you said with the Suited Trickery causes it so that your opponent must pay 2 more for champion declared attacks. So lines like Dungeon Guide Flame Sweep are a lot harder to come by. You're
Right.
gonna need what is 11 cards in hand for that turn
Yeah.
to exist. 4 for the Dungeon Guide and then 7 for the Flame Sweep. So that's no longer like an easy option. So
Oh,
looking
is
at this is a pretty aggressive hand actually opening for Super Saiyan. So
I think is that Unyielding Wraith card? I think it is. No.
is that a Blazing Throw? He has 1 Blazing Throw in his deck and he drew it.
Really?
Yeah. So we're gonna start with a 4 of Hearts here. 4 of Hearts, pretty good. Effect is going to be immediately used here by Superior.
We do have a Suited Trickery as well in memory. Okay.
Oh, and Rouge. Rouge will enter the field on 5, so no bonus.
Yeah.
Needs 6 for it.
Creative Shock. Okay. Discard a Liminal. Not bad. We have so we have Peppered Chef. Oh man. I think next turn can be quite a lot of damage from thing if we don't play like an Unyielding Wraith guard or something like that. I saw Peppered Chef. I saw Duchess, which is a little bit hard to play. I saw Dazzling Courtesan.
I think you can actually just Dungeon Guide to 2 here if you wanted.
Yeah.
You have 2 Dungeon Guides. You can Dungeon Guide to 2, kill the 4 of Hearts, draw a card. And then if you want to, you can Dungeon Guide to 3, or you can hold for Backup Charger and then play Backup Charger on your next. Actually, he probably doesn't have Backup Charger playing.
Yeah, and Soul has like very
He's playing in Soul
little
nowadays.
Yeah.
You probably just go Clarent. If you do Dungeon Guide to 2 here, you definitely go Clarent. Otherwise, you just play Wraithguard and pass.
Yeah.
Because he has an Undying Dreams too, right? So the benefit of Wraithguard is you play Wraithguard, it dies, it comes back ephemeral. In response to the next attack declaration, before damage, you Undying Dreams it.
Yeah.
So it becomes a 2/4 for the turn, and then a permanent 1/3.
Yeah. Which is really good.
Yeah.
Undying Dreams is really, really, really cool card.
The pass with everything in hand. Interesting.
Okay. Censor. This does turn off the Unyielding Wraithguard effect because it doesn't actually hit the graveyard it hits the graveyard, but once it's in the graveyard, there are no graveyard effects. So
yeah, on death checks in the graveyard and
correct.
abilities are turned off in graveyards, so play.
It's interesting. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So I mean, Censor is really good here. Censor also turns off the future. Like if your opponent passes with everything in hand, you assume that they're gonna go Creative Shock Rile and try to draw into the ability to get more plus, right?
Okay.
Red Hair, March Hair. Simple, easy, low cost combo to bring out.
Yeah, 3 cards for 4 damage. It's pretty good.
It's 5 or 4 basically.
Yeah.
It's like super solid. And the Red Hair just being able to recycle itself with its class bonus effect is really good.
Right. So we'll have 1 from March Hair, 3 from Red
bonus?
Hair. And
March
then
has an
1
element
more.
Bonus, right? Not a class
It's element bonus. Yep, element bonus. Especially also if we have Suited Trickery here, like clearing this board is also just going to be kind of hard to do in general, even if we
has
level.
The Suited Trickery, he should play it. It's
yeah,
so
he has it
good
in
on
hand,
turn.
yeah.
He also has a Suited Ally, so he'll draw a card into memory and recycle the Suited Trickery.
Yeah.
I think he's able to play
2, actually. Yeah, it feels really good seeing the card that you teched in specifically for the matchup that you're going into. Yeah, I mean, this is so good.
he puts it there. He says, here's your reminder. Here's your reminder.
Just
no
so you know.
actions made this turn.
Yeah, just so you know. Don't do any of that. Creative Shock. Maybe we draw a Reduce. Doesn't look like it. These are both Crux cards.
That's a discard Cruxite, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Discard Cruxite is fine. It's not super necessary. In this matchup, it's probably not actually anything for you.
Mhm.
You're really looking to find it other ways. I don't think he has a flame sweep though. I think he actually has to kill
No.
one ally only.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so.
So it's gonna be pay 2, draw 1, right? First.
Yeah.
Also not the
Yeah.
best. Oh, this
you
is
gotta
a
pay,
this is a
you
rough
gotta
hand.
pay 2 to thing. At least you have a dungeon guide, which is not bad.
So swing 4 into the red hair.
Yeah, I think so. And then maybe Blazing Throw.
He puts down one. Okay, so he has 2 dungeon guides actually to do that. Draw the card off of Lorraine. No more missed triggers. So in the first game, it was ruled that because he missed the draw on his Rile the Abyss, and it was already fully into Superior's turn, he did not get the draw. So
Yeah.
there it is like important to remember to play to resolve all of your effects that are on the field and that are on the stack. So like if you play a Rile the Abyss, you draw a card, discard a Spectre,
Yeah.
draw another card. That's what the card.
Yeah. Okay. We have a Rebel Fest Fire Resonance Bauble.
Fire Resonance Bubble solid here. No Serene to release. Spear's gonna have to rebuild that board. He does have 7 damage into Lorraine here. I think even in this game, if Lorraine does stabilize, as she can go level 3 here and then the Pendragons can come out, you're probably just fine with like scooping. Because you can guarantee to go first and get an advantage if you want to, or you can just force
Yeah.
second.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder. I don't think we have. We have a count of 5 reserve costs for suited. For like Verita. I think we have the Rouge and the
4
Hearts. Yeah,
3 of Hearts. This is probably the best fire ally right now.
I agree.
It is essentially a 5. It's like pseudo creative shock number 5 through 8, but it's also a
Yeah.
3 cost 2/3. So
Yeah.
it's just objectively the best stat line.
Yeah.
It's rare as well to see 2/3s
Mhm.
when it comes to fire. Normally fire is like more suited towards a higher power stat, lower life stat. So having this 3 of Hearts as a 3 cost 2/3 with an ability is very strong.
Yeah, yeah. It has like the sort of golden stat line of the 2/3 for 3, and then also lets you just cycle a card as well if you need to.
I think the only thing that would be better than this would be if you had like if Lurking Assailant was fire. Otherwise, it's like
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
3 of Hearts probably the best ally for fire.
Okay.
It's like that. It's like the best generic, and then Peppered Chef is like the best aggressive.
Interesting. So we did lose in Soul. I don't believe we have another one. So I think we're just going to the Pendragon beatdown game, which is really good game.
Pendragon into the Looking Glass. I wonder if he's gonna Pendragon away the Clarent. He might.
Yeah, I mean,
I would just play the Shopkeep. Oh, Shopkeep's 3 costs. I just play the Shieldmate.
Yeah, yeah. I think
This
that
is
makes
fine.
sense.
Well, maybe not. Maybe you don't play the Shieldmate because Sensor's out still. You can just like hold on, take a little bit of damage. Superior has to fully rebuild his board. He has nothing, and he's an influence of 6, I think. So if you hold 3 cards, you go Drawn Blade, banish something. You can maybe draw into something effective and get a. Oh, he doesn't have a Drawn Blade. Never mind.
Ooh. Okay.
Wait, he doesn't have a Drawn Blade? Oh, he actually doesn't. He's playing really aggressive swords. He's playing Fire Tongue instead in that slot. Interesting.
Okay. So, I mean, in this situation, right, when you have in Soul level 3, like you were mentioning, I don't think it's actually that bad of an idea to just scoop, unless you have like a really big prey, right? Maybe you do have a Verita in hand, and you have enough to bring it out. That does give everything immortal. And then if she dies, although Censor is out, so this doesn't actually happen, but if she were to die, everyone else would get +1 if Censor wasn't on the board. But I mean, there's a lot of allies on board. There's an unyielding Wraith Guard now.
You also just have a lot of time. I mean, you have 40 minutes left in the round. The first game ended in
Yeah.
like 12 minutes or something or less.
Yeah, I think it was like 10 minutes.
You don't necessarily have to scoop at this point, but you can kind of just chill. So we are gonna get an attack here from Lorraine. So she'll pay through the Terrafring. Clarent going down to durability of 1 is now representing what is 8 damage from allies on the field. And then Clarent for 4 right now because of 3 swords and banishment for Crux Knight effect.
Yep.
So that's pretty scary. 12 damage, 17. That's enough to kill on Spirit here. So if Spirit doesn't level up, he would just die outright to that.
Yeah. And so Tony has 20 HP total, 20 life total. So we have 6, 7, 8 plus the thing.
I think at this point you just go Grand Crusader's Ring and you look for like any
you look for
potential lethal. And if you can't find it, you're just like, okay, cool. Next game.
Okay. Duchess is pretty good.
Can kindle 6 for it.
You can you can kindle Duchess. You can swing with red hair. You'll have to swing into the unyielding Wraith card, but because Censor's on board, it won't come back.
March Hair will come back though, because it checks the banishment.
Yes.
Kindle 6 for Duchess is pretty good.
That is. Let's see if we. Duchess. No, Duchess is 6. I think I saw Rouge as well in thing, so Rouge wouldn't have any text. Wouldn't have any abilities. I think this is that Pepper Chef. Pepper Chef could also be really good here.
The question is, how do you efficiently kill the Wraith Guard? You can use the red hair. It'll be for 3, but
it might be worth to straight flare it because it does 2.
Oh, maybe he's just playing Rouge for 1 as well. That's also an option.
Yeah. Okay.
3 down.
3 down.
Surely not a 3 of Hearts.
There's a 3 of Spades potentially.
Oh, actually, 3 of Spades would be fine because then he can play Rouge for 10.
Censor's on board. Cannot come back. That. The thing came back. No, there's no on death. Remember? Oh, Verita.
Okay, so 3, 3, and 4.
Yeah, we do have to correct the unyielding Wraith Guard from being on because there is no on death trigger.
Censor's so good.
Censor is so good. That would be 4, 4. Oh my god, 8, 9. Straight flare for 3.
On death triggers when it moves, but it checks in graveyard if the object is in the graveyard. So I'm pretty sure it still applies.
Yeah, I believe on death triggers do not trigger when
I think it does because on death trigger checks that it moves from the field to the graveyard. And so the ability triggers when it's removed from the field.
Wait,
and then it checks to make sure that the object is in the graveyard.
Huh.
Yeah, because so on death means that when this object dies, and so a unit is considered to have died if it goes directly to the graveyard. And so the only time you can like skip on death is if it gets banned. So he's gonna clear that out. Is that a Rouge? So Rouge on the field for 2. He clears both Pendragons off. So on board damage, we have 2. It's going to put Superior at 7. Clarence representing 4. So that would go to 11. Onsol, that's game. Onsol should be game. I think even if he has Immortal Ambition, I don't think it's enough to stop him from dying, right? Because the swords outright on the first attack should kill. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, if you count the Fire Tongue. Oh, is he trying for a draw with Mortal Ambition? Mortal Ambition will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It only puts him to 22. It's not enough.
There's 8, 12, or 13. Okay. Yeah, I mean we're on Spirit, right?
Votive Runeblade. He's swinging in with the Votive Runeblade
Yeah.
itself instead of swinging with his champion. Afraid of the Mortal Ambition. Mortal Ambition shouldn't kill though. 1 from March Hare, 3 from Red Hare, 4 from Duchess is 8. And then wait, no, that's a Verita. That makes sense. So he doesn't actually want to take the risk. So instead of attacking with his champion, he uses the Votive Runeblade on attack trigger from the Votive Runeblade. He'll sacrifice one of the other swords to wake it up, so it swings for 1 multiple times. Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
I mean, I think this is, Superior wants to go first, so like not the worst thing. And we almost got there, right? We'll see if we can stave off that damage. I don't think I've seen a single Resolute stand.
Oh, he played Suited Trickery. I didn't realize he played Suited Trickery. Last time he put it in the middle of the field, so that's why I saw it.
Oh, I see.
I see. 4, 4, 8, 12. Yeah, even if he was able to swing with this champion, Mortal Ambition still wouldn't have been enough. Because Verita for 4, Duchess for 4, and then Red Hair plus March Hair is 4. So 12 would have put him at 24 out of 28.
Yeah. Was he at 14 or 12?
I'm pretty sure he's at 12, but I don't think it matters because it's still 26 only.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, true. Warriors have 28 HP. 28. That's a lot of life.
Going into game 3 here. It's a 1-1 currently Superior and Super Sand. Superior on the Suited to Norris deck. Super Sand playing Fire on Soul. Wonderful Crux deck. We're going to see this start with a 3 of Spades here. 3 of Spades, pretty useful. Ability does allow it to give another suited ally +2.
Yep. Plus 2 life.
+2 life.
Yeah, I think this card is really good. I like the threat of an ally that you want to kill suddenly becoming 2 life stronger makes it so that like I can't kill this thing. I might as well just like not swing with this, or like I'll swing into this. I know that it's gonna get buffed. I know it's not gonna die, but like at least I'll use the cardistry effect. Things like that. Okay, Fluffy Shopkeep is really good. Really good turn 1 play. Intercept, stave off a lot of the damage.
Fluffy Shopkeep is so pretty much always good at Onslaught, right?
Yeah.
Because every time you play one, it's just, hey, I'm going to increase my future damage, and I'm also going to protect myself for now. So like you said, staving off the 3 damage here is really valuable. But on top of this, also just being able to go card neutral while increasing future damage is so good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Straight Flare. Use the cardistry effect, come back 3 more. Okay. We didn't see any Rile the Abyss though, so we are going to go down on influence to level up. Grab our assuming inert sword. Yep. Pay the 2. Oh, another under fire in the I think would be really interesting if you play the liminal guide and then you cremation ritual it.
I really like cremating Liminal Guy. I think it's actually like a pretty good play a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because you can just play it, swing 1, and then you can, because he'll take out the 2 of Hearts here with that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you play it, kill the 2 of Hearts, then you cremate the Liminal Guy, draw 2, and then draw a card when you level up. Well, I guess not, because Censor comes out.
Yeah.
But it's like a pseudo delayed Library Witch, in a sense.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it makes sense. We use the cardistry effect. We knew that was going to happen, but we do have the inert sword still, so probably kill it anyways.
Formation ritual, draw 2.
I believe it's Undying Dreams and something else.
Thinking on the sword. Yep, he's gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to kill the 3 of Spades because it is a 2 power ally as opposed to the 1 power ally of a thing. I wonder if we have. I really didn't really see like the sort of big damage turns that you get from Superior, and I think he realizes that Terrafring is gonna be the best chance at not dying here.
I like Terrafring. Terrafring also allows you to establish your board, right?
Yeah.
So you already have Sensor out, so you know that the liminal guide can't come through. So what happens is if he goes -2 on this, he'll have enough cards for Flame Sweep. I think for Flame Sweep and the Terrafring exactly, but nothing else.
Yeah.
Because he'll lose 2 of 5 from memory. He'll have 3 cards left. So that goes to, or sorry, he has 6 down. So he'll go to 4, 6, draw for 7. That's exact enough. That's exactly enough for Flame Sweep plus Terrafring payment. However, that also leaves you super susceptible to like Immortal Ambition.
Well, he played Suited Trickery, so he can't actually get through Suited Trickery and Terrafring, I don't believe. I believe he's under the effect of Suited Trickery right now. He didn't put it on the board like he.
Yeah, I can see it in the graveyard now. So he can't pay for it if he goes to the level up. If he banishes the Terrafring.
Yeah. It looks like we are. So we're swinging into 1 ally, probably not gonna die because of the 3 of Spades effect. We do have a Death Blow though. Could play a Death Blow.
A Death Blow. He can't play a Death Blow because he'd have to. He's just going to attack regularly.
Oh,
if he
yeah,
plays a Death
yeah.
Blow, he can't pay for it either. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
That's fine. Inner Sword breaks, draw a card still. It's all right. You're not super happy with it, but you have to do what you have to do, right?
Yeah.
Better this turn than your on-soul turn.
Yeah, we'll see if Superior can pump out the damage necessary here. Taking it 24 life total. We've taken 8 already. Suited can have those big swing turns, but we're just looking to draw some cards. Okay.
Good old Rebel Fest, Fire Resonance Bauble. I see double red hair in hand. There's Dazzling
Yeah.
Courtesan.
Okay.
And Arthur.
Arthur as well. Okay, so
And
maybe
Immortal
not
Ambition.
this turn, but next turn we can deal a lot of damage. Next turn might be a little bit too late though. Okay. Okay, so we have Arthur. We know that we have red hair on board or in hand. So red hair will come in for 4, Arthur for 2, 2 of hearts for 2 more, and then you could kill your red hair by summoning another red hair and swinging for 4 more. So that's pretty good. That's 12 damage. 4, 4, 2, and 2 more. Yeah. We'll see if we. Oh, okay.
Death Blow. Big
That's
damage
pretty
from the
good.
Death Blow. Death Blow
Straight
for
to 10.
what, 10?
Yeah, we have 3 swords in banish,
4
and it
plus
does 7.
4 plus 3, and then plus 3.
Yeah.
That's a card we do not see very often.
Straight for 10.
When was the last time you saw someone play Devastating Blow? Merlin days?
I played it in Fire CL when I was first building it because I was like, oh, I'll just beguiling coop it back and I can't be retaliated and stuff like that. But it was not.
True. I like Death Blow a lot because it was like one of the better ways to clear what is it? Majestic Spirit. You go Sword of Seeking, even though counter Devastating Blow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, 10 is a lot. It really threatens Superior, right? Because he looks at this now and he goes, okay, so if this guy brings out Clarent, banishes 2, Clarent swings for 6. If he has literally anything, I die.
I think if we have Blazing Throw, I think we can get I think we can get there. Or yeah.
Okay, so you were saying what? Impact Hammer,
Yeah, so
Red
like
Hair, Blazing
Impact
Throw?
Hammer swings for 2, Blazing Throw hits for 4, so that's 6 total. We have Arthur for 2 more, 2 more on 2 of Hearts, 10. Then Red Hair for 4
4?
more, that's 14. And maybe we kill our Red Hair swing again. 'Cause we
If
do
you
have
have 2 Red Hairs and a Blazing Throw, that's 8
yeah,
cards in hand.
yeah.
That's possible.
Let's see how many we have here.
I think
I believe we're at 7 and
I
we draw
don't
to
think
8.
he has it
No.
because he probably would have went for it already. He's at 6, so he needs to use a draw card Regalia, and he needs to
Yeah.
hope that Super Saiyan also doesn't have a Resolute Stand.
Yeah, that's true.
So you have to grab Grand Crusader's Ring here, which means you don't have access to a weapon.
Yeah. I guess you could just hope. You could just play the Arthur, the Red Hair, and then play the Arthur, the Red Hair, swing with all of them, build up Mortal Ambition, so that when they go to swing you, they can sort of kill themselves in response, or in turn.
So he's gonna play the Red Hair first.
Yeah.
Red Hair will swing for 4. Draw, discard cycle, discard, draw cycle. Hopefully, draw a. I mean, what can you even draw here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
Maybe
3,
like
4,
a Peppered
5,
Chef.
6,
Peppered
7,
Chef would be
8.
really nice here as well.
He's gonna discard his 3 of Hearts. He's gonna draw into a
here's
4 of
that.
Hearts. He can't use the 4 of Hearts ability though. So Dazzling Courtesan for free.
Yeah.
Or for 2? Oh, because the rest of them are norm.
Oh
Dazzling
yeah, okay.
Courtesan for 2, 21.
So
So that's 1, 2,
and then
3,
we
4,
hold
5,
enough for red.
7.
Yeah, so we have enough to play Mortal Ambition. You have 3 or 2 unique allies.
Huh, that's kind of
Means
crazy.
Mortal Ambition. This will in fact kill Lorraine if she
Unless
tries
she
to
has.
attack.
Oh, she doesn't have a. Okay, so she doesn't have the
I don't think she has the influence to
Resolute Stand
Soul
and
either.
no Onsol. Oh, one card
Yeah.
away from Onsol. Okay, so
Oh
so
yeah.
this is funny because this means that this game goes to a draw and they're gonna play a game 4. Because it'll come in for 6 and they'll all retaliate, and since damage is all simultaneous, both players will die at the exact same time, and we'll play a game 4.
That is
It's a
actually
rare occasion.
insane.
Very rare occasion.
Yeah. That is pretty crazy. I think they're like, wait, what happens in this situation? I think this is the first time I've seen this situation as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just sitting there like, wait, what happens here? What happens in this case? Who gets to go first? Do you just roll for it as well?
It probably goes with whatever last game was, is what I would assume.
Oh, so Superior gets to go first again.
I'm interested to see. I actually am not 100% sure on that. We'll ping the judge and ask.
I've never seen that. I've never seen this before. This is interesting. Yeah. That's pretty crazy. Have you ever seen this before?
Yes. So I have seen this before. It was a very long deliberation for game 4.
Mhm.
Whether it was game 4 or if they just drew as like a 1-1-1 record. And it was kind of ruled that it is technically not a best of 3. It's actually a first to 2 if there's time.
Oh, okay.
So basically what happens is because they drew in a game where they were already 1-1, the third
Right.
game doesn't really count for record, and they have to play another game to determine the winner.
Okay. Oh, and it looks like Superior does get to go first, or Superior does get to pick, which means obviously he's gonna pick to go first. Okay. I mean, this is pretty beneficial for Superior, honestly, right? Like going first as an aggro deck is super valuable. Okay. Oh,
that's a pretty good start.
That's pretty good.
6
But
down Duchess past turn is kind of crazy.
Duchess does only have 2 life, so
Duchess also trades whatever he swings into it. So if he like swings a
Yeah.
flip into it or anything, it's pretty good. And a lot of
Yeah.
these decks don't run anything with a high life stat line or even a high attack life or a power stat, right? Because it's pretty much all Pendragon.
Yeah, so I think the only thing you can do to actually clear the Duchess is to
Dev blow is
okay, yeah, is to
There's
death
no
blow
way,
it,
right? You
but
just
then
death
you
blow?
take 4 anyway. Oh no, not Arthur as well, and Pepper Chef. I think I saw.
Right, this is a good hand for Superior.
This is rough. Sure. I'll put down the Pepper Chef.
Liminal plus Undying would be really, really rough in this case because you know that Superior is immediately going to go Censor. So you would just go like
Right.
lose 2 cards for nothing and be sad.
Okay. Red hair.
Red hair. Red hair makes a lot of sense here. Red hair's going to be big, so he's going to
Yep.
use this to cycle, fill the graveyard a little bit. Does he discard? Does he discard for suited allies? Try to set up for Verida?
Yeah, I think probably Rouge. Rouge is the one that I see a lot of people pick.
Did he draw into a 4?
I think so.
That's pretty good.
Holy.
Yep, and the ability's free because he has a Duchess on the board, so it's
Yeah,
gonna come in
so
for
3 more.
Ace. I mean, he's already pushing 10 damage on like the first available attack turn.
Yeah.
good.
I mean,
Discard 2.
like. Do we have enough influence to dungeon guide into Flame Sweep? No, right?
I don't
maybe?
think so because he has to lose a card from memory, and he won't
Yeah.
be able to. He won't be able to
He'll
get
draw a
the Liminal
card.
Matrix
Yeah.
later.
Oh, yeah. Sensor's on board, so.
Censor going first. That's why going on first is so good here, right?
Yeah,
Censor
yeah.
on board just makes this game so much harder for you.
Yeah.
It's like really, really rough to play around this.
Yeah. So you will get to clear. I guess you. Oh, actually, you can actually just Flame Sweep because Inert Sword does deal 3, or does deal 2.
Oh, so he's gonna shopkeep first. Is he gonna flame? I really hope he flame sweeps here. His flame sweep is actually pretty good value.
Yeah.
There's only 2 unique allies on board, so
Yep.
Superior can't pay for Immortal that you kill.
Yeah.
I don't think he has enough cards to do it. I think he can only kill the Duchess.
Yeah. Okay. That
so
makes sense.
so he discarded a 1 and a 6. So he's got 7 in there. So all he needs is a 3 to get discarded. Or if he discards another Rouge or another Noir along with that 2 of Hearts, he already has Verida online.
I'm pretty sure he has Verida in memory as well.
Okay, so if he has a way to turn on this red hair, right? We're
Yeah.
representing
We has
what
Arthur.
would be 4 on board. So with Arthur, if Arthur swings for 2, then it's 4, 6. I mean, it's pretty good. It's 2, 6, 8s, and then if you have an impact hammer, you just oh no, you need to get through the fluffy.
You have to get through the
Blazing
fluffy.
Throw. Arthur's 4 down. It's like a little short of what you want. Terraforming is good here. If he plays the suited trickery, it'll play around the flame sweeper again too.
Oh, Pepper Chef actually would be pretty nice here. Okay, Arthur. Yep. Do you make it?
The question is, does he make Arthur immortal here?
It's a good question.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, because you run the chance of getting flame sweep next turn. So even maybe even through terraforming. So probably best to
I think he is making it an immortal.
Yeah.
So he's keeping a specific card to discard. So he's discarding a 4. Okay, so now he has Verida online.
Yeah.
Because he's got the 6 and the 4 there.
Yeah.
Oh no, but it needs to be 3, right? 3 cards.
Oh yeah, it does need to be at least 3, and if he uses roots, then that would be 11.
Not quite there with Verida. 2.
Okay. So we'll lose 2, draw into 1. We have terraforming, so
he has enough for.
Okay, so we'll draw just enough. Yeah.
Yeah. He has to. He doesn't really have a choice. He's gonna draw 2, which is nice.
Yeah.
But it also leaves him open to like dying outright. Right? So you need 12 damage for lethal here. Impact Hammer is 2, and then Blazing Throw represents 6. Arthur represents 2 is 8. So you need to find 4 damage from that. So 1 red hair. So Blazing Throw red hair is lethal.
You also have Pepper Chef too. So if you play out like a 1 cost or something.
Oh, so if you're saying if he has like a March Hare or like a Rococo?
Right. Yeah. Or like a well, I get Rouge. I guess at this point wouldn't do it, but wait a minute. Oh, you're one off, I think. So Dutch is a 6. We saw the 2 of Hearts die. That's 2 more. That's 2 more. That's 8. And then Rouge is 1. So you're 1 away from Verita.
I mean, if you have a red hair, you could discard another Rouge or
Yeah.
Noir.
Yeah.
It's also a possibility.
We'll see.
Your other line is if you have like a March Hare Dazzling Courtesan, can play
Right.
around that.
Mm-hmm. I guess we'll see.
Peppered Chef. Peppered Chef pretty good too.
I think
March Hare, Peppered Chef, Dazzling Courtesan. Bring it back.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we're doing doing the math. See if we can play a Peppered Chef and something else to push that damage.
He's really trying to figure out what he needs to materialize to find the lethal here. If he needs to draw a card or not.
Yeah.
Because he has access to Fire Resonance Ball with Grand Crusader's Ring, and
Yep.
then the other main one really is just the Impact Hammer, right?
Yeah. So we'll see. Impact Hammer represents 2, and then Arthur 2, and then it just depends on how many allies we can actually deploy.
Grand Crusader's Ring comes out. That is the choice here for Superior.
Yeah.
Gonna go for an attempted lethal line. Gonna banish it. Pre-recollection.
Ooh, Dazzling Courtesan. Oh, and a pepper. Oh my god.
Peppered Chef.
And a Peppered Chef. No.
And a Peppered Chef. Wait,
I
this
think
might actually
I
be
think this
lethal
might be
here, then.
over.
So he goes Peppered Chef. Oh, 2 of Hearts.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, 2 of Hearts means he can play Verona, right?
If he kills it with Pepper Chef, yes.
Yeah, Peppered Chef.
5.
He's gonna come in for 5. And then he's going
Verita
to Verita for 4, right?
for 4.
And then Verita swings for 4. And that's
Yeah.
lethal. That's a huge
Holy.
game. Holy.
That was so good.
Dude, they completed 4 games in 48 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, aggro, man. It's pretty crazy.
The first game was crazy. Severe
Yeah.
just blew him up in the first game. And then the second
the
game
first game was
really
like
long
10
and drawn
seconds
out.
or 10 minutes.
That was a great game to showcase on stream. I love watching Suited. See,
Yeah.
the math on Suited is so cool. There's so many different
really
lines you
is.
can get, right?
Yeah.
And then when you mix it in with all these other like newer fire aggro cards, whether it's Kindle cards or things
Yeah.
like March Hare, Peppered Chef, etc.
Yeah.
And also a reminder, he's only playing 2 Peppered Chefs there, so like to hit
Oh,
that
really?
just feels so like you got to be on cloud 9 when you draw
Right.
Peppered Chef and you're like, I just won the game.
You draw your 2 of.
You're like, oh, 2 of Hearts, Peppered Chef it, Verita for
Yeah.
free. It's a pretty good. That's a big one for sure.
That
But-
was really cool. I do actually really like Suited as a deck archetype, as you know, as a deck in general. The Suited math really fun to do. Wow,
I really hope
that's
that
crazy.
I really hope that a lot of these players that are playing Suited well continue to build and expand upon it and showcase all the different ways that it can be built and it should
Yeah.
be built. I genuinely think the Superior is probably one of the best Suited players out there, and I would love to see how this progresses
Yeah.
throughout the rest of this season and also leading into Phantom Monarchs. Because I feel
Yeah, I
like
agree.
this is the deck to watch. This is the deck that's going to be the most interesting thing to watch.
Yeah.
All the next 6 months.
Would you say that he's the superior Suited player?
Yeah, because he's Canadian. Clearly.
Yeah. No, yeah, that makes sense.
It's also interesting that he went for like, Tenoris with Bulwark Sword, and in that game, I guess we didn't really need it, but he didn't level up at all. Like 100%.
Yeah, we didn't see Tenoris at all.
Yeah, we're just like, I need value.
I just need this red spirit to let me play these red cards. I need my fire spirit to let me play my fire cards, and that's it. I don't need to level. I need to beat you up with these allies. Man, Pepper Chef
sure.
is actually such a good card. I really like that card. We got peppered.
Chef
Oh,
is
wait, he
kinda
got
broken.
peppered.
Kind of broken. Peppered Chef is really.
Yeah.
Every time I look at Peppered Chef, I'm like, why does this read pay 2 deal 4?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's so crazy too, especially like the line of, We need a 2-cost suited ally to bring up Verita. Okay, I play the 2-cost. I pepper chef it. I bring out Verita. That's really, really good. Even with flame sweep as well.
Yeah, making sure that you make your Arthur immortal on the on-enter
Yeah.
trigger there is so impactful, because Arthur needs to represent more damage on the turn that you attack with than the next turn, right?
Yeah.
And if you pay 4 for him on that turn, you need to make sure he's providing you like probably more than 4 bonus damage. Otherwise, having him immortal live the turn and then go into extra damage because he's already there is so much more impactful. It's very rare that like attack.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
anyways,
I mean,
that was round 6.
that was good.
We're 1 round from the end
Yeah.
here.
We are
I'm like kind of
1
shocked.
round away. That's pretty crazy. We've had some pretty banger games today. That Water Allen versus Seryu was sick. Perfy versus Gyarados, Merlin versus Tristan, kind of classic. You know, this one was also really, really good, right? We have 2 fire decks, but in vastly different flavors. Suited, really, really cool deck just in general. Super, super exciting stuff.
Mhm. Yeah, so leading into the next round here, I believe we're gonna have 4 players that are 5-0-1. 2 of table 1 ID'd, but the other tables played it out. So we have Girthos, Audio X Medic, Dad Smoocher, and Rex Kanan, all at 5-0-1.
Yep.
Oh, that's kind of exciting. So Dad Smoocher and Rex Kanan both down paired and both won,
Ooh, okay.
which is
So
kind of something I feel like we don't see that very often. I feel like usually
So
people get
that's
down paired and then lose.
Yeah, that's true. We have Water Allies on Dad Smoocher on Water Allies, Rex on Ponitas,
Audio Medic's on Onsol, and then Girthos is playing Tristan. So it's
Tristan.
3 different elements, 4 different decks.
That's pretty sick.
Or if you want to go really fancy, it's 6. It's
Yeah, I
5
wonder how
5 elements in 4 decks.
Oh, true.
Since Rex is playing fire
Right,
Bonita.
Fire Wind, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see what we see for round 7 here. But
Yeah, same here.
any last quick thoughts here before we send it to a quick break?
The Water Allen player is my hero, and I hope he did well.
Honestly, We Are Awesome is he lives up to his name. He's a fantastic player to watch. It's really fun to see the deck building styles and stuff like that. But otherwise, I mean, we've seen some fantastic matches today. Really looking forward to seeing the rest of them. Hopefully, we see a lot of. I mean, there's so many big names that these regionals are growing to the point where we're seeing 100-person regionals in NA is something to behold.
Yeah, I mean, Flonne said like there was a player from South Korea at Michigan regionals. That just seems like an insane. That just seems like an insane sentence to say. That's
So Joel
cool.
is from the U.S., but he lives in Korea, and I was just really surprised to see him here because he is usually playing from Korea and plays all the online events. But seeing him at an in-person regional is pretty cool.
Okay, so maybe he came back as like a vacation thing for regionals, and then also just kind of spend time.
Yeah, possibly. Very possible.
That's pretty cool though.
But yep, like I said before, that's the end of round 6, guys. We will be back shortly with round 7, hopefully to bring you the final round of the Michigan DTR regionals here, held by True Champion Gaming. But for now, we'll see you guys in a bit.
Hi and welcome back, everybody. We are back with round number 7, the last one, and this is the one. This is the one to finish it all. I am joined back with OnceInluv. How are you doing, Tyler?
We're doing fantastic. It's going to be a great end to today. Today has been a fantastic set of amazing players on stream, showcasing a lot of different decks. You know, a lot of people are still in that mindset where everything's like, oh, rile this, rile that, rile. But honestly, we've seen a lot today. We've seen, I mean, sure, Ponytoss has it. We've seen other decks without it, though. The Tristan matchup. Tristan won the matchup there. We've seen Suited. Suited just won that matchup as well. And
Yeah.
yes, Suited is a fire deck. No, it does not run Rile Divas.
Oh yeah. I mean, the suited is like one of the sort of the most different fire decks we've had in a while, right? Like, fire aggro can come in the sort of like assassin flavor, the warrior flavor, but suited in general has like an entire archetype, regardless of class, which is really cool. We I think this match is gonna be really really cool. This is two decks that we seen one of them before. It is Win Saryu Goja. The other one is this is probably my favorite deck right now. It is Water Astra Diana. So we'll see how this goes. I actually did play a little bit of Water Astra Diana into like a Wind deck in Tristan, and it can be a little rough, especially with Purifying Thurbal as a card that's like new, because you set up your turn so early in advance as Water Astra that they have a lot of heads up to when they go to use Thurbal. And also Winsaryu doesn't care about float. They don't run like any float, so Sensor is also a card that they can use for you. So there's already right off the bat a couple cards that really sort of mess with your game plan.
I think the only float they run is Reclaim, just because
Yeah, I think so.
Reclaiming a Brisk Windtrotter is so much value, or Reclaiming
Yeah.
like a baby green slime and then replaying it immediately to
Mhm.
flicker or suppress the Force Cake is really valuable. On the other side, like you said with Water Diana, I mean the card to look for is always going to be Weaving Mana, right? Weaving Mana Stream is like the Water Diana. It's makes target unit distant, and when you use this to pay for a memory cost, you may load it into an Aetherwing you control. Very, very strong card.
Yeah, I mean it's like two things in one, right? Diana wants to be distant so that she gets her level 1 on enter effect, and then also the card itself eventually will become float, and when you banish it, you will not draw, sorry. The card will load itself as a Diana and element bonus. If you have like 3 of these cards in your graveyard, you can level to 2, level to 3 for free every turn, and then load those Aetherwing charges right back into your Aetherwing, and then shoot them off right again. Get your Aqua Mirage trigger, glimpse, and then mill. It really, really is such a good, engine card.
I'm interested to see. There's so many Astra cards in this deck, but we're playing like a regular Spirit of Water. Do you feel like that's like really risky?
I think
It's
yes and
24.
no.
It's 24 Astra cards.
Oh, okay, that's kind of a lot actually. that is kind of a lot. I do think it's a little risky. So in the previous list that I've seen, it's like uh I think like 12 to 14 Aether Charge spells in total. A lot of those are water, and maybe like I want to say 8 of them, 8 to 10 of them are Astra. But you don't really run like Astrocyte or Comet Fall or things like that, because they can really bog down your hand. We will see the card that we were just talking about, Weaving Mana Stream. This card is the go-to card in this deck. We will become distant. We'll level up into Diana. The on-enter trigger will go off, and we will get our probably the most important card in the Diana material deck right now, which is Aqua Mirage Whisper. This card really, really sets up your next turn, your next couple turns, almost perfectly.
Yeah, Aqua Mirage Whisper is just a fantastic way to get through your deck, right? So that paired with your level 2, which is really important. So level 2 Diana Judgment's Arrow allows you to cycle 2 of your cards out of your hand or memory that are Aether spells and load them into an Aether Wing you control. Now, this is not limited by your element, or so you can load advanced element ones, which
Yeah.
is really, really valuable. Plus, the other thing is when you're loading these Aether spells into your Aether Wing, after you shoot them from your Aether Wing, they all go into the graveyard. So you can recycle and reuse the Weaving Mana Stream multiple times, and the value from
Yeah, totally. That's like that's exactly what you want to do, right? You want to get multiple weaving mana streams in there, or just float in general. A lot of the Aether Wing charge spells are or Aether charge spells are float as well. So they sort of enable themselves. You shoot them, they become float. You get to level up. Like you mentioned about the Diana level 2 effect, it does ignore elemental bonuses or elemental requirements, and so it is kind of a way that you can sneak in a little bit extra damage because all of the Astra Aether charge spells are 2 damage compared to the water and norm ones, which are 1 damage. So you get to sneak in a little bit of extra damage. And also, that 2 damage, that extra 2 damage, extra maybe 2 damage can clear some kind of hard to, stick around allies, right? When Diana is distant, she gets +1 attack because she has range 1. And then 2 Aether charge spells plus the Aether charge or Aether wing charge will just kill flat out a 4 health ally, which is really good.
a lot of damage. So I do like that distant marker as well. It's kind of funny looking because it looks like you're just flying in the sky.
Yeah, I can't wait to get these. They look so sick.
I'm also excited, even though I know there's there's like no regionals I could ever attend to get them.
Yeah, if I go to a bunch of regionals,
Yeah, so there's the the Diana 1 attack comes in. He's gonna get that glimpse, put the top card of his deck into his graveyard.
yeah. So you're looking for
Goja start pretty standard here, right?
yeah,
Double force cake. We're just chilling with the baby green slime.
yeah. The cool part is the card Charge the Soul. It's a 1 cost, deal 1 to target unit, and then load it. So you get to clear the baby green slime and then also load it into your Aether Wing, which is really cool. And then the card itself is float. That's the card right there. So it's float, and then you get to just like use it to level up. It's actually like really good value overall. I wonder if this is
I'm interested to see how effective the Astra heavy Diana is gonna perform. Because I know that like when we play the starter deck, it really like you can just send a one shot.
Yeah.
And you can do some kind of crazy things. So you have other ways to get a lot of the interactions in this deck, like things like Vanishing Eclipse allows you to, at fast speed, return target ally to the top of its owner's deck. So you can take someone's Ace and Protector, you can take someone, Stalwart Shieldmate and stuff like that, and move them over to the top of the deck so that you can get that shot in. The only downside here is this deck has the card that is by far the absolute best against Aether Diana. Baby Green Slime is called the Gun Killer.
Yeah.
That thing can at fast speed murder any weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of it like so you go to shoot it in response they use baby green targeting Aether Wing, it gets suppressed. Now you can't shoot it anymore. But it does come back with full durability. So like, you're going to shoot it again next turn. So it's kind of like delayed value, I guess you can say, because you will get your durability back and you will just shoot it again. You'll probably shoot it for the rest of the game, really.
It's a
But
really big train talk.
yeah, yes, it is.
I mean,
Is it
okay,
is it
so
4/4 right
off
now?
the checklist today, we've seen a 6/9 or a 5/8 Terrapin. Now we've seen a 4/4 train hawk.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can get to the like 12/20 Seiryu. That would be a cool one to see.
Yeah. No, totally.
Double Brisk Windtrotter, acing it back, play it again.
That would be really sort of focused on the ally beatdown part of the list, but another weaving mana stream. That's really
We
good.
go distant. Weaving mana stream. We go distant. We level up.
Yep.
Cycle. The cycle here is going to be really important too.
Yeah. Yeah, we already see we have one Astra Aetherwing in or Aether Charge spell in our hand. So we'll load that one, we'll draw into memory. See if we have any in memory. We only have one float, so we will be losing one from memory in order to level up. If we choose to level up, could actually go with the GCR to get a little bit of extra buffer. Or okay, I like that too. It's essentially the same thing.
Staying distance not bad. We do know that he has a Fracturize in hand, so having access to the Fracturize, especially since the Thurbal already came out, right? So Thurbal came out. T-Lux used a Thurbal to remove all of the floating memory and Aether Charge spells into graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
And then now we have a Weaving Mana Stream. We are about to get another floating memory. If he uses the Fracturize on the Power Cell, it's going to give him a long-term +1 with the Fractal Fantasia. And then he's able to go into level 2. From there, he's now able to get the cycle. So like this is a really good off turn to take.
Yeah. It's also like, not using the Fracturize during your own turn does let you wait to see if a sensor comes out from Goja. Because, sensor does kind of turn off your game plan by a considerable amount. We already got punished by the Thurbal. We don't want to get punished by sensor again. So, they bring out sensor, you Fracturize it in the end phase. If you don't, then you Fracturize your Power Cell instead, and then you level up, and you are golden from there.
So we're going to see Goja level 2 here. He's going to go for the on-enter draw card instead of getting the quest counters. Knowing he's at 4 quest counters, what we could see here is if he goes Dungeon Guide to 3, it's going to be banish 2 for the Dungeon Guide, go to 6 counters, level up to 3, grab 3 counters from that, end step, Azerite Fatestone trigger, banish a card, and then go to 10. So Tactical Retreat in response to the Trained Hawk attack here. It's going to make his Diana distant. Also, it's a floating memory, and it will stop the combat phase. Will end the.
Yeah, it's really good. You still have enough cards in hand to Fracturize your Power Cell as well. So you could do that, get Reservable Fractal and a more float in the grave. Totally good. Yep. This makes sense.
Here's a Dungeon Guide putting down that Harness Lightning. He's holding on to the Seryus command. Doesn't need to put down a lot of arcane cards, right? We already see that there is a Harness Lightning in the banishment. So if he gets the second one, it'll just be like slightly more beneficial if he doesn't resolve the Seryus command. But even with what we have now, so if we're at 9, we're not quite at 10 yet, but when we get to 10, if we use Seryus command pre-recollection on the next turn, it's going to be Arcane Blast, generate, and then double Empower. The Empower is going to be for 5 each, so it's going to be free anyways because it's going to be level 13.
Right.
So either way, we're looking at a very, very possible 15 to 20 damage next turn if combat goes through.
Yeah, for sure. One thing to note, Water Diana does not run Dungeon Guide usually. And so this next turn will be, we'll level to level 2, but I'm not going to be able to go to level 3 here. So we will have one more turn before we can do that. That means we're only at 22 life, and Arcane Blast does half of that already. We're already sitting at 6, so it can be a little scary for sure.
I'm always surprised when I see like no dungeon guides in this deck. I understand the value of using all the floating memory that you get from the glimpse off of Aquamarge Whisper. You get the weaving mana streams and such, but I feel like 2 dungeon guides, maybe even 3, is like a pretty safe amount to have.
Yeah, I like the 3 of, personally.
We're gonna load a couple. We're gonna load a couple of the Astra ones here. Pretty solid way to like unbrick your hand and also get damage, right? Since you're loading 2 Astras, you're getting 4 damage out of that, and then you draw 1 for each.
Yeah, I think this is probably my favorite thing to do in this deck is just level 2 on enter. I load these cards that are useless to me right now. I draw 2 new cards. It's so much. I really like the way that they designed Diana and CL in general. Everything feels really like fluid. Everything works together really well. obviously, it's a starter deck product, so it's designed that way. But this one, more than the other starter decks, feel like they were almost perfect right out of the box, right? You upgrade a couple cards here and there, but a lot of the stuff that you see in the starter deck is stuff that you end up playing in the sort of constructed deck. So that's really good.
Yep. Something to note here is T-Lux is only at 4 damage counters, so Innervate Agility is not available currently. It is an additional cost to recover 5, so he's not in a perfect world. If he had taken 1 more damage here, he could, in response to this attack, flip the Shenju or flip it and end step, and then at this point just go Innervate Agility to stop the attack from going through, stops the on-champion hit, which means that you can't glimpse anything.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest ways that you can punish this this Diana deck is by preventing them from actually attacking, so that the on champion hit doesn't go off. You don't get to glimpse, you don't get to mill, you don't get to set up your next turns. It is it is pretty punishing, like we said earlier with the baby green. If you Zephyr or suppress the baby green or the Aqua Mirage Whisper in response to the attack, and you don't actually get those to hit, then you are pretty slowed down for quite a while.
Yeah, the other like really funny and I guess that's not so funny, but the really punishing moment here is you resolve Judgment Arrows on enter ability, load 2, draw to memory. In Recollection, someone goes Baby Green Slime, your Aqua Mirage Whisper. Suddenly you just
Yeah.
lose 5 damage. You can't even attack for that turn, so your distance
Yep.
is like useless. It's really punishing in a lot of different ways. And I think T-Lux will probably pick up on it like for this game, but holding on to Baby Green Slime in this matchup is better than like possibly do.
Yeah,
Charges
I mean,
will mill. I think he has 30 floating now. So he's got the Weaving
Yeah.
Mana Stream, he's got the Charge of Soul and the Fracturize at least, and a tactical, or the Tactical Retreat, sorry, not the Fracturize.
yeah. He used one Weaving Mana Stream to go to level 2, and the Fracturize Weaving Mana Stream loaded itself. He shot it off again, so it's in the graveyard once again. We'll see if we get to live one more turn. It's a little rough here. We have the Trained Hawk for it's a 4/4 right now, right? 4.
Yeah, it's 4/4 right now.
That goes to 10. Seryu goes to 14. Arcane Blast is free. That's 11 more. Yeah.
So pre-recollection, we're going to see the series command here. I don't think that there is any way to stop combat in NFL Champ's hand. I don't think he's holding onto a Tactical Retreat right now. So this prereq series command is lethal.
Yeah.
1 goes to 7. Hawk for 4, and then that's. I mean, he doesn't even need Hawk for 4, right? Hawk for 4
11
is the overkill here.
Yeah. And then 4 more
Series attacks.
Generate Empower.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know how Series Command works, Series Command allows you to gain 2 additional on-attack triggers. So you're able to generate the Arcane Blast, it goes to Banishment, and then in this case you can empower for X plus 2, where X is the number of Arcane cards. He has 3. There's 2 Harness Lightnings and a Arcane Blast, so he's gonna empower for 5, and then empower for 5 again, and then just play Arcane Blast for free because the champion's level 3. And there's no way for NFL Champ to stop it.
Yep.
That's just game right there.
Yeah.
This is by far the hardest matchup for 8th or 9th, I think.
Yes. Yeah, totally agree. One of my locals was playing Expeditious Opening Baby Green against me. Expeditious Opening says your next ally that you play can be played at fast speed. And, Baby Green Slime has fast speed if you are a tamer as a class bonus, but you don't really need that if you just use Expeditious Opening. And so he did that to me like 3 turns in a row, and I was like, dude, please let me go. Please stop making me suffer. Just don't do this to me anymore. And I think this is kind of the same problem that you run into as Win Seryu, because you are a tamer, you do get that baby green for free. There are a bunch of other cards that suppress things. Winds of Destiny is another one that if you rest 2 Fate Stones, you get to cast it for free or activate it for free. And when you do, you get to suppress target ally weapon or I think item. So that's this is kind of the that on top of like Purifying Thurbal, like we said, and then
Censor of Restful Peace, right? All of these cards that you sort of innately run in this deck really, really put a damper on Water Diana. Okay. Moving on to sideboards. Is there anything to make this matchup a little bit more manageable on the Water Diana side? Oh, okay. We do have 3 Dungeon Guide in the side. That I think that actually should
I'm
come
so
in.
surprised why they're in the side and not in the main.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
That's true.
on one side I get it, but on the other side I feel like you might just not need it.
I feel like if you're gonna put it in the main, why not put it or sorry, if you're gonna put it in the sideboard, why not just put it in the main? Like I understand the general like I use so much float that I don't need DG, but I mean, depending on who you're playing against, it could just not matter, right? Like we just saw. If Dungeon Guide was a possible thing there, then you can do you know our Diana level 3, and Diana level 3's effect is really good, right? It does once Diana becomes distant, you get your option of you get a pick of 2 choices. One of them is to glimpse 2, the other one is to negate target card activation that is targeting Diana uh unless the opponent pays 2. And then if Diana is defending, end the combat phase unless the opponent pays 2 again. Stuff
I
like that
agree.
can really get you like enough breathing room to just not die there, right? We had a lot of Astra cards in our hand, but really nothing to do with them.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about it more now that you talked about the 3 dungeon guides on the side. I
Mhm.
think it's a swap with either the Vanishing Eclipse or probably the Guided Starlight. Because both of those cards kind of do the same thing, right? Guided Starlight says your champion's next attack has unblockable unless the opponent picks 3. And Vanishing Eclipse says return target ally to the top of their opponent's deck. It's like they kind of fill the same role. I don't know if you really need 6 copies of them versus having like a lower chance to brick and a better chance to get to the, where you need to go. This is really interesting to me. Okay, so Beseech the Winds into Purifying Thurbal is like, hey, try to play something with floating memory. Have fun, man.
This is like actual punishment. Anytime we do anything.
That is not the card you want to see when you
Nope.
play for but I mean the punishment comes down to you play Purifying Thurbal here because you know your opponent's either going to play Undercurrent Vantage or they're going to play Tactical Retreat or something generally that has floating memory to get the distance. Some people do play like Backstep, but Backstep is lower value in this deck because it's not an Aether Charge spell.
Mm-hmm. I do think probably the best one to use to go distant on your first turn is I guess your second turn is Undercurrent Venture, like you said. You get to glimpse 3, set up the cards that you're gonna draw, and also you become distant, and then also eventually it will become float. So it's
Yeah,
almost it's kind of the
it's
best
tough.
of both worlds.
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything better to make distant, right?
Yeah, it's just like backstep, maybe reposition because it becomes float eventually as well.
Repositions is nice because it's 1 cost. So
Yeah,
you guarantee like controlled banishment and you get the floating for later.
right.
It's just really weak to things like Thurible as well as Censor.
Yeah.
So in this case, it's like kind of worse too, because if NFL Champ comes in for damage with that Charge the Soul, like Charge the Soul is a floating memory as well, right? So that's gonna get banished from the Thurible. So he's gonna lose 2 floating here. Whatever he mills off the Aqua Mirage Whisper, he really doesn't want it to be float either. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
3 damage, so it's gonna be Glimpse 4.
Yeah, and like we have at least 3 cards in our hand, so like even if the one that he mills is float, it's just gonna be eaten during your end phase, right? But I don't believe.
I think it's going to be T-Lux
Okay.
levels up with the 3 cards in memory, and then probably after that, it's going to be
Right.
Thurible in Recollection for 3, banish 3, draw a card to memory, and cycle from there. Because slowing them down 1 turn here is kind of more than enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you also get a bit more. You get the more controlled banish when you level up, right? 3 cards as opposed to 6 cards. you can still do it pre-rec. There is no, you're not getting punished for doing it pre-rec either. So that makes
It's
total
just
sense.
tough because you look at NFL Champ and he's got 5 cards in hand, right? Where 2 of them were floating memory that were used. So in theory, you'd love to go to level 2 here, cycle 2, get more damage, load up your Aqua Mirage Whisper and go neutral on it. But now T-Lux is just removing your ability to level up for free here. You're gonna lose all 3 of those cards that are in your graveyard.
Yeah.
2 of which were floating memory, and now the influence difference between you and your opponent is like 5 cards, 4 cards.
Yeah.
It's just so punishing.
Yeah, I think this is one of the. This is, like I said, this is the matchup that felt the worst when I was playing this deck. Is this exact sort of matchup? The wind, I can use Thurbal, I can use Sensor, I can use Baby Green, all these cards. I can use Veiling Breeze as well, right? To prevent the damage that I do, so it doesn't actually get the on hit as well. So all of these cards, Wind just has a really good matchup into this deck. Shimmercloak Assassin, interesting.
So Goja is a mandatory trigger. It says if you don't control a Fatestone Regalia, reveal all cards in your material deck.
Yeah.
So it was like almost missed, but because the players caught it early enough, because it is a mandatory trigger, it was required. Just reveal everything, then put the lowest cost Fatestone Regalia. He also hadn't drawn the card for turn yet, so I don't think it really matters either way. He couldn't have made any actions because he didn't play anything from hand. So he's gonna get a warning for missing the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Shimmercloak is pretty good here. Shimmercloak, like we talked about before, with basically any deck that plays Brisk Windrouter, right? This is a stealth ally that is a 2/2. It is somewhat difficult to remove the field, and the moment you give it like 2 buff counters, it is now really difficult to remove.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also like you said, it's hard to stick around. Water Diana does have a True Sight Aether Charge or Aether Wing, but you don't want to bring out that one. You want to use your Mirage until it breaks, and then maybe bring out that one. But like by the time your Mirage breaks, you want to be level 3 and bring out either I think Pallades it's called,
Pleiades?
or Radiant Vega, right? One of those two.
I don't think I've ever seen someone play Radiant. I forgot that was a
Yeah.
Radiant Vega is a UR for this set. It says
Yeah.
pay 2, rest, remove 2 durability counters from Radiant Vega, and then negate target card activation unless its controller pays X, where X is the amount of Aether Charge cards loaded into Radiant Vega. And you can also only use this if you're distant.
If you're distant. You can ignore the majority of that. It's a 1 cost, so it gets over Reduce, it gets over Unbroken Mustang and things like that. Which can matter a lot, especially against decks like this. And then also it has 2 base power. So think of it as a 2 base power, can't be reduced to ashed Aether Wing. That's really what you should think of it as. And maybe sometimes you use the ability, but like, you have to remove 2 durability, which is kind of punishing. It does have 5 durability base, but like,
I feel like you load like 3 or 4 things into Radiant Vega, and then you leave it on the field forever. And you just hold it as like a conditional negate permanently, and then you could threaten them with like Chain Charge and stuff like that. Because Chain Charge is like unironically pretty good.
Yeah, I like that card. Oh, we're glimpsing so much. This is my favorite part about this deck, is the glimpsing off of the Aqua Mirage Whisper. It's really, really hard to sort of figure out what it is you want to keep. You're milling 1, so obviously the very top one is almost always going to be float. But the second ones that you're going to draw into, you either draw into. Also, it depends. If you have a way to glimpse, then maybe you put the Aether Wings, or Aether Charge spells on the top as well, so that when you do go to Diana level 3, if you have a way to glimpse a decent amount, you know that the cards that you are going to glimpse into have Aether Calling, so then you can load them right back into your Aether Wing as well. And you can do that really, really efficiently. But sometimes you just shove them off the bottom. Ooh. And like I just said, I mean, we kept a lot of them to the top.
That's a lot of cards to keep up there.
Yeah. So I think probably when it goes back to Diana's turn, we level up, we become distant, we use the glimpse to effect from Diana, glimpse some of those into the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and then draw into the other ones as well. That's pretty crazy.
Yep. Diana showing a little bit more a little bit more presence here in this game, right?
Yeah.
11 damage on the Goja makes it a little bit more convinced that there's like an actual chance.
Yeah, it is also Goja level 1 still. So we 8 damage away from lethal. Seems like we
I believe the table judge is just double checking to make sure that the cards aren't marked in any ways. I did notice that during the glimpse, one of the cards was upside down. I think it was genuinely honest mistake because it was only one card.
Mhm.
It was the Electris Hunter. Oh, the
Yeah.
Electris. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I believe it's Electrius, maybe. I don't know.
Electris, yeah, whatever the
Maybe
hunter says, the
Electris?
ally that says like you
Right.
can load an Aether.
I like to think of that ally as like Ranger, Frostborn Paladin, Ranger Paladin. 3 cost, on enter, reveal Aether Wing. If you do, you get to discard it or load it into your Aether Wing, and then you draw a card if you do so. And it has range 2.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's a sick card. I really like that card. So we're going to level 2. We only have 3 quest counters so far. DGing would give us another 5. That's still only 8. So we need 2 more. Coming with the Shimmer Cloak Assassin. I mean, this is looking pretty good for Water Diana, honestly. It doesn't look like we have a DG in hand either. So kind of have to just take it slow here. Maybe we play the Ace and Protector? Yeah. Oh, we do have a DG. Never mind.
This is kind of good here. I feel like I would have DG'd just for comfort.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not necessary, but if you what happens is if you DG, you put down all the cards that you oh, that's it. So he's keeping the Veiling Breeze and he wants to put down the series command. Sorry, like I was saying, if you DG to 3 here, what you can do is you can now guarantee that whatever the third card you put down is going to be banished. So it's like super controlled ban, right? Because of the Azurite Fatestone trigger.
Yeah.
Charge the soul into the Shimmer Cloak Assassin. He's going to do 2 of them, so the Ace is going to return to hand here. Interesting.
Okay. That's
I don't
actually.
don't think he can represent enough damage to find lethal anyways, though.
Yeah, we're at 22 right now, so we need 11 more. We have
11 more than the Veiling Breeze in hand.
No, he put it down.
Oh, did he put it down in the end?
Yeah, I believe the cards he has in hand are Byako's Command, Steryu's Command, and Ace and Protector. And then I think he drew
drew a Forest Cake.
Yeah, he drew a Forest Cake from the banish off of the Fate Stone as well.
Oh.
So I don't think he actually has Veiling Breeze or an Intercept now. That was
the only
actually
problem
really
is
well
okay.
done.
So 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
You play something that lets you draw, or something that gives you range. So if you play something that lets you draw, it's going to be Grand Crusader's Ring. You can also Foresight Lens if you want to.
Yeah.
I guess glimpse. You only glimpse 2 because you're not ranged. So
you do have
range is a good way to find damage.
Okay. This does mean that you get to draw. You get to load this into your gun, or into your Aether Wing. I don't think it's enough damage, though. Diana isn't.
I guess Smoke Bombs
either.
works only because of Weaving Mana Stream. I was thinking like Smoke Bombs. Why would you Smoke Bombs if there's no allies?
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, Weaving Mana Stream is pretty good.
Yeah. You get to essentially Smoke Bombs for free, right?
Damage over and over and over.
Yeah. So we have. So there's 2 Charge of Soul and a Weaving Mana Stream. Next turn we do get to level up essentially for free. We have the throat for it. I wonder.
It might just come in for 4.
Yeah. I wonder if we just bring out Sensor. I don't believe we have Fracture Eye, so bringing out Sensor here and then Dungeon Guiding into Goja level 3 might actually just be like really, really good value here.
So you'll Dungeon Guide banish 2, put you to 6, grab 3 off of. Do you even grab? Surely you grab 3 off of Goja level 3, because then you can banish end step, go to 10, and then
Yeah,
you
as
can
opposed to
flip
the recovery, you mean?
before an attack. Like if he goes for if he materializes an Aqua Mirage or a Manus Cascade or something, instead of going to level 3. If he goes to level 3, like you can just chill. There's nothing he can really do. Like at best he can go distant and then try to negate something, but he's gonna have 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing that you can do that's really neat is if you go to level 3, flip the Seiryu, and he tries to smoke bombs your Seiryu to get a draw card, you can just negate it with your level 2.
Yeah. One thing to note, the only other Aether Wing in the deck is Pleiades or Pleiades. I believe it's
Huh.
Pleiades.
Yeah,
The only other Aether Wing is Pleiades, which is a little rough. So you do have to be Diana, and then you have to materialize Pleiades to actually, shoot anything. Also, smoke bombs probably not a factor because, well, if people remember their level 2 lineage release trigger, you can deny the smoke bombs from targeting Seiryu, which means you now don't get to draw, and also Seiryu stays up as a taunt. It's rested obviously right now, but
Ooh, so he Byaku's command because he's afraid of tactical retreat.
right. It does
So
get a
he's
buff
going
counter.
to empower this, right? Swing 4 puts him to 12. Empower, or sorry, swing 5, put him to
Yeah.
13.
Empower
And then
right now would
empower
be
for I don't know how many he has.
I believe it's
Oh, he's
just
just gonna leave it. He's actually gonna Byaku's command and leave it as a taunt.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like we said, the smoke bombs doesn't actually get to target the Seiryu because of the lineage release ability.
He's using the Weaving Mana Stream. Sad. Can't load it
Yeah.
into anything because there's nothing to load it into.
Yep.
I
Is a
saw
little
him
bit
reach
rough.
for it too, and he went, "Oh yeah, I have no gun." Okay,
Yeah,
so
so I
we'll
guess
recollect
we'll
draw here.
recollect and draw.
What we get for turn.
This looks like oh!
Do you think he's baiting the smoke bombs? That's why he played the Byaku's command.
Oh, it's a spell. Oh, okay. Uh I was thinking about Vanishing Eclipse targeting the Seiryu, but it is a spell. It cannot actually do that.
I'm pretty sure every Aether charge is a spell.
Yeah, they are. So I mean, how do we get through the Seiryu, right?
I don't know if we do. Does he have something that makes him distant though?
There's 2 arcane cards in the banishment. So Empower would be for 5 here. And he has a Seiryu's command in hand.
Okay, so he has 4 cards.
Just
If he
it.
goes Reliquary, he draws a card before. So he can go Reliquary to draw a card here. Or he can play Terrafring if he's afraid.
Yeah. Yeah, but we already have Seiryu's command. This is gonna be generate Empower, Arcane Blast for free. Oh,
I think he just passed. He's
What?
trying to see what his opponent has available to him. Because he currently doesn't
Interesting.
have anything that he can use to pay for Pleiades either. Or at least I don't think he has a floating memory. I think he can only go
Pleiades
against
is a
Purifier
0
or...
cost.
Oh, is it really? I thought it was 1
Yeah,
cost.
it is. Yeah.
My bad. So
Yeah,
Pleiades
it's
is
0
available
cost
then.
unenter glimpse 3.
Time for Aether Calling.
Is there a
Big.
baby green? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh, load
Huh.
2 of these.
Load all of them?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure they're all Astra.
they're all. Yo.
Because one of them is a Vanishing Eclipse.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
I don't know what the other 2 are.
I believe one of them is sidereal shot.
Sidereal Shot?
Yeah, sidereal shot.
Sidereal Spell Shot?
Spell shot. Yeah.
Sidereal
And
Spell
I
Shot's
missed
cool.
the other
Pay
one.
X, Glimpse X.
Yeah, I like that card a lot.
Unload.
Yeah. I can't say I've ever used it for the X cost. I always just Aether call it into my Aether Wing, but
I think the other one is Is it? I don't know if this card has Aether Calling. I do not know the images from the top corner well enough from Astro cards. Not enough people use them. Oh, he did get baited by it. The smoke bombs.
He knew about it.
He knew. T-Lux knew. Guys, too smart.
Do not
so-
forget your lineage release, everyone.
Yep, Goja 2 lineage release does stop targeted activations, triggers, activated abilities, also fall under activations. So smoke bombs targeting Seiryu can be negated, which means that it will not give stealth and you will not draw a card.
Yep.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I still want to know
can't
so badly what
really-
card that is.
The one in the middle, you mean?
The middle one, yeah. I want to
Yeah,
know
yeah.
so bad.
Oh,
Is it Constellation's Blessing?
is it Constellation's Blessing?
I think so.
It might be.
It looks kind of like it. It's hard to tell. It's just very purple blue.
I think
Very
we're
Astra.
thinking about just playing Frostworn. Do we have float? No, oh, so playing
No
Frostworn as an
float
interceptor.
Frostborn Paladin. Interesting.
Does it matter? I don't think we need to actually swing. I guess if Diana can become distant, then
Okay.
maybe you can have it pay
He
more.
does not
but
have anything that can make him distant, which means he's
No.
dead. So it's going to be Grand
Yes.
Crusader's Ring. It's going to be Attack the Frostborn Paladin.
Yep.
And then it's going to be in recollection. He's going to play the series command, and then he's going to.
Yeah.
I think he has another Byaku's command in his hand.
that would be.
Oh, does he not? No, he has an incapacity.
Oh no, he doesn't. Okay. So we need to be able to. We need to be able to actually clear the thing, because 11 will not kill Diana. So we do need to actually land with the attack.
Oh, that brisk wind trotter is big though.
Okay, forest cake. Interesting. Putting down. Okay, Ace and Protector and.
Trying to draw Byaku's.
Oh, okay. That's another brisk wind trotter. Doesn't look like it. So. Interesting. Okay.
Trained Hawk is
Trained
a
Hawk.
3/3. Oh wait, this works.
Oh,
too.
I see.
That's pretty good.
I see.
So that'll clear there.
Yep.
Paladin cannot clear the Trained Hawk.
Yeah.
And then he'll leave up the Seryus.
Yeah. We already used our thing. Oh, notably though, something to note. I'm blanking on the name right now, but there is an Aether Charge spell that makes your attacks unblockable if you do not pay 3. And right now we do
Guided
not have enough
Starlight.
cards to put. Yeah, that one. Guided Starlight makes your attacks unblockable unless you pay 3. And so if we do draw a Guided Starlight, then this attack can actually hit. Because we do not have enough cards to actually play through it. So right now it's 8 on the Aether Wing. If we can get distant, then it's 2 more. Which will be 10.
Guided Starlight just makes it 10 though, right? Because it's 2 for every
Oh, yes,
loaded
correct, yeah.
Aether Wing.
Yeah.
Aether Charge spell.
Yeah. Do we have? I
think he does actually.
Is that?
I think that's the card right there. I think
Is that
that's
the one?
Guided Starlight. Yeah, that's
It is. It is. Yep. So we do not actually have enough to pay for this. So Guided Starlight will, or the next attack will become unblockable. It'll go through taunt and
holy moly. Game 3. I was not expecting a game 3.
This is I mean, that was actually so good. I think the
That's spicy.
not having Byaku's command there was sort of the nail in the coffin. I think if you have Byaku's command, pre-recollection, Seryu's command, recollect, Byaku's command, clear the Frostborn Paladin, attack again.
I think the turn that he kept Seiryu up with the Byaku's command, I think he should have just. His opponent also the line you talked about with Censor and then Dungeon Guide to 3 was probably more efficient to do, because denying the free level 3 was pretty big.
Yeah.
Right? It would have forced him to go for like a backup charger and play around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I totally agree. We'll see what we decide now. I don't know if T-Lux actually brought in dungeon guides. We didn't see them, so I'm assuming not. But Goja does get to go first right now, so going first, Thurbal, Censor, all of these cards definitely enough to slow down Diana enough to get there as win Seryu.
Yeah, Winseryu. I mean, honestly, good showing. Just not quite the right combo to get through it.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that T-Lux should consider bringing in is the Regal Inquisitions. I think Regal Inquisition's actually pretty good in this stuff. Because even if you, like, especially if you give him, like, if you pull Censor out and then you Regal on the same turn, right? If you go, like, Censor, Dungeon Guide, Regal Inquisition, you can just say, like, oh, you have a Fracturize? Discard it. Or, oh, your hand sucks? Keep all of it. And then it also gives you the information to know if you want to swing the Seryu in immediately or not.
Mm-hmm. Wonder. Harness Lightning lets you empower 4, is it?
Sorry, Harness Lightning is in power 4 and then banish. Or you can get +4 power.
Okay, empower 4 or get +4 power. I wonder if we play the trained. Oh no, because you needed to play the Forest Cake in order to actually clear the Frostborn. Okay. I mean, this is perfect turn 1. Oh, we also have the baby green as well, so that when they try to shoot us, we baby green in response. Deny the mill, deny the glimpse, deny the damage.
Oh, and we have the reclaim, so he can actually reclaim on first turn, and then he can level up for free and get the value. Because reclaim, you wanna use floating memory on your first level up if possible, since you don't get quest counters anyways.
Right.
Pretty big.
We'll see. Okay, we do have a way to get distant. That's crucial. I believe on the current advantage, I see it there. One of the things that
in hand.
is that 3 tactical retreats, or am I
believe it is 3 tactical retreats.
that is a little
unfortunate.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate. One of the things that when I first started playing Water Diana, me, Cam, and another one of our playing Serene Water, so that we could get a glimpse, because not being able to get distant on your first turn is really, really detrimental, super crucial. And sometimes you just didn't draw a distant card, but even on regular Spirit of Water, I feel like I've very, very rarely, almost never at all, drawn a card that doesn't make me distant. So not as much of a problem as you think. I mean,
or is that
seeing this
advantage?
Card is just,
that looks like Weaving Mana Stream, right?
I believe it's Weaving Mana Stream, yeah.
So we're gonna see goodbye to a Weaving Mana Stream at this point in the game because of Purifying Thurbal.
Yep.
A little bit on the tragic side, but could be worse.
Losing a Vanishing Eclipse. Say go. Or nope, never mind, sorry. Don't enter. Recollect. I don't think there's anything you can do pre-rec because you have 3 tactical retreats in your hand. Oh, and then you draw into another purple card. Uncastable cards. No Fracturize. This is really unfortunate. Yep, reclaim on the engineer.
Reclaim good.
We'll level up. We will get at least 1 turn of Weaving Mana Stream on board, or actually like doing something, unless we like beseech out a Censor, which like would be kind of punishing. We do have the Thurbal on board, so like
what if he just Thurbled him right there?
I think he probably would. I think I would.
The other option is he's holding on to this baby green slime, right? Could just baby green slime as soon as everything's loaded.
Yeah, we don't have that many green cards. We don't have that many wind cards, so we can't do the windmill Ace and Protector because we need the Ace and Protector to actually imbue.
Well, we could if he used the the baby green slime, but he wants to hold on to it. I think the plan here is that he wants to see if, like, T-Lux is looking to see if NFL Champ will play a card that puts him distant and then go to level 2. Then on entry he's gonna load 2, and then in Recollection he's gonna baby green slime
the ultimate punish.
Because if he baby green slimes the Aqua Mirage Whisper, it punishes the cycle for damage, and then he can Purifying Thurbal after.
Oh my god. Yeah. That's so true.
So he'll be able to draw a card and deny like 4 or 5 damage,
Yeah.
and probably deny the potential clear off of the baby green slime or the windmill engineer as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, going back on Charger here, trying to get a little bit of a fix to the hand. Oh my god, that was another purple card. I think that was another Astra card. Frostbind, 3 tactical retreats. Every other card is Astra. Okay, Fracture Eyes, not bad. There's not really anything we can do right now because Thurbal is still there. We saying Pat, yeah. Saying go, bringing out the sensor. That's pretty good. The problem now is that if you sensor, you fracturize the sensor, and you'll still lose the
You
floating
get
memory
Purifying
because of
Thurbal
Thurbal,
immediately.
and you've also given them a reservable fractal. I mean, this is like ultimate punish.
So looking at this game, T-Lux
Yeah.
is in a position where he can basically sit and play really slow, because no matter what NFL champ does, he always has more cards than him. So no
Yeah.
matter how many cards he puts in the graveyard, he can always banish.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if you're holding up like a Frostbind or 2 Frostbinds, T-Lux has enough cards that he can always just play over it. Because at the end of every turn, what happens is the Azerite Facestone trigger will take a card from memory and put it into his hand, so he's always +1 against his opponent for every action
Ooh.
made.
Interesting. So we paid 3 for Beseech. They were all 3 of them were arcane cards, if I'm not mistaken, which means we get 2 arcane cards into our graveyard, or sorry, into our banish. Frostbind comes down, puts 2 more wind cards down. Maybe we actually. Oh, I think those are both. Oh no. Okay, so one
bad.
arcane card. We already have a dungeon guide in hand as well, so we don't second one. And we have how many cards in hand? It's surely enough cards to get through the. Yeah, I mean, fracturize the sensor, and then Thurbal in response, or Thurbal before you go to your turn. Still during my end phase. A little bit. Oh god. Did he have another dungeon guide? Did he have 3 dungeon guides in hand?
He did draw into an extra one.
Oh, okay. Yep. Fracturize. That's
Okay, so
totally okay.
Fracturize targeting the power cell?
Oh,
Is
interesting.
he
Wait.
fracturizing his own power cell? No, he's fracturizing the sensor.
Oh, surely, right. Yeah. We still have Baby Green as well.
Well, there's a Thurbal on the field.
No.
Don't you just say in end step? I'm gonna
Yeah,
use
I
my
mean, you have to,
Thurbal?
right? Because yeah, it's part of cost. Once he goes to level, you can't actually do anything.
He might just be waiting. He might be totally fine with this level 2. Because he's holding on for the baby green slime is technically more valuable than doing the Thurbal.
Yep.
All right, so Weaving Mana Stream's gonna get loaded here.
Yeah, I think you should.
He's gonna cycle the card. I mean, it's the same thing. No matter what, you're stopping damage one way or another, right?
Here we go.
Oh, so what he's doing is in response to the on enter trigger, or in response to level 2 Diana, he's going to suppress the weapon so that he can't cycle anything.
Yep.
Or maybe it was in response to the load trigger.
I don't think he wanted Weaving Mana Stream to go to the weapon. So in response to the Weaving Mana Stream trigger, you suppress the weapon so that Weaving Mana Stream can't actually be loaded into anything. That means used it to level and is now banished completely.
Yeah, because the on enter says load up to 2 Aether Charge cards from your, but if you can't load them into anything, then you can't resolve the effect.
Right.
So no cycle. I mean, that's really good. No cycle is really good.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Aetherwing spells there.
And can't attack this turn either.
Yep.
Pretty
you don't
solid.
even actually need to use Thurbal there, right? Which is really good. You can use it for later on. Keep on denying their the float.
Fairy Whispers draws 2 Fairy
Oh
Whispers off the top,
my
and then that's kind of crazy. So you can grab the Fairy
Yeah.
Whispers. He's probably gonna play another one here,
Play Fairy Whispers. Yep.
or he's gonna ring first.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
he's actually just gonna wait. Okay. I was thinking Grand Crusader's ring to draw the second Fairy Whispers, and then you can play another Fairy Whispers after.
Yeah,
It
to
does
draw the third
technically
one.
dig you deeper if you keep 2 on top.
Mhm.
Ooh, charge
Okay.
the soul. Okay. He's killing the baby green slime.
Yeah, but we still have Thurbal on board.
Charge the soul is okay. Fairy Whispers. He's potentially looking for a reclaim.
See,
Forest Cake,
Forest Cake,
and
Trained Hawk.
Trained Hawk. I think you put 1 Forest Cake to the bottom and keep 1 on top.
Yeah, and draw the Trained Hawk.
You draw it with the Grand Crusader's ring, and then you Fairy. Oh, he's putting both to the bottom. So revealing the Trained Hawk's fine. Then he's gonna Grand Crusader's ring to draw another card.
Interesting.
Draws a mystery card. Hopefully, nope, not a reclaim. Okay, baby green slime's gone. If he drew another baby green slime, it would also be pretty good grounds to let it just go.
Yeah.
Trained Hawk comes out.
Okay. Oh, I think there was another baby green slime.
I see a
It
baby green
is.
slime.
Yeah,
there's
it
one.
is a baby green slime, so that makes sense. Letting it go because you have another one. Ultimate punishment
Heal
game.
retreat.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotta use those sometime.
So, okay, I have a question for you here, Mr.
Yeah.
Joyboy. Are you the kind of player who would pop your Thurbal now because you want to remove the 1 floating memory available, or do you wait until there's more value? Because that 1 floating memory can be translated into a couple of things, but it also generally is going to get built up so that he can go into level 3 with it, right?
I think personally, what I would do is suppress the Aqua Mirage Whisper. The float, I believe, will go to the graveyard.
If it's
and
in a
then
load
you.
zone, I'm pretty sure it's just gone. So it
Oh,
would
is
go to
it?
the graveyard, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
so it goes to the graveyard in this case, and then you would Thurbal after.
Yeah, I think that's what I would do. I would suppress the Aether Wing so they can't actually shoot me. The card, the Charge of Soul does still go into the graveyard. Then I Thurbal, remove all that float. So I guess the answer to your question is probably go for the more value.
You would go like aggressive value play.
I think so. Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if he goes for Ranger Boots or if he goes for. Oh, he doesn't actually use the floating. I thought he was gonna go for the Ranger Boots for the on-enter draw plus distant for next turn, or if he was gonna go for Smoke Bombs. But it looks like a Terrafring. Terrafring is always good into Seiryu. It's a very combat damage focused deck, especially early on turn.
Yeah, I think in a situation like this where I feel like I'm in such a commanding spot, I've taken no damage, I'm level 2, I have a million cards in hand. I let it go. Oh,
So
I guess this actually does
here.
make more sense because the Charge of Soul goes to the graveyard anyways. You don't care about 4 damage, and then they get the on its trigger, they mill the float, and then you get rid of all 3 of them.
Is he gonna mill the float though?
Yeah,
Last time he milled the Astrocyte.
This is a Fracturize right now, so maybe he doesn't. But
I think he's gonna mill the.
That's
because he knows the card's gonna go away due to Thurbal anyways, so he might as well, right?
That is true. And you do, I mean, if anything, you want to draw your Fracturize so you can fracture Power Cell, right? If you're not gonna draw it, if it's not gonna get milled, and you're not gonna be able to use it for float, then you maybe draw it so that you can Fracturize your Power Cell.
This was another reason that I think going Smoke Bombs was relevant here, because if you glimpse into this fantastic glimpse setup, and then you're like, oh cool, there's a Frostborn Paladin on like that I can put on second, right? You mill something, whatever it is, and then you go Smoke Bombs, draw the Frostborn Paladin, then play the Frostborn Paladin, use one of your floating memory.
Yeah. And here we go. We're gonna
pay for 4 for 5.
Yeah, you have to pay 4, or else you don't target. Ooh. Oh, so yeah. Okay. So paying 4. Yeah, because otherwise you leave 1 float behind. Wait.
Oh, so he only paid 3? I thought he paid 4.
I also thought he paid 4.
Huh.
Maybe not. Huh. Interesting.
Either way.
Yeah, I mean, we get to keep 1 float. not the end of the world. Although we
Okay,
are
so it's
on a
confirmed that he
serious.
did pay 3 only.
Oh, okay. So we lose 3 cards. Lose 3 cards, get 3 quest counters. On enter, get 3 more. If we have, I believe we have 1 arcane card advantage. I believe it's a Harness Lightning. Tefering. Yep, that makes sense. I don't believe we have enough influence to play a serious command and then also attack. Or maybe we do. Oh no, we do. Yeah.
He could have, if he had it in his hand, he could have played a pre-recollection because he had the fractal available to him as well.
Yeah.
Right, the sensor's fracturized, so he could have played a pre-recollection.
Yeah.
Would have been kind of
Oh.
scary.
Is that double? Is that double? I think I saw double serious command. So we got 1, 2 for. No, oh no, that's a Crystallized Destiny. We do have a Byakos command though.
A lot of potential here.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the swing in here. He's gonna pay
So-
2 first attack. On attack, generate. Most likely, I'd be shocked if he empowered.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're totally fine with taking off the turn to, taking off the turn to like make it so that next turn you can Serious command and Byakos command for lethal.
Tactical retreat.
Yeah.
Gonna
So we're
hold on to
saying,
everything.
yeah, we're saying that's totally fine. That's totally fine. I don't care. Next turn, I'm going to Serious command. I'm Byakos command, and I'm probably going to kill you.
Do we see the level 3? Can go level 3 here. Pays 1 from memory to floating.
Yep. Yeah, the suppression on the Aqua Mirage Whisper does mean that you can fire it 2 more times. This is what we were talking about earlier in the match, where you do get to deny the glimpse and the mill, but you do give them more durability, so they do get to just shoot you, I guess, for a longer period of time. We'll see if we have anything we can do pre-rec. This is kind of a tough hill to climb. This oh, I believe this is commentary advantage.
I
Maybe?
think it is a common.
It is. So
Commentary
we're
advantage
distance, so we
good.
get to choose 2. So commentary advantage is a 1-cost card. It says if you are distant, you get to choose 2. The first option is Glimpse 4. The second option is draw a card, and the third option is your Aether Charge spells gain on hit. Load this into a Aether Charge you control.
Only if
Unfortunately,
you're attacking. Only if you're attacking.
yes, right. Yeah, they gain on hit.
Yeah. So you have to activate this when they're attacking for that to work.
Right.
So he's gonna get the Glimpse 4 and draw a card, but there is no
Yeah.
no Aqua Mirage for anything to be loaded into.
You do get to Star Call an Astrocyte. That's kind of cool.
Star Calling Astrocyte would be valuable. Glimpse 1 draw, but you won't be able to Aether Call anything, which is a little
Yeah.
unfortunate. So this is like a setup turn now. You baby green slime out here. Oh, so he's gonna Star Call the Astrocyte.
Yeah.
Everything's going to the bottom.
Yeah, so you get
Draw
to
the
you have
card
to
first.
resolve the card, yep, and then you get to glimpse 1. And then you bottom that one and then you draw the other one.
We're going to be going into overtime very shortly here. We have about 4 seconds until regulation is finished. Overtime turn 0 will be going to NFL champ. So in Grand Archive, it is a 5 minutes or 3 turns where turn 0 goes to turn player.
Yep. So we'll see here. This is a little bit rough. We do have an Astrocyte to cycle one more card. But I don't know if we actually can get over the line. We don't have an Aqua Mirage Whisper. It's gone until your end phase. And I don't think you are living 1 turn. We have 3 allies on board, Senju, and also just.
So you have ways to stop the combat phase, right? Because tactical retreat exists. And then
Right.
also, anytime you make it distant, Diana distant, you can negate effects.
Yeah.
So 2 potential ways to get through this.
Yep.
We'll have to see how T-Lux navigates this. So T-Lux is on turn 1 here. Both players are going to have 2 turns, essentially. So whenever she becomes distant, you can choose one, negate each card activation that targets Diana, unless its controller pays 2. And then if Diana is defending, end the combat phase unless the attacking player pays 2. So it's like essentially a pay 4 if there's full card effects. Or just a pay 2 to stop. So we're going to see Sarah use command here. This is probably going to be a tactical retreat.
Or poised occlusion, maybe?
If it's pay 2, it's probably poised occlusion.
No, pay 3. Okay.
Pay 3 tactical retreat.
Yep. In the combat phase, we do have Byako's command, so we can wake it back up.
The question is, did the Seryu's command resolve? Because if the Seryu's command resolved, this Byako's command is going to be massive.
Yeah. Does ending the yeah, I guess that is a good question. Yeah.
Because you can try to give Diana distance again, but already distant.
Yeah. So
Byako's
give it
command
a
will wake
buff,
this up. Give it a buff counter.
and then so right now we
Gotta
have
see whether that resolved or not. Because I mean that's what's really important.
Yeah.
I think the Diana trigger was also missed. Diana trigger should have either been a choice of Glimpse 2 or not.
that is true. Yeah, I do believe it was missed. Okay. Okay, so are we choosing Empower or are we choosing +8 or +4? We swinging for 8 or are we Empower? What's the
The Harness Lightning comes through. Wait, Harness Lightning gets banished in.
yeah, it should be banished. Okay, so it does seem like we came in for 8. Oh. Huh? Oh,
I think he just did he
Did you
double
choose-
blast him? He harnessed to empower once and then paid the rest to double blast him. So the
I
first attack
see.
is generate, empower, blast him, and then he played Harness Lightning to empower, and then he
Ah.
paid the cost for himself.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that really cool matchup. Unfortunately, this is pretty flavored into the Winseriu list, but we still got pretty close. We had
Dude, we
went
got
up
way
to
closer
over-
than we were
Yeah.
expecting. We thought T-Lux was gonna sweep 2-0 because
Yeah.
AB Green Slime is like the ultimate terror of
Yeah.
all gun related decks. Right?
Yeah.
It's like it's really hard to come around that. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna die every time. Anytime I try to shoot you, I have to make sure that I'm loading at the right time. The nice thing with Aether Calling is that it doesn't give opportunity in between each load, but
Yeah.
a lot of the time you're still gonna end up in a position where it's like, okay, cool. Pre-recollection, baby green slime, and you're like, bro, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount of times that like you weren't able to shoot or you weren't able to load, right? You're weaving mana stream. That card is so important. Being able to load that card into your Aether Wing when it gets banished, super crucial. The fact that your baby green shuts it off completely. Also, like we've said it a million times, cards like Thurbal that just get to sit on the board forever till the optimal time where they get to pick as many cards as they want for you to banish out of your graveyard. Super good. Censor, also a really good card. Yeah, kind of a nail in the coffin. All these cards for something like Wind Diana or Water Astro Diana. We did get to see game 2 though. That was a really sick.
Guided Starlight go crazy, man. That
Yeah,
card
that
was
was really
sick.
sick.
That's
Guided
like the
Starlight.
secondary win condition when it comes to playing the starter decks against each other. It's like you either split damage across all of your Aether Wings and you shoot repeatedly like every single turn, or you just go double Guided Starlight to try to kill the guy for one shot.
Yeah.
What's the
surely
Aether
they
spell
can't
that
pay
doubles the damage of?
It's
Further
called
Intense?
Meteoric Volley.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool.
makes copies of every card in your intent or every Aether Charge spell in your intent.
Copy all the Aether Charge cards.
Right, yeah. That's a pretty sick one. You just swing for like 25, 24, whatever. Like
you're like, cool. 31?
Yeah. You can, especially in like the starter deck in starter deck tournaments, you can do some pretty crazy stuff with stuff like that. But yeah, I mean that was pretty good. That was really cool matches all throughout the day. We had some really interesting stuff. Suited versus Crux was actually like so close and really fun. That double
Mortal Ambition
KO,
was crazy.
yeah, the Mortal Ambition double KO, super cool. The
Yeah, for those
you
of
know,
you guys who missed it, so essentially what happened was Superior is playing Suited against. I actually don't remember who he's.
I
He
don't.
playing
He
against?
was playing Crux and Soul.
Oh,
but
Super
I don't.
Sand. He's playing against Super Sand 24,
Yes.
and who is playing Fire Lorraine Onsol. And in game 3, they're both 1-1. He plays Mortal Ambition, and they lethal each other. So because damage is well, it's been a long day. The words are difficult at this point. Because damage is simultaneous, both players will die at the same time and they will tie. They will go to a game 4 because game 3 is essentially like non-conclusive. Is more like a first to 2. So seeing them play 4 games in 48 minutes was a pleasure. It was very interesting to see.
Yeah.
But man, that Verita play at the end with the peppered chef was crazy.
Yeah.
If you guys
Yeah, I
haven't
mean,
seen it, go back and watch round 6. Wow, round 6 was awesome. Round 6
Yeah.
was awesome.
really cool. You know, the kill your 2 of hearts to have exact Verita math on in your graveyard to bring out the Verita. Also, Arthur on board so that Verita swings for 5. Super cool.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game overall. Today has been filled with fantastic games. So
Yeah.
a big shout out to all the players here who attended the Michigan DTR regionals. Big shout out to all the people who topped. Most notably, I would say the top 4 would be Rex Kanan, Garthos, Dad Smoocher, Audio X Medic. Congratulations on all of your fantastic. I mean, some of them went 6-0-1, some of them went 5-1-1. Still fantastic overall. Thank you to Flonne as well as you, Mr. Joyboy, for joining me here on the stream, able to cast this regionals. It's
Yeah.
for me specifically, it's very enjoyable. I do a lot of the production for Serene Balance, so I don't get the chance to cast as much anymore. So
Yeah.
big shout out to True Champion Isaac for inviting me here to.
Oh my god, Dad Smoocher's playing Mandate of Honor. That's actually so sick. That's super cool. Yeah, I mean, super cool decks overall.
Yep. Today was fantastic. All of the results are finalized now. If you guys want to go take a look at deck lists, you can check it out in the Omni decks in the description below. But otherwise, make sure you guys subscribe. True Champion Gaming is a fantastic channel. These guys go over a ton of content. Their weekly podcast is probably one of the most enjoyable pieces of content that I on the sphere. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. If you are looking for more content today, I believe the NorCal TM32 regional is still going on YouTube. If you haven't seen that, you can check it out since we are done for the day. But again, thank you guys so much for joining us. Hope you subscribe, and we will see you guys at the next one.
See you guys around.